Chapter 1 of Captains Courageous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Captains Courageous by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 1. The weather door of the smoking room had been left open to the North Atlantic fog, as the big liner rolled and lifted, whistling to warn the fishing fleet. "That Cheyne boy's the biggest nuisance aboard," said a man in a frieze overcoat, shutting the door with a bang. "He isn't wanted here. He's too fresh." A white-haired German reached for a sandwich and grunted between bites. "I know der breed. America is full of dat kind. I tell you, you should import rope's ends free under your tariff." "Pshaw! There isn't any real harm to him. He's more to be pitied than anything," a man from New York drawled, as he lay at full length along the cushions under the wet skylight. "They've dragged him around from hotel to hotel ever since he was a kid. I was talking to his mother this morning. She's a lovely lady, but she don't pretend to manage him. He's going to Europe to finish his education." "Education isn't begun yet." This was a Philadelphian curled up in a corner. "That boy gets $200 a month pocket money, he told me. He isn't 16 either." "Railroads, his father, aren't it?" said the German. "Yep. That and mines and lumber and shipping. Built one place at San Diego, the old man has. Another at Los Angeles. Owns half a dozen railroads. Half the lumber on the Pacific slope, and lets his wife spend the money." The Philadelphian went on lazily. "The West don't suit her, she says. She just tracks around with the boy and her nerves, trying to find out what'll amuse him, I guess. Florida, Adirondacks, Lakewood, Hot Springs, New York, round again. He isn't much more than a second-hand hotel clerk now. When he's finished in Europe, he'll be a holy terror." "What's the matter with the old man attending to him personally?" said a voice from the frieze ulster. "Old man's piling up the rocks. Don't want to be disturbed, I guess. He'll find out his error a few years from now. Pity, because there's a heap of good in the boy, if you could get at it." "Mit a rope's end, mit a rope's end," growled the German. Once more the door banged, and a slight, slim-built boy, perhaps 15 years old, a half-smoked cigarette hanging from one corner of his mouth, leaned in over the high footway. His pasty yellow complexion did not show well on a person of his years, and his look was a mixture of irresolution, bravado, and very cheap smartness. He was dressed in a cherry-colored blazer, knickerbockers, red stockings, and bicycle shoes, with a red flannel cap at the back of his head. After whistling between his teeth as he eyed the company, he said in a loud voice, "Say, it's thick outside. You can hear the fish boats squawking all around us. Say, wouldn't it be great if we ran one down?" "Shut the door, Harvey," said the New Yorker. "Shut the door, and stay outside. You're not wanted here." "Who'll stop me?" he answered deliberately. "Did you pay for my passage, Mr. Martin? Guess I've as good right here as the next man." He picked up some dice from a checkerboard and began throwing, right hand against left. "Say, gentlemen, this is deader'n mud. Can't we make a game of poker between us?" There was no answer, and he puffed his cigarette, swung his legs, and drummed on the table with rather dirty fingers. Then he pulled out a roll of bills as if to count them. "How's your mamma this afternoon?" a man said. "I didn't see her at lunch." "In her stateroom, I guess. She's most always sick on the ocean. I'm going to give the stewardess $15 for looking after her. I don't go down more'n I can avoid. It makes me feel mysterious to pass that butler's pantry place. Say, this is the first time I've been on the ocean." "Oh, don't apologize, Harvey." "Who's apologizing? This is the first time I've crossed the ocean, gentlemen, and, except the first day, I haven't been sick one little bit. No, sir." He brought down his fist with a triumphant bang, wetted his finger, and went on counting the bills. "Oh, you're a high-grade machine with the writing in plain sight." The Philadelphian yawned. "You'll blossom into a credit to your country if you don't take care." "I know it. I'm an American, first, last, and all the time. I'll show 'em that when I strike Europe. Piff! My cig's out. I can't smoke the truck the steward sells. Any gentleman got a real Turkish cig on him?" The chief engineer entered for a moment, red, smiling, and wet. "Say, Mac," cried Harvey cheerfully, "how are we hitting it?" "Very much in the ordinary way," was the grave reply. "The young are as polite as ever to their elders, and their elders are trying to appreciate it." A low chuckle came from a corner. The German opened his cigar case and handed a skinny black cigar to Harvey. "Dot is the proper apparatus to smoke, my young friend," he said. "You will try it? Yes? Then you will be ever so happy." Harvey lit the unlovely thing with a flourish. He felt that he was getting on in grown-up society. "It would take more than this to keel me over," he said, ignorant that he was lighting that terrible article, a Wheeling stogie. "Dot we will presently see," said the German. "Where are we now, Mr. Macdonald?" "Just there or thereabouts, Mr. Shaver," said the engineer. "We'll be on the Grand Bank to night, but in a general way o' speakin', we're all among the fishing fleet now. We've shaved 3 dories and near scalped the boom off a Frenchman since noon, and that's close sailin', you may say." "You like my cigar, eh?" the German asked, for Harvey's eyes were full of tears. "Fine, full flavor," he answered through shut teeth. "Guess we've slowed down a little, haven't we? I'll skip out and see what the log says." "I might if I fuss you," said the German. Harvey staggered over the wet decks to the nearest rail. He was very unhappy, but he saw the deck steward lashing chairs together, and, since he had boasted before the man that he was never seasick, his pride made him go aft to the second saloon deck at the stem, which was finished in a turtle-back. The deck was deserted, and he crawled to the extreme end of it, near the flagpole. There he doubled up in limp agony, for the wheeling stogie joined with the surge and jar of the screw to sieve out his soul. His head swelled, sparks of fire danced before his eyes, his body seemed to lose weight, while his heels wavered in the breeze. He was fainting from seasickness, and a roll of the ship tilted him over the rail on to the smooth lip of the turtle-back. Then a long, gray mother wave swung out of the fog, tucked Harvey under one arm, so to speak, and pulled him off and away to leeward. The great green closed over him, and he went quietly to sleep. He was roused by the sound of a dinner horn such as they used to blow at a summer school he had once attended in the Adirondacks. Slowly he remembered that he was Harvey Cheyne, drowned and dead in mid-ocean, but was too weak to fit things together. A new smell filled his nostrils, wet and clammy chills ran down his back, and he was helplessly full of salt water. When he opened his eyes he perceived that he was still on top of the sea, for it was running round him in silver-coloured hills, and he was lying on a pile of half-dead fish, looking at a broad human back clothed in a blue jersey. "It's no good," thought the boy. "I'm dead, sure enough, and this thing is in charge." He groaned, and the figure turned its head, showing a pair of little gold rings half hidden in curly black hair. "Aha! You feel some pretty well now?" it said. "Lie still so. We trim better." With a swift jerk he sculled the flickering boat-head on to a foamless sea that lifted her 20 full feet, only to slide her into a glassy pit beyond. But this mountain climbing did not interrupt Blue Jersey's talk. "Fine good job, I say, that I catch you. Eh, what? Better good job, I say, your boat not catch me. How you come to fall out?" "I was sick," said Harvey. "Sick and couldn't help it." "Just in time I blow my horn and your boat she yaw a little. Then I see you come all down. Eh, what? I think you're cut into baits by the screw, but you are dreeft to me, and I make a big fish of you. So you shall not die this time." "Where am I?" said Harvey, who could not see that life was particularly safe where he lay. "You are with me in the dory. Manuel my name, and I come from schooner We're Here of Gloucester. I live to Gloucester. By and by we get supper. Eh, what?" He seemed to have two pairs of hands and a head of cast iron, for, not content with blowing through a big conch shell, he must needs stand up to it, swaying with the sway of the flat-bottomed dory, and send a grinding, thuttering shriek through the fog. How long this entertainment lasted, Harvey could not remember, for he lay back terrified at the sight of the smoking swells. He fancied he heard a gun, and a horn, and a shouting. Something bigger than the dory, but quite as lively, loomed alongside. Several voices talked at once. He was dropped into a dark, heaving hole, where men in oilskins gave him a hot drink and took off his clothes, and he fell asleep. When he waked, he listened for the first breakfast bell on the steamer, wondering why his state-room had grown so small. Turning, he looked into a narrow triangular cave, lit by a lamp hung against a huge square beam. A three-cornered table within arm's reach ran from the angle of the bows to the foremast. At the after end, behind a well-used Plymouth stove, sat a boy about his own age, with a flat red face and a pair of twinkling gray eyes. He was dressed in a blue jersey and high rubber boots. Several pairs of the same sort of footwear, an old cap, and some worn-out woolen socks lay on the floor, and black and yellow oilskins swayed to and fro beside the bunks. The place was packed as full of smells as a bale is of cotton. The oilskins had a peculiarly thick flavour of their own, which made a sort of background to the smells of fried fish, burnt grease, paint, pepper, and stale tobacco. But these, again, were all hooped together by one encircling smell of ship and salt water. Harvey saw with disgust that there were no sheets on his bed-place. He was lying on a piece of dingy ticking full of lumps and nubbles. Then, too, the boat's motion was not that of a steamer. She was neither sliding nor rolling, but rather wriggling herself about in a silly, aimless way, like a colt at the end of a halter. Water noises ran by close to his ear, and beams creaked and whined about him. All these things made him grunt despairingly and think of his mother. "Feelin' better?" said the boy, with a grin. "Hev some coffee?" He brought a tin cup full, and sweetened it with molasses. "Isn't there milk?" said Harvey, looking round the dark double tier of bunks as if he expected to find a cow there. "Well, no," said the boy. "Ner there ain't likely to be till about mid-September. 'Tain't bad coffee. I made it." Harvey drank in silence, and the boy handed him a plate full of pieces of crisp fried pork, which he ate ravenously. "I've dried your clothes. Guess they've shrunk some," said the boy. "They ain't our style much, none of 'em. Twist round and see if you hurt any." Harvey stretched himself in every direction, but could not report any injuries. "That's good," the boy said heartily. "Fix yourself and go on deck. Dad wants to see you. I'm his son. Dan, they call me, and I'm cook's helper and everything else aboard that's too dirty for the men. There ain't no boy here 'cept me since Otto went overboard, and he was only a Dutchy, and 20-year-old at that. How'd you come to fall off in a dead flat calm?" "'Twasn't a calm," said Harvey sulkily. "It was a gale, and I was seasick. Guess I must have rolled over the rail." There was a little common swell yesterday and last night," said the boy. "But if that's your notion of a gale—" He whistled. "You'll know more 'fore you're through. Hurry! Dad's waitin'." Like many other unfortunate young people, Harvey had never in all his life received a direct order never, at least, without long and sometimes tearful explanations of the advantage of obedience and the reasons for the request. Mrs. Cheyne lived in fear of breaking his spirit, which, perhaps, was the reason that she herself walked on the edge of nervous prostration. He could not see why he should be expected to hurry for any man's pleasure, and said so. "Your dad can come down here if he's so anxious to talk to me. I want him to take me to New York right away. It'll pay him." Dan opened his eyes as the size and beauty of this joke dawned on him. "Say, Dad," he shouted up the foc'sle hatch, "he says you can slip down and see him if you're anxious that way. Hear, Dad?" The answer came back in the deepest voice Harvey had ever heard from a human chest. "Quit foolin', Dan, and send him to me." Dan sniggered and threw Harvey his warped bicycle shoes. There was something in the tones on the deck that made the boy dissemble his extreme rage and console himself with the thought of gradually unfolding the tale of his own and his father's wealth on the voyage home. This rescue would certainly make him a hero among his friends for life. He hoisted himself on deck up a perpendicular ladder, and stumbled aft, over a score of obstructions, to where a small, thick-set, clean-shaven man with gray eyebrows sat on a step that led up to the quarter-deck. The swell had passed in the night, leaving a long, oily sea, dotted round the horizon with the sails of a dozen fishing boats. Between them lay little black specks showing where the dories were out fishing. The schooner, with a triangular riding sail on the mainmast, played easily at anchor, and except for the man by the cabin roof house, they call it she was deserted.
"Mornin'. Good afternoon, I should say. You've nigh slept the clock round, young feller," was the greeting.
"Mornin'," said Harvey. He did not like being called young feller, and as one rescued from drowning expected sympathy. His mother suffered agonies whenever he got his feet wet, but this mariner did not seem excited.
"Now, let's hear all about it. It's quite providential, first and last, for all concerned. What might be your name? Where from? We mistrust it's New York. And where bound? We mistrust it's Europe."
Harvey gave his name, the name of the steamer, and a short history of the accident, winding up with a demand to be taken back immediately to New York, where his father would pay anything any one chose to name.
Said the shaven man, quite unmoved by the end of Harvey's speech. "I can't say we think special of any man, or boy even, that falls overboard from that kind of packet in a flat calm. Least of all when his excuse is that he's seasick."
"Excuse!" cried Harvey. "Do you suppose I'd fall overboard into your dirty little boat for fun?"
"Not knowin' what your notions of fun may be, I can't rightly say, young feller. But if I was you, I wouldn't call the boat which, under Providence, was the means of savin' you, names. In the first place, it's blame irreligious. In the second, it's annoying to my feelin's, and I'm Disco Troop of the We're Here, a Gloucester, which you don't seem rightly to know."
"I don't know and I don't care," said Harvey. "I'm grateful enough for being saved, and all that, of course, but I want you to understand that the sooner you take me back to New York, the better it'll pay you."
"Meanin' how?"
Troop raised one shaggy eyebrow over a suspiciously mild blue eye. "Dollars and cents," said Harvey, delighted to think that he was making an impression. "Cold dollars and cents." He thrust a hand into a pocket and threw out his stomach a little, which was his way of being grand. "You've done the best day's work you ever did in your life when you pulled me in. I'm all the son Harvey Cheyne has."
"He's been favored,"
said Disko, dryly. "And if you don't know who Harvey Shane is, you don't know much. That's all. Now turn her around and let's hurry." Harvey had a notion that the greater part of America was filled with people discussing and envying his father's dollars.
Maybe I do, and maybe I don't. Take a reef in your stomach, young feller. It's full of my vittles.
Harvey heard a chuckle from Dan, who was pretending to be busy by the stump foremast, and the blood rushed to his face. "We'll pay for that, too," he said. "When do you suppose we shall get to New York?"
I don't use New York any, nor Boston. We may see Eastern Point about September, and your pa. I'm real sorry I ain't here to tell of him. May give me $10 after all your talk. Then, of course, he mayn't.
$10? Why, see here, Harvey dived into his pocket for the wad of bills. All he brought up was a soggy packet of cigarettes.
Not lawful currency, and bad for the lungs. Heave 'em overboard, young feller, and try again.
"It's been stolen!" cried Harvey hotly.
You'll have to wait till you see your pa to reward me, then?
$134 all stolen, said Harvey, hunting wildly through his pockets. "Give them back." A curious change flitted across old Troop's hard face.
What might you have been doing at your time of life with $134, young feller?
It was part of my pocket money for a month. This Harvey thought would be a knockdown blow, and it was, indirectly.
Oh, $134 is only part of his pocket money, for 1 month only. You don't remember hitting anything when you fell over, do you? Crack against a stanchion, let's say? Old man Haskin of the East Wind. Troop seemed to be talking to himself. He tripped on a hatch and butted the mainmast with his head. Hardish. 'Bout 3 weeks afterwards, old man Haskin he would hev it that the East Wind was a commerce-destroyin' man o' war, and so he declared war on Sable Island because it was British and the shoals run out too far. They sewed him up in a bed bag, his head and feet appearin', for the rest o' the trip, and now he's home in Essex playin' with little rag dolls."
Harvey choked with rage, but Troop went on consolingly.
"We're sorry for you. We're very sorry for you. And so young. We won't say no more about the money, I guess."
"Course you won't. You stole it."
"Suit yourself. We stole it, if it's any comfort to you. Now, about goin' back. Allowin' we could do it, which we can't. You ain't in no fit state to go back to your home, and we've just come on to the Banks, workin' for our bread. We don't see the half of $100 a month, let alone pocket money, and with good luck we'll be ashore again somewheres about the first weeks of September."
But it's May now, and I can't stay here doing nothing just because you want to fish. I can't, I tell you."
"Right and jest and right. No one asks you to do nothin'. There's a heap as you can do, for Otto he went overboard on Le Havre. I mistrust he lost his grip in a gale we found there. Anyways, he never come back to deny it. You've turned up plain, plumb providential for all concerned. I mistrust, though, there's ruther few things you can do. Ain't that so?"
"I can make it lively for you and your crowd when we get ashore," said Harvey with a vicious nod, murmuring vague threats about piracy, at which Troop almost, not quite, smiled.
"'Cept talk. I'd forgot that. You ain't asked to talk more'n you've a mind to aboard the We're Here. Keep your eyes open, and help Dan to do as he's bid, and such like, and I'll give you ain't wuth it, but I'll give 10 1/2 a month, say 35 at the end of the trip. A little work will ease up your head, and you can tell us all about your dad and your ma and your money afterwards."
"She's on the steamer," said Harvey, his eyes filled with tears. Take me to New York at once."
Poor woman. Poor woman. When she has you back she'll forget it all, though. There's 8 of us on the We're here, and if we went back now it's more'n 1,000 miles we'd lose the season. The men they wouldn't hev it, allowin' I was agreeable."
"But my father would make it all right."
"He'd try. I don't doubt he'd try," said Troop. "But a whole season's catch is 8 men's bread, and you'll be better in your health when you see him in the fall. Go forward and help Dan. It's 10 1/2 a month, as I said, and, o' course, I'll find, just as the rest of us."
"Do you mean I'm to clean pots and pans and things?" said Harvey.
"And other things. You've no call to shout, young feller."
"I won't. My father will give you enough to buy this dirty little fish kettle." Harvey stamped on the deck. "10 times over, if you take me to New York safe, and you're in 130 by me anyway."
"How?" said Troop, the iron face darkening.
"How? You know how, well enough. On top of all that, you want me to do menial work." Harvey was very proud of that adjective. "Till the fall. I tell you I will not. You hear?" Troop regarded the top of the mainmast with deep interest for a while, as Harvey harangued fiercely all around him.
"Hush," he said at last. "I'm figuring out my responsibilities in my own mind. It's a matter of judgment."
Dan stole up and plucked Harvey by the elbow. "Don't go to tamperin' with Dad any more," he pleaded. "You've called him a thief 2 or 3 times over, and he don't take that from any livin' bein'." "I won't!" Harvey almost shrieked, disregarding the advice, and still Troop meditated.
"Seems kinder unneighborly," he said at last, his eye travelling down to Harvey. "I don't blame you, not a mite, young feller. Nor you won't blame me when the bile's out o' your system. Be sure you sense what I say. 10 1/2 fer second boy on the schooner, an' all fund. Fer to teach you an' fer the sake o' your health. Yes or no?"
"No," said Harvey. "Take me back to New York, or I'll see you." He did not exactly remember what followed. He was lying in the scuppers, holding on to a nose that bled, while Troop looked down on him serenely.
"Dan," he said to his son, "I was set against this young feller when I first saw him, on account o' hasty jedgments. Never you be led astray by hasty jedgments, Dan. Now I'm sorry for him, because he's clear distracted in his upper works. He ain't responsible for the names he's give me, nor fer his other statements, nor fer jumpin' overboard, which I'm about half convinced he did. You be gentle with him, Dan, or I'll give you twice what I give him. Them hemorrhages clears the head. Let him sluice it off."
Troop went down solemnly into the cabin, where he and the older men bunked, leaving Dan to comfort the luckless heir to 30 millions. End of chapter. Chapter 2 of Captains Courageous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Captains Courageous by Rudyard Kipling, Chapter 2. "I warned you," said Dan, as the drops fell thick and fast on the dark oiled planking. "Dad ain't noways hasty, but you fair earned it. Pshaw! There's no sense takin' on so." Harvey's shoulders were rising and falling in spasms of dry sobbing. "I know the feeling. First time Dad laid me out was the last, and that was my first trip. Makes you feel sickish and lonesome. I know." "It does," moaned Harvey.
That man's either crazy or drunk, and I can't do anything." "Don't say that to Dad," whispered Dan. "He's set agin all liquor. An', well, he told me you was the madman. What in creation made you call him a thief? He's my dad." Harvey sat up, mopped his nose, and told the story of the missing wad of bills. "I'm not crazy," he wound up. "Only your father has never seen more than a $5 bill at a time, and my father could buy up this boat once a week and never miss it." "You don't know what the We're Here's worth. Your dad must have a pile of money. How did he get it? Dad says loonies can't shake out a straight yarn. Go ahead." "In gold mines and things, West." "I've read that kind of business. Out West, too. Does he go round with a pistol on a trick pony, same as the circus? They call that the Wild West, and I've heard that their spurs and bridles was solid silver." "You are a chump," said Harvey, amused in spite of himself. "My father hasn't any use for ponies. When he wants to ride, he takes his car." "How? Lobster car?" "No, his own private car, of course. You've seen a private car some time in your life." "Slatin Beeman, he has one," said Dan cautiously. "I saw her at the Union Depot in Boston, with 3 in her run." Dan meant cleaning the windows. "But Slatin Beeman he owns about every railroad on Long Island, they say, and they say he's bought about half New Hampshire and run a line fence round her, and filled her up with lions and tigers and bears and buffalo and crocodiles and such all. Slatin Beeman he's a millionaire. I've seen his car. Yes?" "Well, my father's what they call a multimillionaire, and he has 2 private cars. One's named for me, the Harvey, and one for my mother, the Constance." "Hold on," said Dan. "Dad don't ever let me swear, but I guess you can. 'Fore we go ahead, I want you to say hope you may die if you're lying." "Of course," said Harvey. "That ain't enough. Say, hope I may die if I ain't speaking truth." "Hope I may die right here," said Harvey, "if every word I've spoken isn't the cold truth." $134 in all?" said Dan. "I heard you talkin' to Dad, and I'd half looked you to be swallered up, same as Jonah." Harvey protested himself red in the face. Dan was a shrewd young person along his own lines, and 10 minutes' questioning convinced him that Harvey was not lying much. Besides, he had bound himself by the most terrible oath known to boyhood, and yet he sat alive, with a red-ended nose, in the scuppers, recounting marvels upon marvels. "Gosh!" said Dan at last, from the very bottom of his soul, when Harvey had completed an inventory of the car named in his honor. Then a grin of mischievous delight overspread his broad face. "I believe you, Harvey. Dad's made a mistake for once in his life." "He has, sure," said Harvey, who was meditating an early revenge. "He'll be mad clear through. Dad just hates to be mistook in his judgments." Dan lay back and slapped his thigh. "Oh, Harvey, don't you spile the catch by lettin' on." "I don't want to be knocked down again. I'll get even with him, though." "Never heard any man ever got even with Dad, but he'd knock you down again, sure. The more he was mistook, the more he'd do it. But gold mines and pistols—" "I never said a word about pistols," Harvey cut in, for he was on his oath. "That's so. No more you did. 2 private cars, then, one named for you and one for her, and $200 a month pocket money, all knocked into the scuppers for not working for 10 1/2 a month. It's the top haul of the season." He exploded with noiseless chuckles. "Then I was right?" said Harvey, who thought he had found a sympathizer. "You was wrong, the wrongest kind of wrong. You take right hold and pitch in alongside of me, or you'll catch it, and I'll catch it for backing you up. Dad always gives me double helps 'cause I'm his son, and he hates favourin' folk. Guess you're kind o' mad at Dad. I've been that way time and again, but Dad's a mighty just man. All the fleet says so." "Looks like justice, this, don't it?" Harvey pointed to his outraged nose. "That's nothin'. Lets the shore blood out o' you. Dad did it for your health. Say, though, I can't have dealin's with a man that thinks me or Dad or any one on the We're Here's a thief. We ain't any common wharf end crowd by any manner o' means. We're fishermen, and we've shipped together for 6 years and more. Don't you make any mistake on that. I told you Dad don't let me swear. He calls 'em vain oaths, and pounds me. But if I could say what you said about your pap and his fixin's, I'd say that 'baout your dollars. I dunno what was in your pockets when I dried your kit, for I didn't look to see, but I'd say, usin' the very same words as you used jest now, neither me nor Dad, and we was the only two that teched you after you were brought aboard, knows anything about the money. That's my say. Now?" The bloodletting had certainly cleared Harvey's brain, and perhaps the loneliness of the sea had something to do with it. "That's all right," he said. Then he looked down confusedly. "Seems to me that for a fellow just saved from drowning I haven't been over and above grateful, Dan." "Well, you was shook up and silly," said Dan. "Anyway, there was only Dad and me aboard to see it. The cook, he don't count." "I might have thought about losin' the bills that way," Harvey said, half to himself, "instead of callin' everybody in sight a thief. Where's your father?" "In the cabin. What do you want of him again?" "You'll see," said Harvey, and he stepped, rather groggily, for his head was still singing, to the cabin steps, where the little ship's clock hung in plain sight of the wheel. Troop, in the chocolate and yellow painted cabin, was busy with a notebook and an enormous black pencil, which he sucked hard from time to time. "I haven't acted quite right," said Harvey, surprised at his own meekness.
"What's wrong now?" said the skipper. "Walked into Dan, hev you?"
"No, it's about you."
"I'm here to listen."
"Well, I'm here to take things back," said Harvey, very quickly. "When a man's saved from drownin'..." He gulped.
"Eh? You'll make a man yet if you go on this way."
"He oughtn't begin by callin' people names."
"Jest and right. Right and jest," said Troop, with the ghost of a dry smile.
"So I'm here to say I'm sorry." Another big gulp. Troop heaved himself slowly off the locker he was sitting on and held out an 11-inch hand.
"I mistrusted 'twould do you sights o' good. And this shows I weren't mistook in my jedgments."
A smothered chuckle on deck caught his ear.
"I am very seldom mistook in my jedgments."
The 11-inch hand closed on Harvey's, numbing it to the elbow.
"We'll put a little more gristle to that 'fore we're done with you, young feller. And I don't think any worse o' you for anything that's gone by. You wasn't fairly responsible. Go right about your business, and you won't take no hurt."
"You're white," said Dan, as Harvey regained the deck, flushed to the tips of his ears. "I don't feel it," said he. "I didn't mean that way. I heard what Dad said. When Dad allows he don't think the worse of any man, Dad's give himself away. He hates to be mistook in his jedgments, too. Ho, ho! Once Dad has a jedgment, he'd sooner dip his colours to the British than change it. I'm glad it's settled right end up. Dad's right when he says he can't take you back. It's all the livin' we make here fishin'. The men'll be back like sharks after a dead whale in half an hour." "What for?" said Harvey. "Supper, of course. Don't your stomach tell you? You've a heap to learn." "Guess I have," said Harvey dolefully, looking at the tangle of ropes and blocks overhead. "She's a daisy," said Dan, enthusiastically, misunderstanding the look. Wait till our mainsail's bent and she walks home with all her salt wet. There's some work first, though." He pointed down into the darkness of the open main hatch between the two masts. "What's that for? It's all empty," said Harvey. "You and me and a few more have got to fill it," said Dan. "That's where the fish goes." "Alive?" said Harvey. "Well, no. They're supposed to be rather dead, and flat, and salt. There's 100 hogshead of salt in the bins, and we hain't more'n covered our dunnage to now." "Where are the fish, though?" "In the sea, they say. In the boats we pray," said Dan, quoting a fisherman's proverb. "You come in last night with about 40 of 'em." He pointed to a sort of wooden pen just in front of the quarter deck. "You and me, we'll sluice that out when we're through. Send we'll hev full pens to night. I've seen her down ha'af a foot with fish waitin' to clean, and we stood to the tables till we was splittin' ourselves instid o' them, we was so sleepy. Yes, they're comin' in now." Dan looked over the low bulwarks at half a dozen dories, rowing towards them over the shining, silky sea. "I've never seen the sea from so low down," said Harvey. "It's fine." The low sun made the water all purple and pinkish, with golden lights on the barrels of the long swells, and blue and green mackerel shades in the hollows. Each schooner in sight seemed to be pulling her dories toward her by invisible strings, and the little black figures in the tiny boats pulled like clockwork toys. "They've struck on good," said Dan, between his half-shut eyes. "Manuel hain't room for another fish. Low as a lily pad in still water, ain't he?" "Which is Manuel? I don't see how you can tell 'em 'way off, as you do." "Last boat to the south'ard. He fund you last night," said Dan, pointing. "Manuel rows Portugoosy, an' you can't mistake him. East of him he's a heap better'n he rows is Pennsylvania, loaded with saleratus by the looks of him. East o' him see how pretty they string out all along with the humpy shoulders is Long Jack. He's a Galway man inhabitin' South Boston, where they all live mostly, an' mostly them Galway men are good in a boat. North, away yonder you'll hear him tune up in a minute is Tom Platt. Man o' war's man he was on the old Ohio. First of our navy, he says, to go round the Horn. He never talks of much else, 'cep' when he sings, but he has fair fishin' luck. There, what did I tell you?" A melodious bellow stole across the water from the northern dory. Harvey heard something about somebody's hands and feet being cold, and then: "Bring forth the chart, the doleful chart. See where the mountains meet. The clouds are thick around their heads, the mists around their feet." "Full boat," said Dan, with a chuckle. "If he gives us 'O Captain,' it's toppin' full." The bellow continued: "And now to thee, O Capting, most earnestly I pray That they shall never bury me in church or cloister gray." "Double game for Tom Platt. He'll tell you all about the old Ohio to morrow. See that blue dory behind him? He's my uncle, Dad's own brother, an' if there's any bad luck loose on the Banks she'll fetch up agin Uncle Salters, sure. Look how tender he's rowin'. I'll lay my wage an' share he's the only man stung up to day, an' he's stung up good." "What'll sting him?" said Harvey, getting interested. "Strawberries mostly. Pumpkins sometimes, and sometimes lemons and cucumbers. Yes, he's stung up from his elbows down. That man's luck perfectly paralyzin'. Now we'll take a hold of the tackles and hist 'em in. Is it true what you told me jest now, that you never done a hand's turn o' work in all your born life? Must feel kinder awful, don't it?" "I'm goin' to try to work anyway," Harvey replied stoutly. "Only it's all dead new." "Lay a hold of that tackle, then, behind you." Harvey grabbed at a rope and long iron hook dangling from one of the stays of the mainmast, while Dan pulled down another that ran from something he called a topping lift, as Manuel drew alongside in his loaded dory. The Portuguese smiled a brilliant smile that Harvey learned to know well later, and a short-handled fork began to throw fish into the pen on deck.
231, he shouted.
"Give him the hook," said Dan, and Harvey ran it into Manuel's hands. He slipped it through a loop of rope at the dory's bow, caught Dan's tackle, hooked it to the stern becket, and clambered into the schooner. "Pull!" shouted Dan, and Harvey pulled, astonished to find how easily the dory rose. "Hold on she don't nest in the crosstrees." Dan laughed, and Harvey held on, for the boat lay in the air above his head. "Lower away!" Dan shouted, and as Harvey lowered, Dan swayed the light boat with one hand till it landed softly just behind the mainmast. "They don't weigh nothin' empty. That was right smart for a passenger. There's more trick to it in a seaway." "Ha ha!" said Manuel, holding out a brown hand. "You are some pretty well now? This time last night the fish they fished for you. Now you fish for fish. Eh, what?" "I'm ever so grateful," Harvey stammered, and his unfortunate hand stole to his pocket once more, but he remembered that he had no money to offer. When he knew Manuel better, the mere thought of the mistake he might have made would have covered him with hot, uneasy blushes in his bunk. "There is no to be thankful for to me," said Manuel. "How shall I leave you drift all around the banks? Now you are a fishman, eh, what?" "Ooh! Ah!" He bent backward and forward stiffly from the hips to get the kinks out of himself. "I have not clean boat to day. Too busy. They struck on queek. Danny, my son, clean for me." Harvey moved forward at once. Here was something he could do for the man who had saved his life. Dan threw him a swab, and he leaned over the dory, mopping up the slime clumsily, but with great good will. "Hike out the foot-boards. They slide in them grooves," said Dan. "Swab 'em and lay 'em down. Never let a foot-board jam. You may want her bad some day. Here's Long Jack." A stream of glittering fish flew into the pen from a dory alongside. "Manuel, you take the tackle. I'll fix the tables. Harvey, clear Manuel's boat. Long Jack's nestin' on the top of her." Harvey looked up from his swabbing at the bottom of another dory just above his head. "Jest like the Injun puzzle boxes, ain't they?" said Dan as the one boat dropped into the other.
"Takes to it like a duck to water,"
said Long Jack, a grizzly-chinned, long-lipped Galway man, bending to and fro exactly as Manuel had done. Disko in the cabin growled up the hatchway, and they could hear him suck his pencil.
149 and a half. Bad luck to ye, Discobolus," said Long Jack. "I'm murderin' myself to fill up your pockets. Slayed it for a bad catch. The Portuguese has bait me." Whack came another dory alongside, and more fish shot into the pen. 203. Let's look at the passenger." The speaker was even larger than the Galway man, and his face was made curious by a purple cut running slantwise from his left eye to the right corner of his mouth. Not knowing what else to do, Harvey swabbed each dory as it came down, pulled out the footboards, and laid them in the bottom of the boat. "He's caught on good,"
said the scarred man, who was Tom Platt, watching him critically.
"There are two ways of doing everything. One's fisher fashion, any end first and a slippery hitch over all, and the other's—"
"What we did on the old Ohio," Dan interrupted, brushing into the knot of men with a log board on legs. "Get out of here, Tom Platt, and leave me fix the tables." He jammed one end of the board into two nicks in the bulwarks, kicked out the leg, and ducked just in time to avoid a swinging blow from the man-o'-war's man.
"And they did that on the Ohio, too, Danny. See?" said Tom Platt, laughing.
"Guess they were swivel-eyed then, for it didn't get home, and I know who'll find his boots on the main truck if he don't leave us alone. Haul ahead. I'm busy, can't you see?"
"Danny, you lie on the cable and sleep all day," said Long Jack. "You're the height o' impidence,
and I'm persuaded you'll corrupt our supercargo in a week." "His name's Harvey," said Dan, waving two strangely shaped knives. and he'll be worth 5 of any South Boston clam digger 'fore long." He laid the knives tastefully on the table, cocked his head on one side, and admired the effect. "I think it's 42," said a small voice overside, and there was a roar of laughter as another voice answered, "Then my luck's turned fer once, 'cause I'm 45, though I be stung outer all shape." 42 or 45, I've lost count, the small voice said. "It's Penn and Uncle Salters countin' catch. This beats the circus any day," said Dan. "Jest look at them." "Come in," roared Long Jack. "It's wet out yonder, children." 42, ye said. That was Uncle Salters. "I can't again, then," the voice replied meekly. The two dories swung together and bunted into the schooner's side. "Patience o' Jerusalem," snapped Uncle Salters, backing water with a splash. "What possessed a farmer like you to set foot in a boat beats me. You've nigh stove me all up." "I'm sorry, Mr. Salters. I came to sea on account of nervous dyspepsia. You advised me, I think." "You an' your nervous dyspepsy be drowned in the whale hole," roared Uncle Salters, a fat and tubby little man. "You're comin' down on me agin. Did you say 42 or 45?" "I've forgotten, Mr. Salters. Let's count." "Don't see as it could be 45. I'm 45," said Uncle Salters. "You count keerful, Penn." Disko Troop came out of the cabin. "Salters, you pitch your fish in now at once," he said in the tone of authority. "Don't spoil the catch, Dad," Dan murmured. "Them two are only just beginnin'." "Mother av delight! He's forkin' them one by one," howled Long Tom, as Uncle Salters got to work laboriously, the little man in the other dory counting a line of notches on the gunwale. "That was last week's catch," he said, looking up plaintively, his forefinger where he had left off. Manuel nudged Dan, who darted to the after tackle, and leaning far overside slipped the hook into the stern rope as Manuel made her fast forward. The others pulled gallantly and swung the boat in, man, fish, and all.
1, 2, 4, 9, said Tom Platt, counting with a practiced eye. 47. Penn, you're it. Dan let the after tackle run, and slid him out of the stern onto the deck amid a torrent of his own fish. "Hold on!" roared Uncle Salters, bobbing by the waist. "Hold on! I'm a bit mixed up on my count." He had no time to protest, but was hove inboard and treated like Pennsylvania. 41, said Tom Platt. "Beat by a farmer, Salters, and you sech a sailor, too." "'Tweren't fair count," said he, stumbling out of the pen, "and I'm all stung up to pieces." His thick hands were puffy and mottled purply white. "Some folks will find strawberry bottom," said Dan, addressing the newly risen moon, "if they hev to dive fer it, seems to me." "An' others," said Uncle Salters, "eats the fat o' the land in sloth, an' mocks their own blood kin." "Seat ye! Seat ye!" A voice Harvey had not heard called from the foc'sle. Disko Troop, Tom Platt, Long Jack, and Salters went forward on the word. Little Penn bent above his square deep sea reel and the tangled cod lines. Manuel lay down full length on the deck, and Dan dropped into the hold, where Harvey heard him banging casks with a hammer. "Salt," he said, returning. "Soon as we're through supper we get to dressing down. You'll pitch to Dad. Tom Platt and Dad they stow together, and you'll hear 'em arguin'. We're second half, you and me and Manuel and Penn, the youth and beauty o' the boat." "What's the good o' that?" said Harvey. "I'm hungry." "They'll be through in a minute. Sniff! She smells good to night. Dad ship's a good cook if he do suffer with his brother. It's a full catch to day, ain't it?" He pointed to the pens piled high with cod. "What water did ye hev, Manuel?" 25, father," said the Portuguese sleepily. "They strike on good an' queek. Some day I show you, Harvey."
The moon was beginning to walk on the still sea before the elder men came aft. The cook had no need to cry second half. Dan and Manuel were down at the hatch and at table ere Tom Platt, last and most deliberate of the elders, had finished wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Harvey followed Penn, and sat down before a tin pan of cod's tongues and sounds, mixed with scraps of pork and fried potato, a loaf of hot bread, and some black and powerful coffee. Hungry as they were, they waited while Pennsylvania solemnly asked a blessing. Then they stoked in silence, till Dan drew breath over his tin cup and demanded of Harvey how he felt. "Most full, but there's just room for another piece." The cook was a huge, jet-black negro, and unlike all the negroes Harvey had met, did not talk, contenting himself with smiles and dumb-show invitations to eat more. "See, Harvey," said Dan, rapping with his fork on the table. "It's jest as I said. The young and handsome men, like me and Pensy, and you and Manuel, we're second half, and we eats when the first half are through. They're the old fish, and they're mean and humpy, and their stomachs has to be humored, so they come first, which they don't deserve. Ain't that so, doctor?" The cook nodded. "Can't he talk?" said Harvey in a whisper. "'Nough to get along. Not much o' anything we know. His natural tongue's kinder curious. Comes from the innards of Cape Breton, he does, where the farmers speak home-made Scotch. Cape Breton's full o' whose folk run in there durin' our war, and they talk like the farmers, all huffy-chuffy." "That is not Scotch," said Pennsylvania. "That is Gaelic. So I read in a book." "Penn reads a heap. Most of what he says is so, 'cep when it comes to account o' fish, eh?" "Does your father just let them say how many they've caught, without checking them?" said Harvey. "Why, yes. Where's the sense of a man lyin' for a few old cod?" "Was a man once lied for his catch," Manuel put in. "Lied every day. 5, 10, 25 more fish than come he say there was." "Where was that?" said Dan. "None of our folk." "Frenchman of Aguille." "Ah, those West Shore Frenchmen don't count, anyways. Stands to reason they can't count. If you run acrost any of their soft hooks, Harvey, you'll know why," said Dan with an awful contempt. "Always more and never less, every time we come to dress." Long Jack roared down the hatch, and the second half scrambled up at once. The shadow of the masts and rigging, with the never-furled riding sail, rolled to and fro on the heaving deck in the moonlight, and the pile of fish by the stern shone like a dump of fluid silver. In the hold there were tramplings and rumblings where Disko Troop and Tom Platt moved among the salt bins. Dan passed Harvey a pitchfork, and led him to the inboard end of the rough table, where Uncle Salters was drumming impatiently with a knife haft. A tub of salt water lay at his feet. "You pitch to Dad and Tom Platt down the hatch, and take keer Uncle Salters don't cut your eye out," said Dan, swinging himself into the hold. "I'll pass salt below." Penn and Manuel stood knee-deep among cod in the pen, flourishing drawn knives. Long Jack, a basket at his feet and mittens on his hands, faced Uncle Salters at the table, and Harvey stared at the pitchfork and the tub. "Hi!" shouted Manuel, stooping to the fish, and bringing one up with a finger under its gill and a finger in its eye. He laid it on the edge of the pen, the knife blade glimmered with a sound of tearing, and the fish, slit from throat to vent, with a nick on either side of the neck, dropped at Long Jack's feet. "Hi!" said Long Jack, with a scoop of his mittened hand. The cod's liver dropped in the basket. Another wrench and scoop sent the head and offal flying, and the empty fish slid across to Uncle Salters, who snorted fiercely. There was another sound of tearing, the backbone flew over the bulwarks, and the fish, headless, gutted and open, splashed in the tub, sending the salt water into Harvey's astonished mouth. After the first yell, the men were silent. The cod moved along as though they were alive, and long ere Harvey had ceased wondering at the miraculous dexterity of it all,
His tub was full.
"Pitch,"
grunted Uncle Salters, without turning his head, and Harvey pitched the fish by twos and threes down the hatch. "Hi! Pitch 'em bunchy!" shouted Dan. "Don't scatter. Uncle Salters is the best splitter in the fleet. Watch him mind his book." Indeed, it looked a little as though the round uncle were cutting magazine pages against time. Manuel's body, cramped over it from the hips, stayed like a statue, but his long arms grabbed the fish without ceasing. Little Penn toiled valiantly, but it was easy to see he was weak. Once or twice Manuel found time to help him without breaking the chain of supplies, and once Manuel howled because he had caught his finger in a Frenchman's hook. These hooks are made of soft metal, to be rebent after use, but the cod very often get away with them and are hooked again elsewhere, and that is one of the many reasons why the Gloucester boats despise the Frenchmen. Down below, the rasping sound of rough salt rubbed on rough flesh sounded like the whirring of a grindstone, a steady undertune to the click-nick of the knives in the pen, the wrench and schloop of torn heads, dropped liver, and flying offal, the "Caraah" of Uncle Salters's knife scooping away backbones, and the flap of wet, opened bodies falling into the tub. At the end of an hour Harvey would have given the world to rest, for fresh, wet cod weigh more than you would think, and his back ached with the steady pitching. But he felt for the first time in his life that he was one of a working gang of men, took pride in the thought, and held on sullenly. "Knife-o!" shouted Uncle Salters at last. Penn doubled up, gasping among the fish. Manuel bowed back and forth to supple himself, and Long Jack leaned over the bulwarks. The cook appeared, noiseless as a black shadow, collected a mass of backbones and heads, and retreated. "Blood ends for breakfast and head chowder," said Long Jack, smacking his lips. "Knife-ho!" repeated Uncle Salters, waving the flat, curved splitter's weapon. "Look by your foot, Harve!" cried Dan below. Harvey saw half a dozen knives stuck in a cleat in the hatch combing. He dealt these around, taking over the dulled ones.
"Water,"
said Disko Troop. "Scuttlebutt's forward, and the dipper's alongside. Hurry, Harve!" said Dan. He was back in a minute with a big dipper full of stale brown water which tasted like nectar, and loosed the jaws of Disko and Tom Platt.
"These are cod," said Disko. "They ain't Damascus figs, Tom Platt, nor yet silver bars. I've told you that every single time since we've sailed together."
"A matter o' 7 seasons," returned Tom Platt coolly. "Good stowin's good stowin' all the same, and there's a right and a wrong way o' stowin' ballast even. If you'd ever seen 400 ton o' iron set into the Hi!" With a yell from Manuel, the work began again, and never stopped till the pen was empty. The instant the last fish was down, Disko Troop rolled aft to the cabin with his brother. Manuel and Long Jack went forward. Tom Platt only waited long enough to slide home the hatch ere he too disappeared. In half a minute Harvey heard deep snores in the cabin, and he was staring blankly at Dan and Penn. "I did a little better that time, Danny," said Penn, whose eyelids were heavy with sleep. "But I think it is my duty to help clean." "Wouldn't hev your conscience for 1,000 quintal," said Dan. "Turn in, Penn. You've no call to do boy's work. Draw a bucket, Harvey. Oh, Penn, dump these in the gurry butt 'fore you sleep. Can you keep awake that long?" Penn took up the heavy basket of fish livers, emptied them into a cask with a hinged top, lashed by the foc'sle. Then he too dropped out of sight in the cabin. "Boys clean up after dressin' down, and first watch in calm weather is boys' watch on the We're Here." Dan sluiced the pen energetically, unshipped the table, set it up to dry in the moonlight, ran the red knife blades through a wad of oakum, and began to sharpen them on a tiny grindstone, as Harvey threw offal and backbones overboard under his direction. At the first splash a silvery white ghost rose bolt upright from the oily water and sighed a weir, whistling sigh. Harvey started back with a shout, but Dan only laughed. "Grampus," said he.
beggin' for fish heads. They up end that way when they're hungry. Breath on him like the doleful tombs, ain't he?" A horrible stench of decayed fish filled the air as the pillar of white sank, and the water bubbled oilily. "Hain't you never seen a grampus up end before? You'll see 'em by hundreds 'fore you're through. Say, it's good to have a boy aboard again. Otto was too old, an' a Dutchy at that. Him an' me we fought considerable. Wouldn't ha' keered fer that if he'd had a Christian tongue in his head. Sleepy?" "Dead sleepy," said Harvey, nodding forward. "Mustn't sleep on watch. Rouse up an' see if our anchor light's bright an' shinin'. You're on watch now, Harve." "Pshaw! What's to hurt us? Bright as day." "Just when things happen, Dad says. Fine weather's good sleepin', an' 'fore you know, maybe, you're cut in two by a liner, an' 17 brass-bound officers, all gentlemen, lift their hand to it that your lights was out an' there was a thick fog. Harve, I've kinder took to you, but if you nod once more I'll lay into you with a rope's end." The moon, who sees many strange things on the Banks, looked down on a slim youth in knickerbockers and a red jersey staggering around the cluttered decks of a 70-ton schooner, while behind him, waving a knotted rope, walked, after the manner of an executioner, a boy who yawned and nodded between the blows he dealt. The lashed wheel groaned and kicked softly, the riding sail slatted a little in the shifts of the light wind, the windlass creaked, and the miserable procession continued. Harvey expostulated, threatened, whimpered, and at last wept outright, while Dan, the words clotting on his tongue, spoke of the beauty of watchfulness, and slashed away with the rope's end, punishing the dories as often as he hit Harvey. At last the clock in the cabin struck 10, and upon the 10th stroke little Penn crept on deck. He found 2 boys in 2 tumbled heaps side by side on the main hatch, so deeply asleep that he actually rolled them to their berths. End of chapter. Chapter 3 of Captains Courageous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Captains Courageous by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 3. It was the 40-fathom slumber that clears the soul and eye and heart, and sends you to breakfast ravening. They emptied a big tin dish of juicy fragments of fish, the blood ends the cook had collected overnight. They cleaned up the plates and pans of the elder mess, who were out fishing, sliced pork for the midday meal, swabbed down the foc'sle, filled the lamps, drew coal and water for the cook, and investigated the forehold, where the boat's stores were stacked. It was another perfect day, soft, mild, and clear, and Harvey breathed to the very bottom of his lungs. More schooners had crept up in the night, and the long blue seas were full of sails and dories. Far away on the horizon, the smoke of some liner, her hull invisible, smudged the blue, and to eastward a big ship's topgallant sails, just lifting, made a square nick in it. Disko Troop was smoking by the roof of the cabin, one eye on the craft around, and the other on the little fly at the mainmast head.
"When Dad kerflummoxes that way," said Dan in a whisper, "he's doin' some high-line thinkin' for all hands. I'll lay my wage an' share we'll make berth soon. Dad he knows the cod, an' the fleet they know Dad knows. See 'em comin' up, one by one, lookin' for nothin' in particular, o' course, but scrougin' on us all the time. There's the Prince Laboa, she's a Chatham boat. She's crep up since last night. An' see that big one with a patch in her foresail an' a new jib? She's the Carrie Pitman from West Chatham. She won't keep her canvas long on 'less her luck's changed since last season. She don't do much 'cep drift. there ain't an anchor mate'll hold her. When the smoke puffs up in little rings like that, Dad's studyin' the fish. If we speak to him now, he'll git mad. Last time I did, he jest took an' hove a boot at me." Disko Troop stared forward, the pipe between his teeth, with eyes that saw nothing. As his son said, he was studying the fish, pitting his knowledge and experience on the Banks against the roving cod in his own sea. He accepted the presence of the inquisitive schooners on the horizon as a compliment to his powers, but now that it was paid he wished to draw away and make his berth alone, till it was time to go up to the Virgin and fish in the streets of that roaring town upon the waters. So Disko Troop thought of recent weather, and gales, currents, food supplies, and other domestic arrangements, from the point of view of a 20-pound cod, was, in fact, for an hour a cod himself, and looked remarkably like one. Then he removed the pipe from his teeth.
"Dad," said Dan, "we've done our chores. Can't we go overside a piece? It's good catchin' weather."
Not in that cherry-colored rig nor them half-baked brown shoes. Give him something fit to wear."
"Dad's pleased. That settles it," said Dan delightedly, dragging Harvey into the cabin, while Troop pitched a key down the steps. "Dad keeps my spare rig where he can overhaul it, 'cause Ma says I'm keerless." He rummaged through a locker, and in less than 3 minutes Harvey was adorned with fisherman's rubber boots that came half up his thigh, a heavy blue jersey well darned at the elbows, a pair of flippers, and a sou'wester. "Now you look somethin' like," said Dan. "Hurry!"
"Keep nigh and handy," said Troop, "and don't go visitin' round the fleet. If any one asks you what I'm calculatin' to do, speak the truth, fer you don't know." A little red dory, labeled Hattie S., lay astern of the schooner. Dan hauled in the painter and dropped lightly on to the bottom boards, while Harvey tumbled clumsily after. "That's no way of getting into a boat," said Dan. "If there was any sea, you'd go to the bottom sure. You've got to learn to meet her." Dan fitted the thole pins, took the forward thwart, and watched Harvey's work. The boy had rowed, in a ladylike fashion, on the Adirondack ponds, but there is a difference between squeaking pins and well-balanced rowlocks, light sculls and stubby 8-foot sea oars. They stuck in the gentle swell, and Harvey grunted. "Short. Row short," said Dan. "If you cramp your oar in any kind of sea, you're liable to turn her over. Ain't she a daisy? Mine, too." The little dory was specklessly clean. In her bows lay a tiny anchor, 2 jugs of water, and some 70 fathoms of thin, brown dory roding. A tin dinner horn rested in cleats just under Harvey's right hand, beside an ugly-looking maul, a short gaff, and a shorter wooden stick. A couple of lines, with very heavy leads and double cod hooks, all neatly coiled on square reels, were stuck in their place by the gunwale. "Where's the sail and mast?" said Harvey, for his hands were beginning to blister. Dan chuckled. "You don't sail fishing dories much. You pull, but you needn't pull so hard. Don't you wish you owned her?" "Well, I guess my father might give me one or two if I asked him," Harvey replied. He had been too busy to think much of his family till then. "That's so. I forgot your dad's a millionaire. You don't act millionairy any, now. But a dory and craft and gear" Dan spoke as though she were a whale boat "costs a heap. Think your dad'd give you one for a pet like?" "Shouldn't wonder. It would be 'most the only thing I haven't stuck him for yet." "Must be a expensive kinder kid to home. Don't slitheroo that way, Harve. Short's the trick, because no sea's ever dead still, and the swells'll crack! The loom of the oar kicked Harvey under the chin and knocked him backward. "That was what I was going to say. I had to learn too, but I wasn't more than 8 years old when I got my schoolin'." Harvey regained his seat with aching jaws and a frown. "No good gettin' mad at things, Dad says. It's our own fault if we can't handle 'em, he says. Let's try here.
Manuel'll give us the water."
The Portuguese was rocking fully a mile away, but when Dan upended an oar he waved his left arm 3 times.
30 fathom," said Dan, stringing a salt clam onto the hook. "Over with the doughboys. Bait same as I do, Harve, and don't snarl your reel."
Dan's line was out long before Harvey had mastered the mystery of baiting and heaving out the leads. The dory drifted along easily. It was not worth while to anchor till they were sure of good ground.
"Here we come!" Dan shouted, and a shower of spray rattled on Harvey's shoulders as a big cod flapped and kicked alongside. "Muckle, Harvey, muckle! Under your hand, quick!"
Evidently muckle could not be the dinner horn, so Harvey passed over the maul, and Dan scientifically stunned the fish before he pulled it inboard, and wrenched out the hook with a short wooden stick he called a gob stick. Then Harvey felt a tug, and pulled up zealously.
"Why, these are strawberries!" he shouted. "Look!"
The hook had fouled among a bunch of strawberries, red on one side and white on the other, perfect reproductions of the land fruit, except that there were no leaves, and the stem was all pipy and slimy.
"Don't touch 'em! Slat 'em off! Don't—"
The warning came too late. Harvey had picked them from the hook and was admiring them.
"Ouch!"
he cried, for his fingers throbbed as though he had grasped many nettles.
"Now you know what strawberry bottom means. Nothin' 'cep fish should be teched with the naked fingers, Dad says. Slat 'em off agin the gunwale, an' bait up, Harve. Lookin' won't help any. It's all in the wages."
Harvey smiled at the thought of his $10.50 a month, and wondered what his mother would say if she could see him hanging over the edge of a fishing dory in mid-ocean. She suffered agonies whenever he went out on Saranac Lake, and by the way, Harvey remembered distinctly that he used to laugh at her anxieties. Suddenly the line flashed through his hand, stinging even through the "flippers," the woolen circlets supposed to protect it.
"He's a logy! Give him room accordin' to his strength," cried Dan. "I'll help ye." "No, you won't," Harvey snapped as he hung on to the line. "It's my first fish. Is it a whale?" "Halibut, maybe." Dan peered down into the water alongside, and flourished the big muckle, ready for all chances. Something white and oval flickered and fluttered through the green. "I'll lay my wage and share he's over 100. Are you so everlastin' anxious to land him alone?" Harvey's knuckles were raw and bleeding where they had been banged against the gunwale. His face was purple blue between excitement and exertion. He dripped with sweat, and was half blinded from staring at the circling sunlit ripples around the swiftly moving line. The boys were tired long ere the halibut, who took charge of them and the dory for the next 20 minutes. But the big flat fish was gaffed and hauled in at last. "Beginner's luck," said Dan, wiping his forehead. "He's all of 100." Harvey looked at the huge gray and mottled creature with unspeakable pride. He had seen halibut many times on marble slabs ashore, but it had never occurred to him to ask how they came inland. Now he knew, and every inch of his body ached with fatigue. "If Dad was along," said Dan, hauling up, "he'd read the signs plain's print. The fish are runnin' smaller and smaller, and you've took about as logy a halibuts as we're apt to find this trip. Yesterday's catch, did you notice it? Was all big fish and no halibut. Dad, he's read them signs right off. Dad says everything on the banks is signs, and can be read wrong or right. Dad's deeper'n the whale hole." Even as he spoke, someone fired a pistol on the We're Here, and a potato basket was run up in the fore rigging. "What did I say now? That's the call for the whole crowd. Dad's onter something, or he'd never break fishin' this time o' day. Reel up, Harve, and we'll pull back." They were to windward of the schooner, just ready to flirt the dory over the still sea, when sounds of woe half a mile off led them to Penn, who was careering about a fixed point, for all the world like a gigantic water bug. The little man backed away and came down again with enormous energy, but at the end of each maneuver his dory swung round and snubbed herself on her rope. We'll have to help him, else he'll root and seed here," said Dan. "What's the matter?" said Harvey. This was a new world, where he could not lay down the law to his elders, but had to ask questions humbly. And the sea was horribly big and unexcited. "Anchor's fouled. Penn's always losin' 'em. Lost 2 this trip already. On sandy bottom, too. And Dad says next one he loses, sure as fishin', he'll give him the kelleg. That'd break Penn's heart." "What's a kelleg?" said Harvey, who had a vague idea it might be some kind of marine torture, like keel hauling in the story books. "Big stone instead of an anchor. You can see a kelleg ridin' in the bows fur's you can see a dory, and all the fleet knows what it means. They'd guy him dreadful. Penn couldn't stand that no more'n a dog with a dipper to his tail. He's so everlastin' sensitive. Hello, Penn! Stuck again? Don't try any more of your patents. Come up on her and keep your rodin' straight up and down." "It doesn't move," said the little man, panting. "It doesn't move at all, and indeed I've tried everything." "What's all this hurrah's nest for'ard?" said Dan, pointing to a wild tangle of spare oars and dory roding, all matted together by the hand of inexperience. "Oh, that," said Penn proudly, "is a Spanish windlass. Mr. Salters showed me how to make it, but even that doesn't move her." Dan bent low over the gunwale to hide a smile, twitched once or twice on the roding, and behold, the anchor drew at once. "Haul up, Penn," he said, laughing, "or she'll get stuck again." They left him regarding the weed-hung flukes of the little anchor with big, pathetic blue eyes, and thanking them profusely. "Oh, say, while I think of it, Harve," said Dan, when they were out of earshot, "Penn ain't quite all caulked. He ain't nowise dangerous, but his mind's give out. See?" "Is that so, or is it one of your father's judgments?" Harvey asked as he bent to his oars. He felt he was learning to handle them more easily. "Dad ain't mistook this time. Penn's a sure enough loony. No, he ain't that exactly. So much as a harmless idjit. It was this way. You're rowin' quite so, Harve. And I tell you 'cause it's right you oughter know. He was a Moravian preacher once. Jacob Boller was his name, Dad told me, and he lived with his wife and 4 children somewheres out Pennsylvania way. Well, Penn he took his folks along to a Moravian meeting, camp meeting most like, and they stayed over just one night in Johnstown. You've heerd talk of Johnstown?" Harvey considered. "Yes, I have, but I don't know why. It sticks in my head same as Ashtabula." "Both was big accidents, that's why, Harve. Well, that one single night Penn and his folks was to the hotel, Johnstown was wiped out. Dam bustin' flooded her, and the houses struck adrift and bumped into each other and sunk. I've seen the pictures, and they're dreadful. Penn he saw his folks drowned all in a heap 'fore he rightly knew what was comin'. His mind give out from that on. He mistrusted somethin' had happened up to Johnstown, but for the poor life of him he couldn't remember what, and he just drifted around smilin' and wonderin'. He didn't know what he was, nor yet what he had been. In that way he run agin Uncle Salters, who was visitin' Allegheny City. Half my mother's folks they live scattered inside of Pennsylvania, and Uncle Salters he visits around winters. Uncle Salters he kind of adopted Penn, well knowin' what his trouble was, and he brought him east, and he give him work on his farm." "Why, I heard him callin' Penn a farmer last night when the boats bumped. Is your Uncle Salters a farmer?" "Farmer!" shouted Dan. "There ain't water enough 'tween here and Hatteras to wash the fur mold off of his boots. He's just everlastin' farmer. Why, Harve, I've seen that man hitch up a bucket 'long towards sundown and set twiddlin' the spigot to the scuttle-butt same as 'twas a cow's bag. He's that much farmer. Well, Penn and he they ran the farm, up Exeter way 'twas. Uncle Salters he sold it this spring to a jay from Boston as wanted to build a summer house, and he got a heap for it. Well, them 2 loonies scratched along till, one day, Penn's church he'd belonged to, the Moravians, found out where he was drifted and layin', and wrote to Uncle Salters. Never heerd what they said exactly, but Uncle Salters was mad. He's a 'Piscopalian mostly, but he jest let 'em have it both sides o' the bow, 'sif he was a Baptist, an' says he warn't goin' to give up Penn to any blame Moravian connection in Pennsylvania or anywheres else. Then he came to Dad, towin' Penn that was 2 trips back an' says he an' Penn must fish a trip for their health. Guess he thought the Moravians wouldn't hunt the Banks fer Jacob Boiler. Dad was agreeable, fer Uncle Salters had been fishin' off an' on fer 30 years, when he warn't inventing patent manures, an' he took quarter share in the We're Here, an' the trip done Penn so much good Dad made a habit o' takin' him. Some day, Dad says, he'll remember his wife an' kids an' Johnstown, an' then, like as not, he'll die, Dad says. Don't you talk about Johnstown ner such things to Penn, or Uncle Salters he'll heave you overboard." "Poor Penn," murmured Harvey. "I should never have thought Uncle Salters cared for him by the look of 'em together." "I like Penn, though. We all do," said Dan. "We ought to have give him a tow, but I wanted to tell you first." They were close to the schooner now, the other boats a little behind them.
"You needn't heave in the dories till after dinner," said Troop, from the deck. "We'll dress down right off. Fix table, boys."
"Deeper'n the Whale deep," said Dan, with a wink, as he set the gear for dressing down. "Look at them boats that have edged up since mornin'. They're all waitin' on Dad. See 'em, Harve?" "They are all alike to me." And indeed to a landsman the nodding schooners around seemed run from the same mould. "They ain't, though. That yaller dirty packet with its bowsprit steeved that way, she's the Hope o' Prague. Nick Brady's her skipper, the meanest man on the Banks. We'll tell him so when we strike the main ledge. Way off yonder's the Day's Eye. The 2 Geralds own her. She's from Harwich, fastish, too, an' his Good Luck, but Dad he'd find fish in a graveyard. Them other 3 side along, they're the Margie Smith, Rose, an' Edith C. Whalen, all from home. Guess we'll see the Abby M. Deering to morrer, Dad, won't we? They're all slippin' over from the shoal o' Quiro."
"You won't see many boats to morrow, Danny." When Troop called his son Danny, it was a sign that the old man was pleased. "Boys, we're too crowded," he went on, addressing the crew as they clambered inboard. "We'll leave 'em to bait big and catch small." He looked at the catch in the pen, and it was curious to see how little and level the fish ran. Save for Harvey's halibut, there was nothing over 15 pounds on deck. "I'm waiting on the weather," he added.
"You'll have to make it yourself, Disko, for there's no sign I can see," said Long Jack, sweeping the clear horizon.
And yet, half an hour later, as they were dressing down, the Bank fog dropped on them. Between fish and fish, as they say, it drove steadily and in wreaths, curling and smoking along the colorless water. The men stopped dressing down without a word. Long Jack and Uncle Salters slipped the windlass brakes into their sockets, and began to heave up the anchor, the windlass jarring as the wet hempen cable strained on the barrel. Manuel and Tom Platt gave a hand at the last. The anchor came up with a sob, and the riding sail bellied as Troop steadied her at the wheel.
"Up jib and foresail," said he.
"Slip 'em in the smother,"
shouted Long Jack, making fast the jib sheet, while the others raised the clacking, rattling rings of the foresail, and the foreboom creaked as the We're Here looked up into the wind and dived off into blank, whirling white.
"There's wind behind this fog," said Troop.
It was all wonderful beyond words to Harvey, and the most wonderful part was that he heard no orders except an occasional grunt from Troop, ending with,
"That's good, my son."
"Never seen anchor weighed before?" said Tom Platt to Harvey, gaping at the damp canvas of the foresail. "No. Where are we goin'?" "Fish and make berth, as you'll find out 'fore you've been a week aboard. It's all new to you, but we never know what may come to us. Now take me, Tom Platt.
I'd never ha' thought."
"It's better than $14 a month and a bullet in your belly," said Troop from the wheel. "Ease your jumbo a grind."
"Dollars and cents better," returned the man o' war's man, doing something to a big jib with a wooden spar tied to it. "But we didn't think o' that when we manned the windlass brakes on the Miss Jim Buck, outside Beaufort Harbour, with Fort Macon heavin' hot shot at our stem, and a livin' gale atop of all. Where was you then, Disko?"
"Just here or hereabouts," Disko replied. "Earnin' my bread on the deep waters, and dodgin' Reb privateers. Sorry I can't accommodate you with red hot shot, Tom Platt, but I guess we'll come out all right on wind 'fore we see Eastern Point."
There was an incessant slapping and chatter at the bows now, varied by a solid thud and a little spout of spray that clattered down on the foc'sle. The rigging dripped clammy drops, and the men lounged along the lee of the house, all save Uncle Salters, who sat stiffly on the main hatch, nursing his stung hands.
"Guess she'd carry staysail,"
said Disko, rolling one eye at his brother.
"Guess she wouldn't to any sort o' profit. What's the sense of wastin' canvas?"
the farmer sailor replied. The wheel twitched almost imperceptibly in Disko's hands. A few seconds later a hissing wave top slashed diagonally across the boat, smote Uncle Salters between the shoulders, and drenched him from head to foot. He rose sputtering and went forward, only to catch another. "See Dad chase him all around the deck," said Dan. "Uncle Salters he thinks his quarter share's our canvas. Dad's put this duckin' act up on him 2 trips runnin'. Hi, that found him where he feeds." Uncle Salters had taken refuge by the foremast, but a wave slapped him over the knees. Disko's face was as blank as the circle of the wheel.
"Guess she'd lie easier under staysail, Salters,"
said Disko, as though he had seen nothing.
"Set your old kite, then,"
roared the victim through a cloud of spray.
"Only don't lay it to me if anything happens. Penn, you go below right off and get your coffee. And you ought to have more sense than to bum around on deck this weather."
"Now they'll swill coffee and play checkers till the cows come home," said Dan, as Uncle Salters hustled Penn into the fore cabin. "Looks to me like's if we'd all be doin' so for a spell. There's nothin' in creation deader limpsy idler'n a banker when she ain't on fish."
"I'm glad you spoke, Danny,"
cried Long Jack, who had been casting round in search of amusement.
"I'd clean forgot we'd got a passenger under that T-wharf hat. There's no idleness for them that don't know their ropes. Pass him along, Tom Platt, and we'll larn him."
"'Tain't my trick this time," grinned Dan. "You've got to go it alone. Dan learned me with a rope's end." For an hour Long Jack walked his prey up and down, teaching, as he said, things at the sea that ivery man must know, blind, drunk, or asleep. There is not much gear to a 70-ton schooner with a stump foremast, but Long Jack had a gift of expression. When he wished to draw Harvey's attention to the peak halyards, he dug his knuckles into the back of the boy's neck and kept him at gaze for half a minute. He emphasized the difference between fore and aft generally by rubbing Harvey's nose along a few feet of the boom, and the lead of each rope was fixed in Harvey's mind by the end of the rope itself. The lesson would have been easier had the deck been at all free, but there appeared to be a place on it for everything and anything except a man. Forward lay the windlass and its tackle, with the chain and hemp cables, all very unpleasant to trip over, the foc'sle stovepipe, and the gurry butts by the foc'sle hatch to hold the fish livers. Aft of these the foreboom and booby of the main hatch took all the space that was not needed for the pumps and dressing pens. Then came the nests of dories lashed to ring bolts by the quarter-deck, the house, with tubs and oddments lashed all around it, and last, the 60-foot main-boom, in its crutch, splitting things lengthwise, to duck and dodge under every time. Tom Platt, of course, could not keep his oar out of the business, but ranged alongside with enormous and unnecessary descriptions of sails and spars on the old Ohio.
"Niver mind what he says. Attend to me, innocents. Tom Platt, this ballyhoo's not the Ohio, and you're mixin' the boy bad."
He'll be ruined for life, beginning on a fore and after this way," Tom Platt pleaded. "Give him a chance to know a few leadin' principles. Sailin's an art, Harvey, and I'll show you if I had you in the foretop o' the—"
"I know it. You'd talk him dead and cold. Silence, Tom Platt."
"Now, after all I've said, how'd you reef the foresail, Harve? Take your time answerin'." "Haul that in," said Harvey, pointing to leeward.
"What? The North Atlantic?"
"No, the boom. Then run that rope you showed me back there."
"That's no way," Tom Platt burst in. "Quiet. He's larnin', and his not the name's good yet. Go on, Harve."
"Oh, it's the reef pennant. I'd hook the tackle onto the reef pennant, and then let down—" "Lower the sail, child, lower," said Tom Platt in a professional agony. "Lower the throat and peak halyards," Harvey went on. Those names stuck in his head. "Lay your hand on 'em," said Long Jack. Harvey obeyed. "Lower till that roop lope on the after leach no, it's cringle till the cringle was down on the boom. Then I'd tie her up the way you said, and then I'd hoist up the peak and throat halyards again."
"You've forgot to pass the tack earing, but with time and help you'll learn. There's good and just reason for every rope aboard, or else 'twould be overboard. Do you follow me? 'Tis dollars and cents I'm puttin' into your pocket, you skinny little supercargo, so that when you're filled out you can ship from Boston to Cuba and tell 'em Long Jack larned you. Now I'll chase you around a piece, callin' the ropes, and you lay your hand on 'em as I call." He began, and Harvey, who was feeling rather tired, walked slowly to the rope named. A rope's end licked round his ribs, and nearly knocked the breath out of him. "When you own a boat," said Tom Platt, with severe eyes, "you can walk. Till then, take all orders at the run. Once more, to make sure." Harvey was in a glow with the exercise, and this last cut warmed him thoroughly. Now he was a singularly smart boy, the son of a very clever man and a very sensitive woman, with a fine resolute temper that systematic spoiling had nearly turned to mulish obstinacy. He looked at the other men, and saw that even Dan did not smile. It was evidently all in a day's work, though it hurt abominably, so he swallowed the hint with a gulp and a gasp and a grin. The same smartness that led him to take such advantage of his mother made him very sure that no one on the boat, except maybe Penn, would stand the least nonsense. One learns a great deal from a mere tone. Long Jack called over half a dozen more ropes, and Harvey danced over the deck like an eel at ebb tide, one eye on Tom Platt. Very good done," said Manuel. "After supper I show you a little schooner I make, with all her ropes. So we shall learn." "First class fer a passenger," said Dan. "Dad, he's jest allowed you be wuth your salt maybe 'fore you drowned. That's a heap fer Dad. I'll learn you more our next watch together." "Taller,"
grunted Disko, peering through the fog as it smoked over the bows. There was nothing to be seen 10 feet beyond the surging jib boom, while alongside rolled the endless procession of solemn, pale waves, whispering and upping one to the other. "Now I'll learn you something Long Jack can't," shouted Tom Platt, as from a locker by the stern he produced a battered deep-sea lead hollowed at one end, smeared the hollow from a saucer full of mutton tallow, and went forward. "I'll learn you how to fly the Blue Pigeon. Shoo!" Disko did something to the wheel that checked the schooner's way, while Manuel, with Harvey to help, and a proud boy was Harvey, let down the jib and a lump on the boom. The lead sung a deep droning song as Tom Platt whirled it round and round.
"Go ahead, man," said Long Jack impatiently. "We're not drawing 25 foot off Fire Island in a fog. There's no trick to it."
"Don't be jealous, Galway." The released lead plopped into the sea far ahead as the schooner surged slowly forward. "Soundin' is a trick, though," said Dan. "When your dipsy lead's all the eye you're like to hev fer a week. What d'ye make it, Dad?" Disko's face relaxed. His skill and honor were involved in the march he had stolen on the rest of the fleet, and he had his reputation as a master artist who knew the Banks blindfold.
60, maybe, if I'm any judge,
he replied, with a glance at the tiny compass in the window of the house.
60,
sung out Tom Platt, hauling in great wet coils. The schooner gathered way once more.
heave,
said Disko, after a quarter of an hour.
What do you make it?
Dan whispered, and he looked at Harvey proudly. But Harvey was too proud of his own performances to be impressed just then.
50,
said the father.
I mistrust we're right over the nick of Green Bank on old 65.
50, roared Tom Platt. They could scarcely see him through the fog. She's bust within a yard, like the shells at Fort Macon.
Bait up, Harv,
said Dan, diving for a line on the reel. The schooner seemed to be straying promiscuously through the smother, her head sail banging wildly. The men waited and looked at the boys, who began fishing.
"Heh!"
Dan's lines twitched on the scored and scarred rail.
"Now how in thunder did Dad know? Help us here, Harv. It's a big un. Poke hook, too."
They hauled together, and landed a goggle-eyed 20-pound cod. He had taken the bait right into his stomach.
"Why, he's all covered with little crabs,"
cried Harvey, turning him over.
"By the great hook block, they're lousy already," said Long Jack. "Disko, you keep your spare eyes under the keel."
Splash went the anchor, and they all heaved over the lines, each man taking his place at the bulwarks.
"Are they good to eat?"
Harvey panted as he lugged in another crab-covered cod.
"Sure. When they're lousy, it's a sign they've all been herdin' together by the thousand, and when they take the bait that way, they're hungry. Never mind how the bait sets, they'll bite on the bare hook."
"Say, this is great!" Harvey cried as the fish came in gasping and splashing, nearly all poke-hooked, as Dan had said. "Why can't we always fish from the boat instead of from the dories?"
"Allus can, till we begin to dress down. Efter that, the heads and offals 'd scare the fish to Fundy. Boat fishin' ain't reckoned progressive, though, unless you know as much as Dad knows. Guess we'll run out our trawl to night. Harder on the back this than from the dory, ain't it?"
It was rather back-breaking work, for in a dory the weight of a cod is water-borne till the last minute, and you are, so to speak, abreast of him. But the few feet of a schooner's freeboard make so much extra dead-hauling, and stooping over the bulwarks cramps the stomach. But it was wild and furious sport, so long as it lasted, and a big pile lay aboard when the fish ceased biting.
"Where's Penn and Uncle Salters?"
Harvey asked, slapping the slime off his oilskins, and reeling up the line in careful imitation of the others.
"Gets coffee and see."
Under the yellow glare of the lamp on the pawl post, the forecastle table down and opened, utterly unconscious of fish or weather, sat the two men, a checkerboard between them, Uncle Salters snarling at Penn's every move.
"What's the matter now?"
said the former, as Harvey, one hand in the leather loop at the head of the ladder, hung shouting to the cook.
"Big fish and lousy. Heaps and heaps,"
Harvey replied, quoting Long Jack.
"How's the game?"
Little Penn's jaw dropped.
"'Tweren't none o' his fault," snapped Uncle Salters. "Penn's deef."
"Checkers, weren't it?"
said Dan, as Harvey staggered aft with the steaming coffee in a tin pail.
"That lets us out of cleanin' up to night. Dad's a just man. They'll have to do it."
And two young fellers I know'll bait up a tub or so of trawl while they're cleanin',"
said Disko, lashing the wheel to his taste.
Guess I'd rather clean up, Dad."
"Don't doubt it. You won't, though. Dress down. Dress down. Penn'll pitch while you two bait up."
"Why in thunder didn't them blame boys tell us you'd struck on?"
said Uncle Salters, shuffling to his place at the table.
"This knife's gum blunt, Dan."
"If stickin' out cable don't wake you, guess you'd better hire a boy of your own,"
said Dan, muddling about in the dusk over the tubs full of trawl line lashed to windward of the house. "Oh, Harve, don't ye want to slip down an' git's bait?"
"Bait as we are," said Disko. "I mistrust shag fishin' will pay better, as things go." That meant the boys would bait with selected offal of the cod as the fish were cleaned, an improvement on paddling barehanded in the little bait barrels below. The tubs were full of neatly coiled line carrying a big hook every few feet, and the testing and baiting of every single hook, with the stowage of the baited line so that it should run clear when shot from the dory, was a scientific business. Dan managed it in the dark without looking, while Harvey caught his fingers on the barbs and bewailed his fate. But the hooks flew through Dan's fingers like tatting on an old maid's lap. "I helped bait up trawl ashore 'fore I could well walk," he said, "but it's a putterin' job all the same. Oh, Dad!" This shouted towards the hatch where Disko and Tom Platt were salting. "How many skates you reckon we'll need?" "'Baout 3. Hurry."
"There's 300 fathom to each tub," Dan explained. "More'n enough to lay out to night. Ouch! Slipped up there, I did." He stuck his finger in his mouth. "I tell you, Harve, there ain't money in Gloucester'd hire me to ship on a regular trawler. It may be progressive, but, barrin' that, it's the putterin'est, slim jammest business top of earth." "I don't know what this is, if 'tisn't regular trawlin'," said Harvey sulkily. "My fingers are all cut to frazzles." "Pshaw! This is jest one o' Dad's blame experiments. He don't trawl 'less there's mighty good reason fer it. Dad knows. That's why he's baitin' as he is. We'll have her saggin' full when we take her up, or we won't see a fin." Penn and Uncle Salters cleaned up as Disko had ordained, but the boys profited little. No sooner were the tubs furnished than Tom Platt and Long Jack, who had been exploring the inside of a dory with a lantern, snatched them away, loaded up the tubs in some small, painted trawl buoys, and hove the boat overboard into what Harvey regarded as an exceedingly rough sea. "They'll be drowned. Why, the dory's loaded like a freight car," he cried. "We'll be back," said Long Jack, "and in case you're not lookin' for us, we'll lay into you both if the trawl's snarled." The dory surged up on the crest of a wave, and just when it seemed impossible that she could avoid smashing against the schooner's side, slid over the ridge and was swallowed up in the damp dusk. "Take a hold here, and keep ringin' steady," said Dan, passing Harvey the lanyard of a bell that hung just behind the windlass. Harvey rang lustily, for he felt 2 lives depended on him. But Disko in the cabin, scrawling in the logbook, did not look like a murderer, and when he went to supper he even smiled dryly at the anxious Harvey. "This ain't no weather," said Dan. "Why, you an' me could set that trawl. They've only gone out jest far enough so as not to foul our cable. They don't need no bell, reely." Clang, clang, clang. Harvey kept it up, varied with occasional rub-a-dubs, for another half hour. There was a bellow and a bump alongside. Manuel and Dan raced to the hooks of the dory tackle. Long Jack and Tom Platt arrived on deck together, it seemed, one half the North Atlantic at their backs, and the dory followed them in the air, landing with a clatter. "Nary a snarl," said Tom Platt as he dripped. "Danny, you'll do yet." "The pleasure of your company to the banquet," said Long Jack, squelching the water from his boots as he capered like an elephant and stuck an oil-skinned arm into Harvey's face. "We do be condescended to honor the second half wid our presence." And off they all 4 rolled to supper, where Harvey stuffed himself to the brim on fish chowder and fried pies, and fell fast asleep just as Manuel produced from a locker a lovely 2-foot model of the Lucy Holmes, his first boat, and was going to show Harvey the ropes. Harvey never even twiddled his fingers as Penn pushed him into his bunk. "It must be a sad thing, a very sad thing," said Penn, watching the boy's face, "for his mother and his father, who think he's dead. To lose a child, to lose a man-child." "Get out of this, Penn," said Dan. "Go aft and finish your game with Uncle Salters. Tell Dad I'll stand Harve's watch if he don't keer.
He's played out."
"Very good boy," said Manuel, slipping out of his boots and disappearing into the black shadows of the lower bunk. "'Speck he make good man, Danny. I no see he is any so mad as your papa he says. Eh, what?" Dan chuckled, but the chuckle ended in a snore. It was thick weather outside, with a rising wind, and the elder men stretched their watches. The hours struck clear in the cabin. The nosing bows slapped and scuffled with the seas, the foc'sle stovepipe hissed and sputtered as the spray caught it, and the boys slept on, while Disko, Long Jack, Tom Platt, and Uncle Salters, each in turn, stumped aft to look at the wheel, forward to see that the anchor held, or to veer out a little more cable against chafing, with a glance at the dim anchor light between each round. End of chapter. Chapter 4 of Captains Courageous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Captains Courageous by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 4. Harvey waked to find the first half, at breakfast, the foc'sle door drawn to a crack, and every square inch of the schooner singing its own tune. The black bulk of the cook balanced behind the tiny galley, over the glare of the stove, and the pots and pans in the pierced wooden board before it jarred and racketed to each plunge. Up and up the foc'sle climbed, yearning and surging and quivering, and then, with a clear sickle-like swoop, came down into the seas. He could hear the flaring bows cut and squelch, and there was a pause ere the divided waters came down on the deck above, like a volley of buckshot. Followed the woolly sound of the cable in the hawse-hole, a grunt and squeal of the windlass, a yaw, a punt, and a kick, and the We're Here gathered herself together to repeat the motions. "Now ashore," he heard Long Jack saying, "ye've chores, and ye must do them in any weather. Here we're well clear of the fleet, and we've no chores, and that's a blessin'. Good night, all." He passed like a big snake from the table to his bunk, and began to smoke. Tom Platt followed his example. Uncle Salters, with Penn, fought his way up the ladder to stand his watch, and the cook set for the second half. It came out of its bunks as the others had entered theirs, with a shake and a yawn. It ate till it could eat no more, and then Manuel filled his pipe with some terrible tobacco, crouched himself between the pawl post and a forward bunk, cocked his feet up on the table, and smiled tender and indolent smiles at the smoke. Dan lay at length in his bunk, wrestling with a gaudy, gilt-stopped accordion, whose tunes went up and down with the pitching of the We're Here. The cook, his shoulders against the locker where he kept the fried pies (Dan was fond of fried pies), peeled potatoes, with one eye on the stove in event of too much water finding its way down the pipe, and the general smell and smother were past all description. Harvey considered affairs, wondered that he was not deathly sick, and crawled into his bunk again, as the softest and safest place, while Dan struck up, "I don't want to play in your yard," as accurately as the wild jerks allowed. "How long is this for?" Harvey asked of Manuel. "Till she get a little quiet, and we can roll to trawl. Perhaps to night. Perhaps 2 days more. You do not like, eh, what?" "I should have been crazy sick a week ago, but it doesn't seem to upset me now, much." "That is because we make you a fisherman, these days. If I was you, when I come to Gloucester, I would give 2, 3 big candles for my good luck." "Give who?" "To be sure, the Virgin of our church on the hill. She is very good to fishermen all the time. That is why so few of us Portuguese men ever are drowned." "You're a Roman Catholic, then?"
I am a Madeira man. I am not a Porto Rico boy. Shall I be Baptist, then? Eh, what? I always give candles. 2, 3 more when I come to Gloucester. The good Virgin, she never forgets me, Manuel." "I don't sense it that way," Tom Platt put in from his bunk, his scarred face lit up by the glare of a match as he sucked at his pipe. "It stands to reason the sea's the sea, and you'll get just about what's goin', candles or kerosene, for that matter." "'Tis a mighty good thing," said Long Jack, "to have a friend at court, though. I'm o' Manuel's way o' thinkin'. About 10 years back I was crew to a South Boston market boat. We was off Minot's Ledge with a northeaster, butt first atop of us, thicker'n burgoo. The old man was drunk. His chin was waggin' on the tiller, and I says to myself, if ever I stick my boat hook into T wharf again, I'll show the saints fwhat manner of craft they saved me out of. Now I'm here, as ye can well see, and the model of the dirty old Kathleen, that took me a month to make, I give it to the priest, and he hung it up forninst the altar. There's more sense in giving a model that's by way of being a work of art than any candle. Ye can buy candles at store, but a model shows the good saints you've took trouble and are grateful." "Do you believe that, Irish?" said Tom Platt, turning on his elbow. "Would I do it if I did not, Ohio?" "Well, Enoch Fuller he made a model of the old Ohio, and she's to Salem Museum now. Mighty pretty model, too, but I guess Enoch he never done it for no sacrifice, and the way I take it is—" There were the makings of an hour-long discussion of the kind that fishermen love, where the talk runs in shouting circles and no one proves anything at the end, had not Dan struck up this cheerful rhyme: "Up jumped the mackerel with his striped back, reef in the mainsail and haul on the tack, for it's windy weather." Here Long Jack joined in: "And it's blowy weather. When the winds begin to blow, pipe all hands together." Dan went on, with a cautious look at Tom Platt, holding the accordion low in the bunk: "Up jumped the cod with his chuckle head, went to the main chains to heave at the lead, for it's windy weather," etc. Tom Platt seemed to be hunting for something. Dan crouched lower, but sang louder: "Up jumped the flounder that swims to the ground, chucklehead, chucklehead, mind where ye sound." Tom Platt's huge rubber boot whirred across the foc'sle and caught Dan's uplifted arm. There was war between the man and the boy ever since Dan had discovered that the mere whistling of that tune would make him angry as he heaved the lead. "Thought I'd fetch ye," said Dan, returning the gift with precision. "If you don't like my music, git out your fiddle. I ain't goin' to lie here all day and listen to you and Long Jack arguin' about candles. Fiddle, Tom Platt, or I'll learn Harve here the tune." Tom Platt leaned down to a locker and brought up an old white fiddle. Manuel's eye glistened, and from somewhere behind the pawl post he drew out a tiny guitar-like thing with wire strings, which he called a natchet. "'Tis a concert," said Long Jack, beaming through the smoke. "A regular Boston concert." There was a burst of spray as the hatch opened, and Disko in yellow oilskins descended. "You're just in time, Disko. What ye doin' outside?"
"Just this."
He dropped on to the lockers with the push and heave of the We're Here.
"We're singin' to keep our breakfast down. You lead, of course, Disko," said Long Jack.
"Guess there ain't more'n about 2 old songs I know, and you've heard 'em both."
His excuses were cut short by Tom Platt launching into a most dolorous tune, like unto the moaning of winds and the creaking of masts. With his eyes fixed on the beams above, Disko began this ancient ditty, Tom Platt flourishing all around him to make the tune and words fit a little.
"There is a crack packet of fame. She hails from New York, and the Dreadnought's her name. You may talk of your flyers, Swallowtail and Black Ball, but the Dreadnought's the packet that can beat them all. Now the Dreadnought she lies in the River Mersey, because of the tugboat to take her to sea. But when she's off soundings, you shortly will know." Chorus. "She's the Liverpool packet, oh Lord, let her go." Now the dreadnought she's howling crossed the banks o' Newfoundland, where the water's all shallow and the bottom's all sand. Says all the little fishes that swim to and fro, Chorus. She's the Liverpool packet. Oh, Lord, let her go.
There were scores of verses, for he worked the dreadnought every mile of the way between Liverpool and New York as conscientiously as though he were on her deck, and the accordion pumped and the fiddle squeaked beside him. Tom Platt followed with something about the rough and tough McGinn who would pilot the vessel in. Then they called on Harvey, who felt very flattered, to contribute to the entertainment, but all that he could remember were some pieces of Skipper Ireson's Ride that he had been taught at the camp school in the Adirondacks. It seemed that they might be appropriate to the time and place, but he had no more than mentioned the title when Disko brought down one foot with a bang and cried,
Don't go on, young feller. That's a mistaken judgment. One o' the worst kind, too, because it's catchin' to the ear.
I oughter have warned you, said Dan. That allus fetches Dad.
What's wrong? Said Harvey, surprised and a little angry.
All you're going to say, said Disko. All dead wrong from start to finish, and Whittier he's to blame. I have no special call to right any Marblehead man, but 'tweren't no fault of Ireson's. My father he told me the tale time and again, and this is the way it was.
For the 100th time, put in Long Jack under his breath.
Ben Ireson he was skipper of the Betty, young feller, comin' home from the Banks. That was before the war of 1812, but justice is justice at all times. They found the active o' Portland, and Gibbons o' that town he was her skipper. They found her leakin' off Cape Cod Light. There was a terrible gale on, and they was gettin' the Betty home as fast as they could crowd her. Well, Ireson he said there warn't any sense to reskin' a boat in that sea. The men they wouldn't hev it, and he laid it before them to stay by the active till the sea run down a piece. They wouldn't hev that either, hangin' round the Cape in any such weather, leak or no leak. They just up stays and quit, naturally takin' Ireson with them. Folks to Marblehead was mad at him not runnin' the risk, and because next day, when the sea was calm, they never stopped to think o' that. Some o' the active's folk was took off by a Truro man. They come into Marblehead with their own tale to tell, sayin' how Ireson had shamed his town, and so forth and so on, and Ireson's men they was scared, seein' public feelin' agin 'em, and they went back on Ireson and swore he was responsible for the hull act. 'Tweren't the women neither that tarred and feathered him. Marblehead women don't act that way. 'Twas a passel o' men and boys, and they carted him around town in an old dory till the bottom fell out, and Ireson he told 'em they'd be sorry for it some day. Well, the facts come out later, same as they usually do, too late to be anyways useful to an honest man, and Whittier he come along and picked up the slack end of a lyin' tale, and tarred and feathered Ben Ireson all over onct more after he was dead. 'Twas the only time Whittier ever slipped up, and 'tweren't fair. I whaled Dan good when he brought that piece back from school. Tots don't know no better, o' course, but I'd give you the facts, hereafter and evermore to be remembered. Ben Ireson weren't no such kind of man as Whittier makes him out. My father, he knew him well, before and after that business, and you beware o' hasty judgments, young feller. Next.
Harvey had never heard Disko talk so long, and collapsed with burning cheeks. But, as Dan said promptly, a boy could only learn what he was taught at school, and life was too short to keep track of every lie along the coast. Then Manuel touched the jangling, jarring little natchet to a queer tune, and sang something in Portuguese about Nina Innocente, ending with a full-handed sweep that brought the song up with a jerk. Then Disko obliged with his second song, to an old-fashioned creaky tune, and all joined in the chorus. This is one stanza.
Now April is over and melted the snow, and out o' New Bedford we shortly must tow. Yes, out o' New Bedford we shortly must clear. We're the whalers that never see wheat in the ear.
Here the fiddle went very softly for a while by itself, and then
Wheat in the ear, my true love's posy blowin'. Wheat in the ear, we're goin' off to sea. Wheat in the ear, I left you fit for sowin'. When I come back a loaf o' bread you'll be.
That made Harvey almost weep, though he could not tell why. But it was much worse when the cook dropped the potatoes and held out his hands for the fiddle. Still leaning against the locker door, he struck into a tune that was like something very bad but sure to happen whatever you did. After a little he sang in an unknown tongue, his big chin down on the fiddle tail, his white eyeballs glaring in the lamplight. Harvey swung out of his bunk to hear better, and amid the straining of the timbers and the wash of the waters, the tune crooned and moaned on, like lee surf in a blind fog, till it ended with a wail.
"Jimmy Christmas, that gives me the blue creevies," said Dan. "What in thunder is it?"
"The song of Finn McCool," said the cook, "when he was goin' to Norway."
His English was not thick, but all clear-cut as though it came from a phonograph.
"Faith, I've been to Norway, but I didn't make that unwholesome noise. 'Tis like some of the old songs, though," said Long Jack, sighing.
"Don't let's have another without somethin' between," said Dan, and the accordion struck up a rattling, catchy tune that ended: "It's 6 and 20 Sundays since last we saw the land with 1500 quintal, and 1500 quintal, 1,500 toppin' quintal, twixt old Queereau and Grand." "Hold on!" roared Tom Platt. "Do you want to nail the trip, Dan? That's Jonah, sure, 'less you sing it after all our salt's wet." "No, 'tain't. Is it, Dad? Not unless you sing the very last verse. You can't learn me anything on Jonahs." "What's that?" said Harvey. "What's a Jonah?" "A Jonah's anything that spoils the luck. Sometimes it's a man, sometimes it's a boy, or a bucket. I've known a splittin' knife Jonah 2 trips till we was on to her," said Tom Platt. "There's all sorts of Jonahs. Jim Bourke was one till he was drowned on George's. I'd never ship with Jim Bourke, not if I was starvin'. There was a green dory on the Ezra Flood. That was a Jonah, too, the worst sort of Jonah. Drowned 4 men, she did, and used to shine fiery of nights in the nest." "And you believe that?" said Harvey, remembering what Tom Platt had said about candles and models. "Haven't we all got to take what's served?" A mutter of dissent ran around the bunks.
"Outboard, yes. Inboard, things can happen," said Disko. "Don't you go making a mock of Jonahs, young feller."
"Well, Harve ain't no Jonah. Day after we catched him," Dan cut in, "we had a toppin' good catch." The cook threw up his head and laughed suddenly, a queer, thin laugh. He was a most disconcerting. Said Long Jack. "Don't do that again, Doctor. We ain't used to it." "What's wrong?" said Dan. "Ain't he our mascot? And didn't they strike on good after we'd struck him?"
"Oh, yes," said the cook. "I know that, but the catch is not finished yet."
"He ain't goin' to do us any harm," said Dan hotly. "Where are you hittin' and edgin' to? He's all right."
"No harm, no. But one day he will be your master, Danny."
"That all?" said Dan placidly. "He won't, not by a jugful."
"Master," said the cook, pointing to Harvey. "Man," and he pointed to Dan.
"That's news. How soon?" said Dan, with a laugh.
"In some years, and I shall see it. Master and man, man and master."
"How in thunder did you work that out?" said Tom Platt.
"In my head, where I can see."
"How?" This from all the others at once.
"I do not know, but so it will be."
He dropped his head and went on peeling the potatoes, and not another word could they get out of him. "Well," said Dan, "a heap o' things'll have to come about 'fore Harve's any master o' mine, but I'm glad the doctor ain't choosin' to mark him for a Jonah. Now I mistrust Uncle Salters for the Jonerest Jonah in the fleet regardin' his own special luck. Dunno if it's spreadin' same as smallpox. He ought to be on the Carrie Pitman. That boat's her own, Jonah, sure. Crews an' gear make no differ to her driftin'. Jimmy Christmas! She'll etch loose in a flat calm."
"Well, we'll clear of the fleet, anyway," said Disko. "Carrie Pitman and all."
There was a rapping on the deck.
"Uncle Salters has catched his luck,"
said Dan as his father departed.
"It's blown clear,"
Disko cried, and all the foc'sle tumbled up for a bit of fresh air. The fog had gone, but a sullen sea ran in great rollers behind it. The We're Here slid, as it were, into long sunk avenues and ditches which felt quite sheltered and homelike if they would only stay still; but they changed without rest or mercy, and flung up the schooner to crown one peak of 1,000 gray hills, while the wind hooted through her rigging as she zigzagged down the slopes. Far away a sea would burst in a sheet of foam, and the others would follow suit as at a signal, till Harvey's eyes swam with a vision of interlacing whites and grays. 4 or 5 Mother Carey's chickens stormed round in circles, shrieking as they swept past the bows. A rain squall or two strayed aimlessly over the hopeless waste, ran down wind and back again, and melted away.
"Seems to me I saw something flicker just now over yonder," said Uncle Salters, pointing to the northeast. "Can't be any of the fleet," said Disko, peering under his eyebrows, a hand on the foc'sle gangway as the solid bows hatcheted into the troughs. "Sea's oilin' over dreadful fast. Danny, don't you want to skip up a piece and see how our trawl buoy lays?"
Danny, in his big boots, trotted rather than climbed up the main rigging. This consumed Harvey with envy. Hitched himself around the reeling crosstrees, and let his eye rove till it caught the tiny black buoy flag on the shoulder of a mile-away swell. "She's all right," he hailed. "Sail low! Dead to the north'ard, comin' down like smoke. Schooner she be, too." They waited another half hour, the sky clearing in patches, with a flicker of sickly sun from time to time that made patches of olive-green water. Then a stump foremast lifted, ducked, and disappeared, to be followed on the next wave by a high stern with old-fashioned wooden snail's horn davits. The sails were red-tanned. "Frenchman!" shouted Dan. "No, 'tain't neither. Dad!"
"That's no French," said Disko. "Salters, your blame luck holds tighter'n a screw in a keghead."
"I've eyes. It's Uncle Abishai."
"You can't nowise tell for sure."
"The head king of all Jonahs," groaned Tom Platt. "Oh, Salters, Salters, why wasn't you abed and asleep?"
"How could I tell?"
said poor Salters as the schooner swung up. She might have been the very Flying Dutchman, so foul, draggled, and unkempt was every rope and stick aboard. Her old-style quarter-deck was some 4 or 5 feet high, and her rigging flew knotted and tangled like weed at a wharf-end. She was running before the wind, yawing frightfully, her staysail let down to act as a sort of extra foresail, scandalized, they call it, and her foreboom guyed out over the side. Her bowsprit cocked up like an old-fashioned frigate's. Her jib boom had been fished and spliced and nailed and clamped beyond further repair, and as she hove herself forward and sat down on her broad tail, she looked for all the world like a blowsy, frowsy, bad old woman sneering at a decent girl.
"That's Abishai," said Salters.
"Full o' gin and Judic men, and the judgments o' Providence layin' for 'em and never takin' good holt. He's run into bait, Miquelon way."
"He'd run her under," said Long Jack. "That's no rig for this weather." "Not he, or he'd have done it long ago," Disko replied. "Looks as if he's calculated to run us under. Ain't she down by the head more'n natural, Tom Platt?"
"If it's his style of loadin' her, she ain't safe," said the sailor slowly. "If she's spewed her oakum, he'd better git to his pumps mighty quick." The creature thrashed up, wore round with a clatter and rattle, and lay head to wind within earshot. A graybeard wagged over the bulwark, and a thick voice yelled something Harvey could not understand. But Disko's face darkened.
"He'd risk every stick he hez to carry bad news. Says we're in for a shift of wind. He's in for worse. Abishai! Abishai!" He waved his arm up and down with the gesture of a man at the pumps, and pointed forward. The crew mocked him and laughed. "Jounce ye and strip ye and trip ye!" yelled Uncle Abishai. "A livin' gale! A livin' gale! Yah! Cast up fer your last trip, all you Gloucester haddocks! You won't see Gloucester no more, no more!" "Crazy full, as usual," said Tom Platt. "Wish he hadn't spied us, though." She drifted out of hearing while the gray head yelled something about a dance at the Bay of Bulls and a dead man in the foc'sle. Harvey shuddered. He had seen the sloven-tilled decks and the savage-eyed crew. "And that's a fine little floatin' hell fer a draft," said Long Jack. "I wonder what mischief she's been at ashore." "He's a trawler," Dan explained to Harvey, "and he runs her for bait all along the coast. Oh no, not home. He don't go. He deals along the south and east shore up yonder." He nodded in the direction of the pitiless Newfoundland beaches. "Dad won't never take me ashore there. They're a mighty tough crowd, and Abishai's the toughest. You saw his boat? Well, she's nigh 70 year old, they say, the last of the old Marblehead heel tappers. They don't make them quarter-decks any more. Abishai don't use Marblehead, though. He ain't wanted there. He jest drifts around in debt, trawlin' and cussin' like you've heard. Been a Jonah fer years and years, he says. Gets liquor from the free camp boats fer makin' spells and sellin' winds and such truck. Crazy, I guess." "'Twon't be any use underrunnin' the trawl to night," said Tom Platt with quiet despair. "He come alongside special to cuss us. I'd give my wage and share to see him at the gangway of the old Ohio 'fore we quit floggin'. Just about 6 dozen, and Sam Mocatta layin' 'em on criss-cross." The dishevelled heel tapper danced drunkenly down wind, and all eyes followed her. Suddenly the cook cried in his phonograph voice: "It was his own death made him speak so. He is Fay. Fay, I tell you. Look!" She sailed into a patch of watery sunshine 3 or 4 miles distant. The patch dulled and faded out, and even as the light passed, so did the schooner. She dropped into a hollow and was not. "Run under, by the great hock block!" shouted Disko, jumping aft. "Drunk or sober, we've got to help 'em. Heave short and break her out. Smart!"
Harvey was thrown on the deck by the shock that followed the setting of the jib and foresail, for they hove short on the cable, and, to save time, jerked the anchor bodily from the bottom, heaving in as they moved away. This is a bit of brute force seldom resorted to except in matters of life and death, and the little We're Here complained like a human. They ran down to where Abishai's craft had vanished, found 2 or 3 trawl tubs, a gin bottle, and a stove-in dory, but nothing more.
"Let 'em go,"
said Disko, though no one had hinted at picking them up.
"I wouldn't have a match that belonged to Abishai aboard. Guess she run clear under. Must have been spewin' her oakum for a week, and they never thought to pump her. That's one more boat gone along a leavin' port all hands drunk."
"Glory be!" said Long Jack. "We'd have been obliged to help 'em if they were top o' water." "Thinkin' o' that myself," said Tom Platt.
"Fay, Fay," said the cook, rolling his eyes. "He has taken his own luck with him."
"Very good thing, I think, to tell the fleet when we see. Eh, what?" said Manuel. "If you run her that way before the wind, and she work open her seams—" He threw out his hands with an indescribable gesture, while Penn sat down on the house and sobbed at the sheer horror and pity of it all. Harvey could not realize that he had seen death on the open waters, but he felt very sick. Then Dan went up the crosstrees, and Disko steered them back to within sight of their own trawl buoys just before the fog blanketed the sea once again.
"We go mighty quick hereabouts when we do go," was all he said to Harvey. "You think on that for a spell, young feller. That was liquor."
After dinner it was calm enough to fish from the decks. Penn and Uncle Salters were very zealous this time, and the catch was large and large fish. "Abishai surely took his luck with him," said Salters. "The wind hain't back nor riz nor nothin'. How about the trawl? I despise superstition, anyway." Tom Platt insisted that they had much better haul the thing and make a new berth, but the cook said, "The luck is in two pieces. You will find it so when you look. I know." This so tickled Long Jack that he overbore Tom Platt, and the two went out together. Underrunning a trawl means pulling it in on one side of the dory, picking off the fish, rebaiting the hooks, and passing them back to the sea again, something like pinning and unpinning linen on a wash line. It is a lengthy business and rather dangerous, for the long, sagging line may twitch a boat under in a flash. But when they heard, "And now to thee, O Capting," booming out of the fog, the crew of the We're Here took heart. The dory swirled alongside well loaded, Tom Platt yelling for Manuel to act as relief boat. "The luck's cut square in two pieces," said Long Jack, forking in the fish, while Harvey stood open-mouthed at the skill with which the plunging dory was saved from destruction. "One half was just punkins. Tom Platt wanted to haul her and had done with it, but I said I'll back the doctor that has the second sight, and the other half come up sagging full of big uns. Hurry, Manny, and bring a tub of bait. There's luck afloat to-night." The fish bit at the newly baited hooks from which their brethren had just been taken, and Tom Platt and Long Jack moved methodically up and down the length of the trawl, the boat's nose surging under the wet line of hooks, stripping the sea cucumbers that they called pumpkins, slatting off the fresh-caught cod against the gunwale, rebaiting, and loading Manuel's dory till dusk.
"I'll take no risks," said Disko then. "Not with him floatin' around so near. Abishai won't sink for a week. Heave in the dories, and we'll dress down after supper."
That was a mighty dressing down, attended by 3 or 4 blowing grampuses. It lasted till 9 o'clock, and Disko was thrice heard to chuckle as Harvey pitched the split fish into the hold. "Say, you're haulin' ahead dreadful fast," said Dan, when they ground the knives after the men had turned in. "There's somethin' of a sea to-night, and I hain't heard you made no remarks on it." "Too busy," Harvey replied, testing a blade's edge. "Come to think of it, she is a high kicker." The little schooner was gambolling all around her anchor among the silver-tipped waves. Backing with a start of affected surprise at the sight of the strained cable, she pounced on it like a kitten, while the spray of her descent burst through the hawse-holes with the report of a gun. Shaking her head, she would say, "Well, I'm sorry I can't stay any longer with you. I'm going north," and would sidle off, halting suddenly with a dramatic rattle of her rigging. "And I was just going to observe," she would begin, as gravely as a drunken man addressing a lamp-post. The rest of the sentence (she acted her words in dumb show, of course) was lost in a fit of fidgets, when she behaved like a puppy chewing a string, a clumsy woman in a side-saddle, a hen with her head cut off, or a cow stung by a hornet, exactly as the whims of the sea took her. "See her sayin' her piece. She's Patrick Henry now," said Dan. She swung sideways on a roller, and gesticulated with her jib boom from port to starboard. "But ez fer me, give me liberty, or give me death." Whop! She sat down in the moon path on the water, curtsying with a flourish of pride impressive enough, had not the wheel gear sniggered mockingly in its box. Harvey laughed aloud. "Why, it's just as if she was alive," he said. "She's as stiddy as a house and dry as a herrin'," said Dan, enthusiastically, as he was stung across the deck in a batter of spray. "Fends 'em off and fends 'em off, and 'Don't you come nigh me,' she says. Look at her. Just look at her. Sakes, you should see one of them toothpicks h'isting up her anchor on her spike over 15-fathom water." "What's a toothpick, Dan?" "Them new haddockers and herrin' boats. Fine as a yacht forward, with yacht sterns to 'em, and spike bowsprits, and a house that'd take our hold.
I've heard that Burgess himself he made the models for 3 or 4 of 'em. Dad's sot against 'em on account o' their pitchin' and joltin', but they're heaps o' money in 'em. Dad can find fish, but he ain't no ways progressive. He don't go with the march o' the times. They're chock full o' labor savin' jigs and sech all. Ever seed the Elector o' Gloucester? She's a daisy, if she is a toothpick." "What do they cost, Dan?" "Hills of dollars. 15,000, p'raps. More, maybe. There's gold leaf and everything you can think of." Then, to himself, half under his breath, "Guess I'd call her Hattie S., too." End of chapter. Chapter 5 of Captains Courageous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Captains Courageous by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 5. That was the first of many talks with Dan, who told Harvey why he would transfer his dory's name to the imaginary Burgess-modelled Haddocker. Harvey heard a good deal more about the real Hattie at Gloucester, saw a lock of her hair, which Dan, finding fair words of no avail, had hooked as she sat in front of him at school that winter, and a photograph. Hattie was about 14 years old, with an awful contempt for boys, and had been trampling on Dan's heart through the winter. All this was revealed under oath of solemn secrecy on moonlit decks, in the dead dark, or in choking fog, the whining wheel behind them, the climbing deck before, and without, the unresting, clamorous sea. Once, of course, as the boys came to know each other, there was a fight, which raged from bow to stern till Penn came up and separated them, but promised not to tell Disko, who thought fighting on watch rather worse than sleeping. Harvey was no match for Dan physically, but it says a great deal for his new training that he took his defeat and did not try to get even with his conqueror by underhand methods. That was after he had been cured of a string of boils between his elbows and wrists, where the wet jersey and oilskins cut into the flesh. The salt water stung them unpleasantly, but when they were ripe, Dan treated them with Disko's razor, and assured Harvey that now he was a blooded banker, the affliction of gurry sores being the mark of the caste that claimed him. Since he was a boy, and very busy, he did not bother his head with too much thinking. He was exceedingly sorry for his mother, and often longed to see her, and above all to tell her of his wonderful new life, and how brilliantly he was acquitting himself in it. Otherwise he preferred not to wonder too much how she was bearing the shock of his supposed death. But one day, as he stood on the foc'sle ladder, guying the cook, who had accused him of Dan of hooking fried pies, it occurred to him that this was a vast improvement on being snubbed by strangers in the smoking room of a hired liner. He was a recognized part of the scheme of things on the We're Here, had his place at the table and among the bunks, and could hold his own in the long talks on stormy days, when the others were always ready to listen to what they called his fairy tales of his life ashore. It did not take him more than 2 days and a quarter to feel that if he spoke of his own life, it seemed very far away. No one except Dan, and even Dan's belief was sorely tried, credited him. So he invented a friend, a boy he had heard of, who drove a miniature 4-pony drag in Toledo, Ohio, and ordered 5 suits of clothes at a time, and led things called Germans at parties where the oldest girl was not quite 15, but all the presents were solid silver. Salters protested that this kind of yarn was desperately wicked, if not indeed positively blasphemous, but he listened as greedily as the others, and their criticisms at the end gave Harvey entirely new notions on Germans, clothes, cigarettes with gold leaf tips, rings, watches, scent,
small dinner parties, champagne, card-playing, and hotel accommodation. Little by little he changed his tone when speaking of his friend, whom Long Jack had christened the Crazy Kid, the Gilt-Edged Baby, the Suckin' Vanderpoop, and other pet names, and with his sea-booted feet cocked up on the table would even invent histories about silk pajamas and specially imported neckwear, to the friend's discredit. Harvey was a very adaptable person, with a keen eye and ear for every face and tone about him. Before long he knew where Disko kept the old green-crusted quadrant that they called the hog yoke, under the bed-bag in his bunk. When he took the sun, and with the help of the old farmer's almanac found the latitude, Harvey would jump down into the cabin and scratch the reckoning and date with a nail on the rust of the stovepipe. Now, the chief engineer of the liner could have done no more, and no engineer of 30 years' service could have assumed one half of the ancient mariner air with which Harvey, first careful to spit over the side, made public the schooner's position for that day, and then and not till then relieved Disko of the quadrant. There is an etiquette in all these things. The said hog yoke, an Eldridge chart, the farming almanac, Blunt's Coast Pilot, and Bowditch's Navigator were all the weapons Disko needed to guide him, except the deep-sea lead that was his spare eye. Harvey nearly slew Penn with it when Tom Platt taught him first how to fly the blue pigeon, and though his strength was not equal to continuous sounding in any sort of a sea, for calm weather with a 7-pound lead on shoal water Disko used him freely. As Dan said, "'Tain't soundin' Dad wants. It's samples. Grease her up good, Harve." Harvey would tallow the cup at the end, and carefully bring the sand, shell, sludge, or whatever it might be, to Disko, who fingered and smelt it and gave a judgment. As has been said, when Disko thought of cod he thought as a cod, and by some long-tested mixture of instinct and experience moved the We're Here from berth to berth, always with the fish, as a blindfolded chess player moves on the unseen board. But Disko's board was the Grand Bank, a triangle 250 miles on each side, a waste of wallowing sea cloaked with dank fog, vexed with gales, harried with drifting ice, scored by the tracks of the reckless liners and dotted with the sails of the fishing fleet. For days they worked in fog, Harvey at the bell, till, grown familiar with the thick airs, he went out with Tom Platt, his heart rather in his mouth. But the fog would not lift, and the fish were biting, and no one can stay helplessly afraid for 6 hours at a time. Harvey devoted himself to his lines and the gaff or gobstick as Tom Platt called for them, and they rowed back to the schooner guided by the bell and Tom's instinct, Manuel's conch sounding thin and faint beside them. But it was an unearthly experience, and for the first time in a month Harvey dreamed of the shifting, smoking floors of water round the dory, the lines that strayed away into nothing, and the air above that melted on the sea below 10 feet from his straining eyes. A few days later he was out with Manuel on what should have been 40-fathom bottom. But the whole length of the roding ran out, and still the anchor found nothing, and Harvey grew mortally afraid, for that his last touch with earth was lost. "Whale hole," said Manuel, hauling in. "That is good joke on Disko. Come." And he rowed to the schooner to find Tom Platt and the others jeering at the skipper, because for once he had led them to the edge of the barren Whale Deep, the blank hole of the Grand Bank. They made another berth through the fog, and that time the hair of Harvey's head stood up when he went out in Manuel's dory. A whiteness moved in the whiteness of the fog, with a breath like the breath of the grave, and there was a roaring, a plunging, and spouting. It was his first introduction to the dread summer berg of the Banks, and he cowered in the bottom of the boat while Manuel laughed. There were days, though, clear and soft and warm, when it seemed a sin to do anything but loaf over the hand lines and spank the drifting sun-scalds with an oar, and there were days of light airs, when Harvey was taught how to steer the schooner from one berth to another. It thrilled through him when he first felt the keel answer to his hand on the spokes and slide over the long hollows as the foresail scythed back and forth against the blue sky. That was magnificent, in spite of Disko saying that it would break a snake's back to follow his wake. But, as usual, pride ran before a fall. They were sailing on the wind with the staysail, an old one, luckily, set, and Harvey jammed her right into it to show Dan how completely he had mastered the art. The foresail went over with a bang, and the foregaff stabbed and ripped through the staysail, which was, of course, prevented from going over by the mainstay. They lowered the wreck in awful silence, and Harvey spent his leisure hours for the next few days under Tom Platt's lee, learning to use a needle and palm. Dan hooted with joy, for, as he said, he had made the very same blunder himself in his early days. Boylike, Harvey imitated all the men by turns, till he had combined Disko's peculiar stoop at the wheel, Long Jack's swinging overhand when the lines were hauled, Manuel's round-shouldered but effective stroke in a dory, and Tom Platt's generous Ohio stride along the deck. "'Tis beautiful to see how he takes to it," said Long Jack, when Harvey was looking out by the windlass one thick noon. "I'll lay my wage and share 'tis more'n half play actin' to him, and he conceits himself he's a bold mariner. Watch his little bit of a back now." "That's the way we all begin," said Tom Platt. "The boys, they make believe all the time, till they've cheated themselves into being men, and so till they die, pretendin' and pretendin'. I done it on the old Ohio, I know. Stood my first watch, harbor watch, feelin' finer'n Farragut. Dan's full of the same kind of notions. See 'em now, actin' to be genuine mossbacks, every hair a rope yarn and blood Stockholm tar." He spoke down the cabin stairs. "Guess you're mistook in your judgments for once, Disko. What in Rome made you tell us all here the kid was crazy?"
"He was," Disko replied. "Crazy as a loon when he come aboard, but I'll say he's sobered up considerable since. I cured him." "He yarns good," said Tom Platt. "T'other night he told us about a kid of his own size, steerin' a cunnin' little rig and 4 ponies up and down Toledo, Ohio, I think 'twas, and givin' suppers to a crowd of similar kids. Curious kind of fairy tale, but blame interesting. He knows scores of 'em." "Guess he strikes 'em out of his own head,"
Disko called from the cabin, where he was busy with the logbook.
"Stands to reason that sort is all made up. It don't take in no one but Dan, and he laughs at it. I've heard him, behind my back."
"You ever hear what Simon Peter Calhoun said when they whacked up a match 'twixt his sister Hitty and Lorin Gerald, and the boys put up that joke on him down to George's?" drawled Uncle Salters, who was dripping peaceably under the lee of the starboard dory nest. Tom Platt puffed at his pipe in scornful silence. He was a Cape Cod man, and had not known that tale more than 20 years. Uncle Salters went on with a rasping chuckle. "Simon Peter Calhoun, he said, and he was jest right, about Lorin. Half on the town, he said, and t'other half blame fool, and they told me she's married a rich man. Simon Peter Calhoun, he needn't no roof to his mouth and talk that way." "He didn't talk any Pennsylvania Dutch," Tom Platt replied. "You'd better leave a Cape man to tell that tale. The Calhouns were gypsies from way back." "Well, I don't profess to be any elocutionist," Salters said. "I'm comin' to the moral of things. That's jest about what our Harve be. Half on the town, and t'other half blame fool, and there's some'll believe he's a rich man. Yah!" "Did you ever think how sweet 'twould be to sail wid a full crew o' Salterses?" said Long Jack. "Half in the fur and t'other half in the muck heap, as Calhoun did not say, and makes out he's a fisherman." A little laugh went around at Salters's expense. Disko held his tongue and wrought over the logbook that he kept in a hatchet-faced, square hand,
This was the kind of thing that ran on, page after soiled page.
July 17. This day thick fog and few fish. Made berth to northward. So ends this day. July 18. This day comes in with thick fog. Caught a few fish. July 19. This day comes in with light breeze from northeast and fine weather. Made a berth to eastward. Caught plenty fish. July 20. This, the Sabbath, comes in with fog and light winds. So ends this day. Total fish caught this week, 3,478.
They never worked on Sundays, but shaved and washed themselves if it were fine, and Pennsylvania sang hymns. Once or twice he suggested that, if it was not an impertinence, he thought he could preach a little. Uncle Salters nearly jumped down his throat at the mere notion, reminding him that he was not a preacher and mustn't think of such things.
"We'd have him rememberin' Johnstown next," Salters explained, "and what would happen then?"
So they compromised on his reading aloud from a book called Josephus. It was an old leather-bound volume, smelling of 100 voyages, very solid and very like the Bible, but enlivened with accounts of battles and sieges, and they read it nearly from cover to cover. Otherwise Penn was a silent little body. He would not utter a word for 3 days on end sometimes, though he played checkers, listened to the songs, and laughed at the stories. When they tried to stir him up, he would answer, "I don't wish to seem unneighborly, but it is because I have nothing to say. My head feels quite empty. I've almost forgotten my name." He would turn to Uncle Salters with an expectant smile.
"Why, Pennsylvania Pratt," Salters would shout, "you'll forget me next."
"No, never," Penn would say, shutting his lips firmly. "Pennsylvania Pratt, of course," he would repeat over and over. Sometimes it was Uncle Salters who forgot and told him he was Haskins or Rich or McVitie, but Penn was equally content till next time. He was always very tender with Harvey, whom he pitied both as a lost child and as a lunatic, and when Salters saw that Penn liked the boy, he relaxed too. Salters was not an amiable person. He esteemed it his business to keep the boys in order, and the first time Harvey, in fear and trembling, on a still day, managed to shin up to the main truck, Dan was behind him ready to help. He esteemed it his duty to hang Salters's big sea boots up there, a sign of shame and derision to the nearest schooner. With Disko, Harvey took no liberties, not even when the old man dropped direct orders and treated him like the rest of the crew to "Don't you want to do so and so?" and "Guess you'd better," and so forth. There was something about the clean-shaven lips and the puckered corners of the eyes that was mightily sobering to young blood. Disko showed him the meaning of the thumbed and pricked chart, which, he said, laid over any government publication whatsoever, led him, pencil in hand, from berth to berth over the whole string of banks, Le Havre, Western, Banquereau, St. Pierre, Green, and Grand, talking cod meantime. Taught him, too, the principle on which the hog yoke was worked. In this Harvey excelled Dan, for he had inherited a head for figures, and the notion of stealing information from one glimpse of the sullen Bank sun appealed to all his keen wits. For other sea matters his age handicapped him. As Disko said, he should have begun when he was 10. Dan could bait up trawl or lay his hand on any rope in the dark, and at a pinch, when Uncle Salters had a gurry sore on his palm, could dress down by sense of touch. He could steer in anything short of half a gale from the feel of the wind on his face, humoring the We're Here just when she needed it. These things he did as automatically as he skipped about the rigging, or made his dory a part of his own will and body. But he could not communicate his knowledge to Harvey. Still, there was a good deal of general information flying about the schooner on stormy days, when they lay up in the forecastle or sat on the cabin lockers, while spare eye-bolts, leads, and rings rolled and rattled in the pauses of the talk. Disko spoke of whaling voyages in the '50s,
of great she-whales slain beside their young, of death agonies on the black tossing seas, and blood that spurted 40 feet in the air, of boats smashed to splinters, of patent rockets that went off wrong end first and bombarded the trembling crews, of cutting in and boiling down, and that terrible nip of '71, when 1,200 men were made homeless on the ice in 3 days. Wonderful tales, all true. But more wonderful still were his stories of the cod, and how they argued and reasoned on their private businesses deep down below the keel. Long Jack's taste ran more to the supernatural. He held them silent with ghastly stories of the yo-hos on the Monomoy beach, that mock and terrify lonely clam diggers, of sand-walkers and dune-haunters who were never properly buried, of hidden treasure on Fire Island guarded by the spirits of Kidd's men, of ships that sailed in the fog straight over Truro township, of that harbor in Maine where no one but a stranger will lie at anchor twice in a certain place, because of a dead crew who row alongside at midnight with the anchor in the bow of their old-fashioned boat, whistling, not calling but whistling, for the soul of the man who broke their rest. Harvey had a notion that the east coast of his native land, from Mont Desert south, was populated chiefly by people who took their houses there in the summer and entertained in country houses with hardwood floors and vantine portières. He laughed at the ghost tales, not as much as he would have done a month before, but ended by sitting still and shuddering. Tom Platt dealt with his interminable trip round the Horn on the old Ohio in the flogging days, with a navy more extinct than the dodo, the navy that passed away in the Great War. He told them how red-hot shot are dropped into a cannon, a wad of wet clay between them and the cartridge, how they sizzle and reek when they strike wood, and how the little ship boys of the Miss Jim Buck hove water over them and shouted to the fort to try again. And he told tales of blockade, long weeks of swaying at anchor, varied only by the departure and return of steamers that had used up their coal. There was no change for the sailing ships. Of gales and cold that kept 200 men night and day pounding and chopping at the ice on cable, blocks, and rigging, when the galley was as red-hot as the fort shot, and men drank cocoa by the bucket. Tom Platt had no use for steam. His service closed when that thing was comparatively new. He admitted that it was a specious invention in time of peace, but looked hopefully for the day when sails should come back again on 10,000-ton frigates with 190-foot booms. Manuel's talk was slow and gentle, all about pretty girls in Madeira washing clothes in the dry beds of streams, by moonlight, under waving bananas, legends of saints, and tales of queer dances or fights away in the cold Newfoundland baiting ports. Salters was mainly agricultural, for though he read Josephus and expounded it, his mission in life was to prove the value of green manures, and specially of clover, against every form of phosphate whatsoever. He grew libellous about phosphates. He dragged greasy orange Judd books from his bunk and intoned them, wagging his finger at Harvey, to whom it was all Greek. Little Penn was so genuinely pained when Harvey made fun of Salter's lectures that the boy gave it up, and suffered in polite silence. That was very good for Harvey. The cook naturally did not join in these conversations. As a rule, he spoke only when it was absolutely necessary. But at times a queer gift of speech descended on him, and he held forth, half in Gaelic, half in broken English, an hour at a time. He was specially communicative with the boys, and he never withdrew his prophecy that one day Harvey would be Dan's master, and that he would see it. He told them of mail carrying in the winter up Cape Breton way, of the dog train that goes to Coudray, and of the ram steamer Arctic that breaks the ice between the mainland and Prince Edward Island. Then he told them stories that his mother had told him, of life far to the southward, where water never froze, and he said that when he died his soul would go to lie down on a warm white beach of sand, with palm trees waving above. That seemed to the boys a very odd idea for a man who had never seen a palm in his life. Then, too, regularly at each meal, he would ask Harvey, and Harvey alone, whether the cooking was to his taste, and this always made the second half laugh. Yet they had a great respect for the cook's judgment, and in their hearts considered Harvey something of a mascot by consequence. And while Harvey was taking in knowledge of new things at each pore, and hard health with every gulp of the good air, the We're Here went her ways and did her business on the bank, and the silvery gray kenches of well-pressed fish mounted higher and higher in the hold. No one day's work was out of the common, but the average days were many and close together. Naturally, a man of Disko's reputation was closely watched, scrouged upon, Dan called it, by his neighbors, but he had a very pretty knack of giving them the slip through the curdling, glidy fog banks. Disko avoided company for two reasons. He wished to make his own experiments in the first place, and in the second he objected to the mixed gatherings of a fleet of all nations. The bulk of them were mainly Gloucester boats, with a scattering from Provincetown, Harwich, Chatham, and some of the Maine ports, but the crews drew from goodness knows where. Risk breeds recklessness, and when greed is added there are fine chances for every kind of accident in the crowded fleet, which, like a mob of sheep, is huddled round some unrecognized leader.
"Let the two Geralds lead them," said Disko. "We're bound to lay among 'em for a spell on the eastern shoals, though if luck holds, we won't hev to lay long. Where we are now, Harve, ain't considered noways good ground."
"Ain't it?" said Harvey, who was drawing water he had learned just how to wiggle the bucket after an unusually long dressing down. "Shouldn't mind striking some poor ground for a change, then." "All the ground I want to see don't want a striker is Eastern Point," said Dan. "Say, Dad, it looks as if we wouldn't have to wait more'n 2 weeks on the shoals. You'll meet all the company you want then, Harve. That's the time we begin to work. No regular meals for no one then. Mug up when you're hungry, and sleep when you can't keep awake. Good job you wasn't picked up a month later than you was, or we'd never have you dressed in shape for the Old Virgin." Harvey understood from the Eldridge chart that the Old Virgin and a nest of curiously named shoals were the turning point of the cruise, and that with good luck they would wet the balance of their salt there. But seeing the size of the Virgin it was one tiny dot he wondered how even Disko with the hog yoke and the lead could find her. He learned later that Disko was entirely equal to that and any other business, and could even help others. A big 4x5 blackboard hung in the cabin, and Harvey never understood the need of it until, after some blinding thick days, they heard the unmelodious tooting of a foot-power foghorn, a machine whose note is as that of a consumptive elephant. They were making a short berth, towing the anchor under their foot to save trouble. "Square rigger bellowin' for his latitude," said Long Jack. The dripping red headsails of a bark glided out of the fog, and the We're Here rang her bell thrice, using sea shorthand. The larger boat backed her topsail with shrieks and shoutings. "Frenchman," said Uncle Salters, scornfully. "Miquelon boat from St. Malo." The farmer had a weatherly sea eye. "I'm most outer baccy, too, Disko." "Same here," said Tom Platt. "Hi! Backez-vous? Backez-vous? Stande away, you butt-ended mucho bono? Where you from, St. Malo, eh?" "Ah, mucho bono! Oui, oui! Clos poulet, St. Malo, Saint Pierre et Miquelon!" cried the other crowd, waving woolen caps and laughing. Then all together, "Bore! Board!" "Bring up the board, Danny. Beats me how them Frenchmen fetch anywheres, except in America's fairish Broadly. 46, 49's good enough for 'em, and I guess it's about right, too." Dan chalked the figures on the board, and they hung it in the main rigging to a chorus of "Mercis" from the bark. "Seems kinda unneighbourly to let 'em swedge off like this," Salters suggested, feeling in his pockets.
Hev you learned French, then, since last trip?" said Disko. "I don't want no more stone ballast hove at us 'long o' your calm Mickelin boats, footy coochins, same as you did off Le Havre."
Harmon Rush, he said that was the way to rise 'em. Plain United States is good enough fer me. We're all dretful short on terbacker. Young feller, don't you speak French?" "Oh, yes," said Harvey valiantly, and he bawled, "Hi! Say! Arrêtez-vous! Attendez! Nous sommes venus pour tabac!" "Ah! Tabac! Tabac!" they cried, and laughed again. "That hit 'em. Let's heave a dory over, anyway," said Tom Platt. "I don't exactly hold no certificates on French, but I know another lingo that goes, I guess. Come on, Harve, and interpret." The raffle and confusion when he and Harvey were hauled up the bark's black side was indescribable. Her cabin was all stuck round with glaring coloured prints of the Virgin of Newfoundland, they called her. Harvey found his French of no recognized bank brand, and his conversation was limited to nods and grins. But Tom Platt waved his arms and got along swimmingly. The captain gave him a drink of unspeakable gin, and the opera comique crew, with their hairy throats, red caps, and long knives, greeted him as a brother. Then the trade began. They had tobacco, plenty of it, American that had never paid duty to France. They wanted chocolate and crackers. Harvey rode back to arrange with the cook and Disko, who owned the stores, and on his return the cocoa tins and cracker bags were counted out by the Frenchman's wheel. It looked like a piratical division of loot, but Tom Platt came out of it roped with black pigtail and stuffed with cakes of chewing and smoking tobacco. Then those jovial mariners swung off into the mist, and the last Harvey heard was a gay chorus: "Par derrière chez ma tante, il y a un bois joli, et le rossignol y chante, et le jour et la nuit. Que donnerez-vous, belle, qui l'amènerait ici? Je donnerai Quebec, Sorel et Saint-Denis." "How was it my French didn't go, and your sign talk did?" Harvey demanded when the barter had been distributed among the We're Heres. "Sign talk," Platt guffawed. "Well, yes, 'twas sign talk, but a heap older'n your French, Harve. Them French boats are chock full of Freemasons, and that's why." "Are you a Freemason, then?" "Looks that way, don't it?" said the man-o'-war's man, stuffing his pipe, and Harvey had another mystery of the deep sea to brood upon. End of chapter. Chapter 6 of Captains Courageous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Captains Courageous by Rudyard Kipling, Chapter 6. The thing that struck him most was the exceedingly casual way in which some craft loafed about in the broad Atlantic. Fishing boats, as Dan said, were naturally dependent on the courtesy and wisdom of their neighbors, but one expected better things of steamers. That was after another interesting interview, when they had been chased for 3 miles by a big lumbering old cattle boat, all boarded over on the upper deck, that smelt like 1,000 cattle pens. A very excited officer yelled at them through a speaking trumpet, and she lay and lolloped helplessly on the water while Disko ran the We're Here under her lee and gave the skipper a piece of his mind.
"Where might ye be, eh? Ye don't deserve to be anywheres. You barnyard tramps go hoggin' the road on the high seas with no blame consideration for your neighbors, and your eyes in your coffee cups instead of your silly heads."
At this the skipper danced on the bridge and said something about Disko's own eyes.
"We haven't had an observation for 3 days. Do you suppose we can run her blind?" he shouted.
"Well, I can," Disko retorted. "What's come to your lead? Et it? Can't you smell bottom, or are them cattle too rank?"
"What do you feed 'em?" asked Uncle Salters with intense seriousness, for the smell of the pens woke all the farmer in him. "They say they fall off dreadful on a voyage. Dunno as it's any of my business, but I've a kind o' notion that oil cake broke small and sprinkled—" "Thunder!" said a cattleman in a red jersey as he looked over the side. "What asylum did they let his whiskers out of?" "Young feller," Salters began, standing up in the fore rigging, "let me tell you, 'fore we go any further, that I've—" The officer on the bridge took off his cap with immense politeness. "Excuse me," he said, "but I've asked for my reckoning. If the agricultural person with the hair will kindly shut his head, the sea-green barnacle with the wall-eye may perhaps condescend to enlighten us."
"Now you've made a show of me, Salters,"
said Disko angrily. He could not stand up to that particular sort of talk, and snapped out the latitude and longitude without more lectures.
"Well, that's a boatload of lunatics, sure,"
said the skipper as he rang up the engine room and tossed a bundle of newspapers into the schooner.
"Of all the blamed fools, next to you, Salters, him and his crowd are about the likeliest I've ever seen," said Disko as the We're Here slid away. "I was just giving him my judgment on Lully-sicking round these waters like a lost child, and you must cut in with your fool farming. Can't you never keep things separate?"
Harvey, Dan, and the others stood back, winking one to the other in full of joy, but Disko and Salters wrangled seriously till evening, Salters arguing that a cattle boat was practically a barn on blue water, and Disko insisting that, even if this were the case, decency and fisher pride demanded that he should have kept things separate. Long Jack stood in silence for a time. An angry skipper makes an unhappy crew, and then he spoke across the table after supper. "For what's the good o' bodderin' what they'll say?" said he.
"They'll tell that tale agin us for years, that's all," said Disko. "Oil cake sprinkled."
"With salt, of course," said Salters, impenitent, reading the farming reports from a week-old New York paper.
"It's plumb mortifying to all my feelin's," the skipper went on.
"Can't see it that way," said Long Jack, the peacemaker. "Look at here, Disko. Is there another packet afloat this day in this weather could have met a tramp and over above given her her reckoning? Over and above that, I say, could have discoursed with her quite intelligent on the management of steers and such at sea? Forget it. Of course they will not. 'Twas the most compendious conversation that I've ever accrued. Double game and twice running, all to us." Dan kicked Harvey under the table, and Harvey choked in his cup. "Well," said Salters, who felt that his honour had been somewhat plastered, "I said I didn't know 'twas any business of mine 'fore I spoke." "And right there," said Tom Platt, experienced in discipline and etiquette, "right there. I take it, Disko, you should have asked him to stop if the conversation was likely, in your judgment, to be anyways what it shouldn't."
"Dunno but that's so,"
said Disko, who saw his way to an honourable retreat from a fit of the dignities. "Why, of course 'twas so," said Salters. "You bein' skipper here, and I'd cheerful have stopped on a hint, not from any leadin' or conviction, but for the sake of bearin' an example to these two blame boys of ours." "Didn't I tell you, Harve, 'twould come around to us 'fore we'd done? Always those blame boys. But I wouldn't have missed the show for a half share in a halibutter," Dan whispered.
"Still, things should have been kept separate,"
said Disko, and the light of new argument lit in Salters's eye as he crumbled cut plug into his pipe. "There's a power of vartue in keepin' things separate," said Long Jack, intent on stilling the storm. "That's what Staining, of Staining and Hare's, fund when he sent Counahan for skipper on the Manila Ticoon, instead of Captain Newton that was took with inflammatory rheumatism and couldn't go. Counahan the Navigator, we called him." "Nick Counahan, he never went aboard for a night without a pond of rum somewheres in the manifest," said Tom Platt, playing up to the lead.
He used to burn round the commission houses to Boston looking for the Lord to make him captain of a towboat on his merits. Sam Coy, up to Atlantic Avenue, gave him his board free for a year or more on account of his stories. Counahan the Navigator. Dead these 15 year, ain't he? 17, I guess. He died the year the Caspar McVeigh was spilt, but he could never keep things separate. Steyning took him for the reason the thief took the hot stove, because there was nothing else that season. The men was all to the Banks, and Counahan he whacked up an everlastin' hard crowd for crew. Rum! Ye could ha' floated the Manila, insurance and all, in what they stowed aboard her. They left Boston Harbor for the Great Grand Bank with a roaring northwester behind 'em, and all hands full to the bung. And the heavens looked after 'em, for divil a watch did they set, and divil a rope did they lay hand to, till they'd seen the bottom of a 15-gallon cask of bug juice. That was about 1 week, so far as Counahan remembered. If I could only tell the tale as he told it. All that while the wind blew like old glory, and the Manila, it was summer, and they give her a foretopmast, struck her gait and kep it. Then Counahan took the hog yoke, and thrembled over it for a while, and made out, betwixt that and the chart, and the singin' in his head, that they was to the south'ard of Sable Island, gettin' along glorious, but speakin' nothin'. Then they broached another keg, and quit speculatin' about anything for another spell. The Manila she lay down when she dropped Boston Light, and she never luffed her lee rail up to that time. Hustlin' on 'em one of the same slant, but they saw no weed, nor gulls, nor schooners, and prisintly they obsarved they'd been out a matter of 14 days, and they mistrusted the Bank had suspended payment. So they sounded, and got 60 fathom. "That's me," says Counahan. "That's me every time. I've run her slat on the Bank for ye, and when we get 30 fathom we'll turn in like little men. Counahan is the boy," says he. "Counahan the Navigator." Next cast they got 90. Says Counahan, "Either the lead lines took to stretchin' or else the Bank sunk." They hauled it up, being just about in that state when it seemed right and reasonable, and set down on the deck countin' the knots, and gettin' her snarled up heejus. The Manila she'd struck her gait, and she held it, and presently along come a tramp, and Counahan spoke her. "Have ye seen any fishin' boats now?" says he, quite casual. "There's lashin's of 'em off the Irish coast," says the tramp. "Ah! Go shake yourself," says Counahan. "For what have I to do with the Irish coast?" "For what are ye doing here?" says the tramp. "Suffering Christianity," says Counahan. He always said that when his pump sucked and he was not feeling good. "Suffering Christianity," he says. "Where am I at?" "35 mile west sou'west of Cape Clear," says the tramp, "if that's any consolation to ye." Counahan fetched one jump, 4 feet 7 inches measured by the cook. "Consolation!" says he, bold as brass. "D'ye take me for a dialect? 35 mile from Cape Clear, and 14 days from Boston Light. Suffering Christianity, 'tis a record, and by the same token I've a mother to Skibbereen. Think of it! The gall of 'em! But ye see, you can never keep things separate. The crew was mostly Cork and Kerry men, barrin' one Marylander that wanted to go back, but they called him a mutineer, and they ran the old Manila into Skibbereen, and they had an illigant time visitin' it round with friends on the old sod for a week. Then they went it, and it cost 'em 32 days to beat to the Banks again. 'Twas gettin' on towards fall, and grub was low, so Counahan run her back to Boston, with no more bones to it.
And what did the firm say? Harvey demanded.
For what could they? The fish was on the Banks, and Counahan was at T Wharf talkin' and his record trip east. They took their satisfaction out of that, and it all came of not keepin' the crew and the rum separate in the first place, and confusin' Skibbereen with Queeroo in the second. Counahan the Navigator, rest his soul, he was an impromptu citizen. "Once I was in the Lucy Holmes," said Manuel in his gentle voice. "They not want any of our fish in Gloucester. Eh, what? Give us no price, so we go across the water, and think to sell to some Fayal man. Then it blow fresh, and we cannot see well. Eh, what? Then it blow some more fresh, and we go down below and drive very fast. No one know where. By and by we see a land, and it get some hot. Then come 2, 3 in a brick. Eh, what? We ask where we are, and they say, now what you all think?"
"Grand Canary,"
said Disko, after a moment. Manuel shook his head, smiling. "Blanco," said Tom Platt. "No, worse than that. We was below Bezagos, and the brick she was from Liberia. So we sell our fish there. Not bad, so? Eh, what?" "Can a schooner like this go right across to Africa?" said Harvey.
"Go round the Horn if there was anything worth goin' fer, and the grub holds out," said Disko. "My father he run his packet, and she was a kind o' pinky, about 50 ton, I guess. The Rupert. He run her over to Greenland's icy mountains the year half our fleet was tryin' after cod there. And what's more, he took my mother along with him, to show her how the money was earned, I presume. And they was all iced up, and I was born at Disko. Don't remember nothin' about it, o' course. We come back when the ice eased in the spring, but they named me for the place. Kind o' mean trick to put up on a baby, but we're all bound to make mistakes in our lives."
"Sure, sure," said Salters, wagging his head. "All bound to make mistakes, and I tell you 2 boys here that you've made a mistake. You don't make fewer'n 100 a day. The next best thing's to own up to it like men." Long Jack winked one tremendous wink that embraced all hands except Disko and Salters, and the incident was closed. Then they made berth after berth to the northward, the dories out almost every day, running along the east edge of the Grand Bank in 30 to 40 fathom water, and fishing steadily. It was here Harvey first met the squid, who was one of the best cod baits, but uncertain in his moods. They were waked out of their bunks one black night by yells of "Squid-o!" from Salters, and for an hour and a half every soul aboard hung over his squid jig, a piece of lead painted red and armed at the lower end with a circle of pins bent backward like half-opened umbrella ribs. The squid, for some unknown reason, likes and wraps himself around this thing, and is hauled up ere he can escape from the pins. But as he leaves his home he squirts first water and next ink into his captor's face, and it was curious to see the men weaving their heads from side to side to dodge the shot. They were as black as sweeps when the flurry ended, but a pile of fresh squid lay on the deck, and the large cod thinks very well of a little shiny piece of squid tentacle at the tip of a clam-baited hook. Next day they caught many fish, and met the Carrie Pitman, to whom they shouted their luck, and she wanted to trade 7 cod for 1 fair-sized squid. But Disko would not agree at the price, and the Carrie dropped sullenly to leeward and anchored half a mile away, in the hope of striking on to some for herself. Disko said nothing till after supper, when he sent Dan and Manuel off to buoy the We're Here's cable, and announced his intention of turning in with the broadaxe. Dan naturally repeated these remarks to a dory from the Carrie, who wanted to know why they were buoying their cable, since they were not on rocky bottom. "Dad says he wouldn't trust a ferry boat within 5 mile o' you," Dan howled cheerfully. "Well, why don't he get out, then? Who's hind'rin'?" says the other. "'Cause you jest the same as lee bowed him, and he don't take that from any boat, not to speak o' such a driftin' gurry butt as you be." "She ain't driftin' any this trip," said the man angrily, for the Carrie Pitman had an unsavory reputation for breaking her ground tackle. "Then how do you make berths?" said Dan. "It's her best point o' sailin', and if she's quit driftin', what in thunder are you doin' with a new jib boom?" That shot went home. "Hey, you Portugoosy organ grinder, take your monkey back to Gloucester. Go back to school, Dan Troop," was the answer. "Overalls! Overalls!" yelled Dan, who knew that one of the Carrie's crew had worked in an overall factory the winter before. "Shrimp! Gloucester shrimp! Get out, you Novy!" To call a Gloucesterman a Nova Scotian is not well received. Dan answered in kind. "Nova yourself, you Scrabble-towners! You Chatham wreckers! Git out with your brick in your stockin'!" And the forces separated, but Chatham had the worst of it.
"I knew how 'twould be," said Disko. "She's drawed the wind raound already. Someone oughter put a desist on that packet. She'll snore till midnight, and jest when we're gittin' our sleep, she'll strike adrift. Good job we ain't crowded with craft hereaways. But I ain't goin' to up anchor for Chatham. She may hold."
The wind, which had hauled round, rose at sundown and blew steadily. There was not enough sea, though, to disturb even a dory's tackle, but the Carrie Pitman was a law unto herself. At the end of the boys' watch they heard the crack, crack, crack of a huge muzzle-loading revolver aboard her. "Glory, glory, hallelujah!" sung Dan. "Here she comes, Dad. Butt end first, walkin' in her sleep, same as she done on Queero." Had she been any other boat, Disko would have taken his chances, but now he cut the cable as the Carrie Pitman, with all the North Atlantic to play in, lurched down directly upon them. The We're Here, under jib and riding sail, gave her no more room than was absolutely necessary. Disko did not wish to spend a week hunting for his cable, but scuttled up into the wind as the Carrie passed within easy hail, a silent and angry boat, at the mercy of a raking broadside of banked chaff.
"Good evenin'," said Disko, raising his headgear. "And how does your garden grow?"
"Go to Ohio and hire a mule," said Uncle Salters. "We don't want no farmers here." "Will I lend you my dory anchor?" cried Long Jack.
"Unship your rudder and stick it in the mud," said Tom Platt.
"Say!"
Dan's voice rose shrill and high, as he stood on the wheel box.
"Say! Is there a strike in the overall factory, or have they hired girls, you shackamaxons?" "Veer out the tiller lines," cried Harvey, "and nail 'em to the bottom."
That was a salt-flavored jest he had just been put up to by Tom Platt. Manuel leaned over the stern and yelled,
"Jonah Morgan play the organ! Ha ha ha!"
He flourished his broad thumb with a gesture of unspeakable contempt and derision, while little Penn covered himself with glory by piping up,
"Gee a little! Hish! Come here! Haw!"
They rode on their chain for the rest of the night, a short, snappy, uneasy motion, as Harvey found, and wasted half the forenoon recovering the cable. But the boys agreed the trouble was cheap at the price of triumph and glory, and they thought with grief over all the beautiful things that they might have said to the discomfited Carrie. End of chapter. Chapter 7 of Captains Courageous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Captains Courageous by Rudyard Kipling, Chapter 7. Next day they fell in with more sails, all circling slowly from the east northerly towards the west. But just when they expected to make the shoals by the Virgin, the fog shut down, and they anchored, surrounded by the tinklings of invisible bells. There was not much fishing, but occasionally dory met dory in the fog and exchanged news. That night, a little before dawn, Dan and Harvey, who had been sleeping most of the day, tumbled out to hook fried pies. There was no reason why they should not have taken them openly, but they tasted better so, and it made the cook angry. The heat and smell below drove them on deck with their plunder, and they found Disko at the bell, which he handed over to Harvey.
"Keep her going," said he. "I mistrust I hear something. If it's anything, I'm best where I am so as to get at things."
It was a forlorn little jingle. The thick air seemed to pinch it off,
and in the pauses Harvey heard the muffled shriek of a liner's siren, and he knew enough of the Banks to know what that meant. It came to him, with horrible distinctness, how a boy in a cherry-coloured jersey he despised fancy blazers now with all a fisherman's contempt how an ignorant, rowdy boy had once said it would be great if a steamer ran down a fishing-boat. That boy had a state-room with a hot and cold bath, and spent 10 minutes each morning picking over a gilt-edged bill of fare. And that same boy, no, his very much older brother, was up at 4 of the dim dawn in streaming, crackling oilskins, hammering, literally for the dear life, on a bell smaller than the steward's breakfast bell, while somewhere close at hand a 30-foot steel stern was storming along at 20 miles an hour. The bitterest thought of all was that there were folks asleep in dry, upholstered cabins who would never learn that they had massacred a boat before breakfast. So Harvey rang the bell. "Yes, they slowed down one turn of their blamed propeller," said Dan, applying himself to Manuel's conch, "fer to keep inside the law, and that's consolin' when we're all at the bottom. Hark to her, she's a humper." "Oh!" went the siren. "Tingle, tingle, tink," went the bell. "Grrrrr!" went the conch, while sea and sky were all milled up in milky fog. Then Harvey felt that he was near a moving body, and found himself looking up and up at the wet edge of a cliff-like bow, leaping, it seemed, directly over the schooner. A jaunty little feather of water curled in front of it, and as it lifted it showed a long ladder of Roman numerals, XV, XVI, XVII, XVIII, and so forth, on a salmon-coloured gleaming side. It tilted forward and downward with a heart-stilling "shh." The ladder disappeared. A line of brass-rimmed portholes flashed past. A jet of steam puffed in Harvey's helplessly uplifted hands. A spout of hot water roared along the rail of the We're Here, and the little schooner staggered and shook in a rush of screw-torn water as a liner's stern vanished in the fog. Harvey got ready to faint or be sick, or both, when he heard a crack like a trunk thrown on a sidewalk, and, all small in his ear, a far-away telephone voice drawling, "Heave to! You've sunk us!" "Is it us?" he gasped. "No! Boat out yonder. Ring! We're goin' to look," said Dan, running out a dory. In half a minute all except Harvey, Penn, and the cook were overside and away. Presently a schooner's stump foremast, snapped clean across, drifted past the bows. Then an empty green dory came by, knocking on the We're Here's side, as though she wished to be taken in. Then followed something, face down, in a blue jersey, but it was not the whole of a man. Penn changed colour, and caught his breath with a click. Harvey pounded despairingly at the bell, for he feared they might be sunk at any minute, and he jumped at Dan's hail as the crew came back. "The Jenny Cushman," said Dan hysterically. "Cut clean in half. Ground up and trampled on at that. Not a quarter of a mile away. Dad's got the old man. There ain't anyone else, and there was a son, too. Oh, Harve, I can't stand it. I've seen..." He dropped his head on his arms and sobbed, while the others dragged a gray-headed man aboard. "What'd you pick me up for?" the stranger groaned. "Disco, what'd you pick me up for?" Disco dropped a heavy hand on his shoulder, for the man's eyes were wild and his lips trembled as he stared at the silent crew. Then up and spoke Pennsylvania Pratt, who was also Haskins or Rich or McVitie when Uncle Salters forgot, and his face was changed on him, from the face of a fool to the countenance of an old, wise man, and he said in a strong voice, "The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. I am a minister of the gospel. Leave him to me." "Oh, you be you?" said the man. Then pray my son back to me. Pray back a $9,000 boat and 1,000 quintal of fish. If you'd let me alone, my widow could have gone on to the Provident and worked for her board, and never known. Now I'll have to tell her."
"There ain't nothin' to say," said Disko. "Better lie down a piece, Jason Ollie."
When a man has lost his only son, his summer's work, and his means of livelihood, in 30 counted seconds, it is hard to give consolation. "All Gloucester men, wasn't they?" said Tom Platt, fiddling helplessly with a dory becket. "Oh, that don't make no odds," said Jason, wringing the wet from his beard. "I'll be rowin' summer boarders around East Gloucester this fall." He rolled heavily to the rail, singing: "Happy birds that sing and fly round thine altars, O Most High." "Come with me. Come below," said Penn, as though he had a right to give orders. Their eyes met and fought for a quarter of a minute.
"I dunno who you be, but I'll come," said Jason submissively. "Maybe I'll get back some of the $9,000. Penn led him into the cabin and slid the door behind. "That ain't Penn," cried Uncle Salters. "It's Jacob Boiler, an' he's remembered Johnstown. I never seed such eyes in any livin' man's head. What's to do now? What'll I do now?" They could hear Penn's voice and Jason's together. Then Penn's went on alone, and Salters slipped off his hat, for Penn was praying. Presently the little man came up the steps, huge drops of sweat on his face, and looked at the crew. Dan was still sobbing by the wheel. "He don't know us," Salter groaned. "It's all to do over again, checkers and everything. And what'll he say to me?" Penn spoke. They could hear that it was to strangers. "I have prayed," said he. "Our people believe in prayer. I have prayed for the life of this man's son. Mine were drowned before my eyes, she and my eldest and the others. Shall a man be more wise than his Maker? I prayed never for their lives, but I have prayed for this man's son, and he will surely be sent him." Salters looked pleadingly at Penn to see if he remembered. "How long have I been mad?" Penn asked suddenly. His mouth was twitching. "Pshaw, Penn, you weren't never mad," Salters began. "Only a little distracted like." "I saw the houses strike the bridge before the fires broke out. I do not remember any more. How long ago is that?" "I can't stand it! I can't stand it!" cried Dan, and Harvey whimpered in sympathy.
About 5 year,"
said Disko in a shaking voice. "Then I have been a charge on someone for every day of that time. Who was the man?" Disko pointed to Salters. "Ye hain't! Ye hain't!" cried the sea farmer, twisting his hands together. "You've more'n earned your keep twice told, and there's money owin' you, Penn, besides half o' my quarter share in the boat, which is yours for value received." "You are good men. I can see that in your faces, but—" "Mother have mercy," whispered Long Jack. "And he's been wid us all these trips. He's clean bewitched." A schooner's bell struck up alongside, and a voice hailed through the fog. "Oh, Disko! Heard about the Jenny Cushman?" "They have found his son," cried Penn. "Stand you still and see the salvation of the Lord."
"Got Jason aboard here,"
Disko answered, but his voice quavered.
"There warn't anyone else?"
"We've found one, though. Run acrost him, snarled up in a mess o' lumber that might have been a fo'c'sle. His head's cut some."
"Who is he?"
The We're Here's heartbeats answered one another.
Guess it's young Ollie," the voice drawled.
Penn raised his hands and said something in German. Harvey could have sworn that a bright sun was shining upon his lifted face, but the drawl went on.
"Say, you fellers guyed us considerable t'other night."
We don't feel like guying any now," said Disko.
"I know it, but to tell the honest truth, we were kinder driftin' when we run agin young Ollie."
It was the irrepressible Carrie Pitman, and a roar of unsteady laughter went up from the deck of the We're Here.
"Hadn't you 'baout well send the old man aboard? We're runnin' in fer more bait an' ground tackle. Guess you won't want him anyway, an' this blame windlass work makes us short handed. We'll take care of him. He's married my woman's aunt."
"I'll give you anything in the boat," said Troop.
"Don't want nothin', 'less maybe an anchor that'll hold. Say, young Ollie's gettin' kinder balky an' excited. Send the old man along."
Penn waked him from his stupor of despair, and Tom Platt rowed him over. He went away without a word of thanks, not knowing what was to come, and the fog closed over all. "And now," said Penn, drawing a deep breath as though about to preach, "and now—" The erect body sank like a sword driven home into the scabbard. The light faded from the overbright eyes. The voice returned to its usual pitiful little titter. "And now," said Pennsylvania Pratt, "do you think it's too early for a little game of checkers, Mr. Salters?"
"The very thing I was going to say myself," cried Salters promptly. "It beats all, Penn, how you get on to what's in a man's mind."
The little fellow blushed, and meekly followed Salters forward.
"Up anchor! Hurry! Let's quit these crazy waters!"
shouted Disko, and never was he more swiftly obeyed.
"Now what in creation d'ye suppose is the meaning of that all?"
said Long Jack, when they were working through the fog once more, damp, dripping, and bewildered.
"The way I sense it," said Disko, at the wheel, "is this: the Jennie Cushman business comin' on an empty stomach."
We saw one of them go by,"
sobbed Harvey.
"And that, o' course, kind o' hove him outer water. Jullock runnin' a craft ashore hove him right out, I take it, to rememberin' Johnstown and Jacob Boiler and such like reminiscences. Well, consolin' Jason there held him up a piece, same as shorin' up a boat. Then, bein' weak, them props slipped and slipped, and he slided down the ways, and now he's waterborne agin. That's how I sense it."
They decided that Disko was entirely correct.
"'Twould ha' broke Salters all up," said Long Jack, "if Penn had stayed Jacob Boilerin'. Did you see his face when Penn asked who he'd been charged on all these years? How is it, Salters?"
"Asleep, dead asleep. Turned in like a child," Salters replied, tiptoeing aft. "There won't be no grub till he wakes, natural. Did you ever see such a gift in prayer? He everlastingly hiked young Ollie out o' the ocean. That's my belief. Jason was tur'ble proud of his boy, an' I mistrusted all along 'twas a judgment on worshippin' vain idols."
"There's others just as sot," said Disko.
"That's different," Salters retorted quickly. "Penn's not all caulked, an' I ain't only but doin' my duty by him."
They waited, those hungry men, 3 hours, till Penn reappeared with a smooth face and a blank mind. He said he believed that he had been dreaming. Then he wanted to know why they were so silent, and they could not tell him. Disko worked all hands mercilessly for the next 3 or 4 days, and when they could not go out, turned them into the hold to stack the ship's stores into smaller compass, to make more room for the fish. The packed mass ran from the cabin partition to the sliding door behind the foc'sle stove, and Disko showed how there is great art in stowing cargo so as to bring a schooner to her best draught. The crew were thus kept lively till they recovered their spirits,
and Harvey was tickled with a rope's end by Long Jack for being, as the Galway man said, "sorrowful as a sick cat over what couldn't be helped." He did a great deal of thinking in those dreary days, and told Dan what he thought, and Dan agreed with him, even to the extent of asking for fried pies instead of hooking them. But a week later the two nearly upset the Hattie S. in a wild attempt to stab a shark with an old bayonet tied to a stick. The grim brute rubbed alongside the dory begging for small fish, and between the three of them it was a mercy they all got off alive. At last, after playing blindman's buff in the fog, there came a morning when Disko shouted down the forecastle,
"Hurry, boys, we're in town."
End of chapter. Chapter 8 of Captains Courageous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Captains Courageous by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 8. To the end of his days, Harvey will never forget that sight. The sun was just clear of the horizon they had not seen for nearly a week, and his low red light struck into the riding sails of 3 fleets of anchored schooners, one to the north, one to the westward, and one to the south. There must have been nearly 100 of them, of every possible make and build, with, far away, a square-rigged Frenchman, all bowing and curtsying one to the other. From every boat dories were dropped away like bees from a crowded hive, and the clamour of voices, the rattling of ropes and blocks, and the splash of the oars carried for miles across the heaving water. The sails turned all colours, black, pearly gray, and white, as the sun mounted, and more boats swung up through the mist to the southward. The dories gathered in clusters, separated, reformed, and broke again, all heading one way, while men hailed and whistled and cat-called and sang, and the water was speckled with rubbish thrown overboard. "It's a town," said Harvey. "Disko was right. It's a town."
"I've seen smaller," said Disko. "There's about 1,000 men here, and yonder's the Virgin." He pointed to a vacant space of greenish sea where there were no dories. The We're Here skirted round the northern squadron, Disko waving his hand to friend after friend, and anchored as neatly as a racing yacht at the end of the season. The Bank fleet passed good seamanship in silence, but a bungler is jeered all along the line. "Just in time for the Caplin," cried the Mary Chilton. "Salt most wet?" asked the King Philip. "Hey, Tom Platt, come to supper tonight?" said the Henry Clay. And so questions and answers flew back and forth. Men had met one another before, dory fishing in the fog, and there is no place for gossip like the Bank fleet. They all seemed to know about Harvey's rescue, and asked if he were worth his salt yet. The young bloods jested with Dan, who had a lively tongue of his own, and inquired after their health by the town nicknames they least liked. Manuel's countrymen jabbered at him in his own language, and even the silent cook was seen riding the jib-boom and shouting Gaelic to a friend as black as himself. After they had buoyed the cable all round the Virgin is rocky bottom, and carelessness means chafed ground tackle and danger from drifting. After they had buoyed the cable, their dories went forth to join the mob of boats anchored about a mile away. The schooners rocked and dipped at a safe distance, like mother ducks watching their brood, while the dories behaved like mannerless ducklings. As they drove into the confusion, boat banging boat, Harvey's ears tingled at the comments on his rowing. Every dialect from Labrador to Long Island, with Portuguese, Neapolitan, lingua franca, French, and Gaelic, with songs and shoutings and new oaths, rattled round him, and he seemed to be the butt of it all.
For the first time in his life he felt shy. Perhaps that came from living so long with only the We're Heres, among the scores of wild faces that rose and fell with the reeling small craft. A gentle, breathing swell, 3 furlongs from trough to barrel, would quietly shoulder up a string of variously painted dories. They hung for an instant, a wonderful frieze against the skyline, and then their men pointed and hailed. Next moment the open mouths, waving arms, and bare chests disappeared, while on another swell came up an entirely new line of characters, like paper figures in a toy theatre. So Harvey stared. "Watch out!" said Dan, flourishing a dip net. "When I tell you dip, you dip. The captain'll school any time from now on. Where'll we lay, Tom Platt?" Pushing, shoving, and hauling, greeting old friends here and warning old enemies there, Commodore Tom Platt led his little fleet well to leeward of the general crowd, and immediately 3 or 4 men began to haul on their anchors with intent to lee-bow the We're Heres. But a yell of laughter went up as a dory shot from her station with exceeding speed, its occupant pulling madly on the roding. "Give her slack!" roared 20 voices. "Let him shake it out!" "What's the matter?" asked Harvey, as the boat flashed away to the southward. "He's anchored, isn't he?" "Anchored, sure enough, but his ground tackle's kinder shifty," said Dan, laughing. "Whale's fouled it. Dip, Harve! Here they come!" The sea round them clouded and darkened, and then frizzed up in showers of tiny silver fish, and over a space of 5 or 6 acres the cod began to leap like trout in May, while behind the cod 3 or 4 broad gray-black backs broke the water into boils. Then everybody shouted and tried to haul up his anchor to get among the school, and fouled his neighbour's line, and said what was in his heart, and dipped furiously with his dip net, and shrieked cautions and advice to his companions, while the deep fizzed like freshly opened soda water, and cod, men, and whales together flung in upon the luckless bait. Harvey was nearly knocked overboard by the handle of Dan's net, but in all the wild tumult he noticed, and never forgot, the wicked, set little eye, something like a circus elephant's eye, of a whale that drove along almost level with the water, and, so he said, winked at him. 3 boats found their rodings fouled by these reckless mid-sea hunters, and were towed half a mile ere their horses shook the line free. Then the captain moved off, and 5 minutes later there was no sound except the splash of the sinkers overside, the flapping of the cod, and the whack of the muckles as the men stunned them. It was wonderful fishing. Harvey could see the glimmering cod below, swimming slowly in droves, biting as steadily as they swam. Bank law strictly forbids more than 1 hook on 1 line when the dories are on the Virgin or the Eastern Shoals, but so close lay the boats that even single hooks snarled, and Harvey found himself in hot argument with a gentle, hairy Newfoundlander on one side and a howling Portuguese on the other. Worse than any tangle of fishing lines was the confusion of the dory rodings below water. Each man had anchored where it seemed good to him, drifting and rowing round his fixed point. As the fish struck on less quickly, each man wanted to haul up and get to better ground, but every third man found himself intimately connected with some 4 or 5 neighbours. To cut another's roding is crime unspeakable on the Banks, yet it was done, and done without detection, 3 or 4 times that day. Tom Platt caught a Maine man in the black act, and knocked him over the gunwale with an oar, and Manuel served a fellow countryman in the same way. But Harvey's anchor line was cut, and so was Penn's, and they were turned into relief boats to carry fish to the We're Here as the dories filled. The captain schooled once more at twilight, when the mad clamour was repeated, and at dusk they rowed back to dress down by the light of kerosene lamps on the edge of the pen. It was a huge pile, and they went to sleep while they were dressing. Next day several boats fished right above the cap of the Virgin, and Harvey, with them, looked down on the very weed of that lonely rock, which rises to within 20 feet of the surface. The cod were there in legions, marching solemnly over the leathery kelp. When they bit all together, and so when they stopped. There was a slack time at noon, and the dories began to search for amusement. It was Dan who sighted the Hope of Prague just coming up, and as her boats joined the company they were greeted with the question, "Who's the meanest man in the fleet?" 300 voices answered cheerily, "Nick Brady." It sounded an organ chant. "Who stole the lamp wicks?" That was Dan's contribution. "Nick Brady," sang the boats. "Who boiled the salt bait for soup?" This was an unknown backbiter a quarter of a mile away. Again the joyful chorus. Now, Brady was not especially mean, but he had that reputation, and the fleet made the most of it. Then they discovered a man from a Truro boat who, 6 years before, had been convicted of using a tackle with 5 or 6 hooks. A scrouger, they call it, on the shoals. Naturally, he had been christened Scrouger Jim, and though he had hidden himself on the Georges ever since, he found his honours waiting for him full blown. They took it up in a sort of firecracker chorus. "Jim! Oh, Jim! Jim! Oh, Jim! Scrouger Jim!" That pleased everybody. And when a poetical Beverly man he had been making it up all day, and talked about it for weeks sang, "The Carrie Pitman's anchor doesn't hold her for a cent," the dories felt that they were indeed fortunate. Then they had to ask that Beverly man how he was off for beans, because even poets must not have things all their own way. Every schooner and nearly every man got it in turn. Was there a careless or dirty cook anywhere? The dories sang about him and his food. Was a schooner badly found? The fleet was told at full length. Had a man hooked tobacco from a messmate? He was named in meeting, the name tossed from roller to roller. Disko's infallible judgments, Long Jack's market boat that he had sold years ago, Dan's sweetheart oh, but Dan was an angry boy, Penn's bad luck with dory anchors, Salter's views on manure, Manuel's little slips from virtue ashore, and Harvey's ladylike handling of the oar, all were laid before the public, and as the fog fell around them in silvery sheets beneath the sun, the voices sound like a bench of invisible judges pronouncing sentence. The dories roved and fished and squabbled till a swell underran the sea. Then they drew more apart to save their sides, and some one called that if the swell continued the Virgin would break. A reckless Galway man with his nephew denied this, hauled up anchor, and rowed over the very rock itself. Many voices called them to come away, while others dared them to hold on. As the smooth-backed rollers passed to the southward, they hove the dory high and high into the mist, and dropped her in ugly, sucking, dimpled water, where she spun round her anchor, within a foot or two of the hidden rock. It was playing with death for mere bravado, and the boats looked on in uneasy silence till Long Jack rowed up behind his countrymen and quietly cut their roding. "Can't ye hear it knockin'?" he cried. "Pull for your miserable lives! Pull!" The men swore and tried to argue as the boat drifted, but the next swell checked a little, like a man tripping on a carpet. There was a deep sob and a gathering roar, and the Virgin flung up a couple of acres of foaming water, white, furious, and ghastly over the shoal sea. Then all the boats greatly applauded Long Jack, and the Galway men held their tongue. "Ain't it elegant?" said Dan, bobbing like a young seal at home. "She'll break about once every half-hour now, lest the swell piles up good. What's her reg'lar time when she's at work, Tom Platt?" "Once every 15 minutes to the tick. Harve, you've seen the greatest thing on the Banks, and but for Long Jack you've seen some dead men, too." There came a sound of merriment where the fog lay thicker and the schooners were ringing their bells. A big bark nosed cautiously out of the mist, and was received with shouts and cries of "Come along, darlin'," from the Irishry. "Another Frenchman?" said Harvey.
"Hain't you eyes? She's a Baltimore boat, goin' in fear an' tremblin'," said Dan. "We'll guy the very sticks out o' her. Guess it's the fust time her skipper ever met up with the fleet this way." She was a black, buxom 800-ton craft. Her mainsail was looped up, and her topsail flapped undecidedly in what little wind was moving. Now a bark is feminine beyond all other daughters of the sea, and this tall, hesitating creature, with her white and gilt figurehead, looked just like a bewildered woman half lifting her skirts to cross a muddy street under the jeers of bad little boys. That was very much her situation. She knew she was somewhere in the neighbourhood of the Virgin, had caught the roar of it, and was therefore asking her way. This is a small part of what she heard from the dancing dories.
"The Virgin! What are you talking of? This is Le Havre on a Sunday morning. Go home and sober up." "Go home, ye tarrapin! Go home and tell 'em we're comin'." Half a dozen voices together, in a most tuneful chorus, as her stern went down with a roll and a bubble into the troughs. "There she strikes!" "Hard up! Hard up for your life! You're on top of her now!" "Down! Hard down! Let go everything!" "All hands to the pumps!" "Down jib and pole her!" Here the skipper lost his temper and said things. Instantly fishing was suspended to answer him, and he heard many curious facts about his boat and her next port of call. They asked him if he were insured, and whence he had stolen his anchor, because, they said, it belonged to the Carrie Pitman. They called his boat a mud scow, and accused him of dumping garbage to frighten the fish. They offered to tow him and charge it to his wife. And one audacious youth slipped almost under the counter, smacked it with his open palm, and yelled, "Giddy up, Buck!" The cook emptied a pan of ashes on him, and he replied with codheads. The bark's crew fired a small coal from the galley, and the dories threatened to come aboard and razee her. They would have warned her at once, had she been in real peril, but, seeing her well clear of the Virgin, they made the most of their chances. The fun was spoilt when the rock spoke again, a half-mile to windward, and the tormented bark set everything that would draw and went her ways, but the dories felt that the honours lay with them. All that night the Virgin roared hoarsely, and next morning, over an angry white-headed sea, Harvey saw the fleet with flickering masts waiting for a lead. Not a dory was hove out till 10 o'clock, when the two Geralds of the Day's Eye, imagining a lull which did not exist, set the example. In a minute half the boats were out and bobbing in the Cockley swells, but Troop kept the We're Heres at work dressing down. He saw no sense in dares, and as the storm grew that evening they had the pleasure of receiving wet strangers only too glad to make any refuge in the gale. The boys stood by the dory tackles with lanterns, the men ready to haul, one eye cocked for the sweeping wave that would make them drop everything and hold on for the dear life. Out of the dark would come a yell of "Dory! Dory!" They would hook up and haul in a drenched man and a half-sunk boat, till their decks were littered down with nests of dories, and the bunks were full. 5 times in their watch did Harvey, with Dan, jump at the foregaff where it lay lashed on the boom, and cling with arms, legs, and teeth to rope and spar and sodden canvas as a big wave filled the decks. One dory was smashed to pieces, and the sea pitched the man head first onto the decks, cutting his forehead open, and about dawn, when the racing seas glimmered white all along their cold edges, another man, blue and ghastly, crawled in with a broken hand, asking news of his brother. 7 extra mouths sat down to breakfast, a Swede, a Chatham skipper, a boy from Hancock, Maine, 1 Duxbury, and 3 Provincetown men. There was a general sorting out among the fleet next day, and though no one said anything, all ate with better appetites when boat after boat reported full crews aboard. Only a couple of Portuguese and an old man from Gloucester were drowned, but many were cut or bruised, and 2 schooners had parted their tackle and been blown to the southward, 3 days' sail. A man died on a Frenchman,
It was the same bark that had traded tobacco with the We're Heres. She slipped away quite quietly one wet, white morning, moved to a patch of deep water, her sails all hanging anyhow, and Harvey saw the funeral through Disko's spyglass. It was only an oblong bundle slid overside. They did not seem to have any form of service, but in the night, at anchor, Harvey heard them across the star-powdered black water, singing something that sounded like a hymn. It went to a very slow tune. La brigantine qui va tourner roule et s'incline pour m'entraîner en Vierge Marie pour mon prier Dieu. Adieu, patrie, Quebec, adieu. Tom Platt visited her, because, he said, the dead man was his brother as a Freemason. It came out that a wave had doubled the poor fellow over the heel of the bowsprit and broken his back. The news spread like a flash, for, contrary to general custom, the Frenchman held an auction of the dead man's kit. He had no friends at St. Malo or Miquelon, and everything was spread out on the top of the house, from his red knitted cap to the leather belt with the sheath knife at the back. Dan and Harvey were out on 20-fathom water in the Hattie S, and naturally rowed over to join the crowd. It was a long pull, and they stayed some little time while Dan bought the knife, which had a curious brass handle. When they dropped overside and pushed off into a drizzle of rain and a lop of sea, it occurred to them that they might get into trouble for neglecting the lines. "Guess 'twon't hurt us any to be warmed up," said Dan, shivering under his oilskins, and they rowed on into the heart of a white fog, which, as usual, dropped on them without warning. "There's too much blamed tide hereabouts to trust to your instincts," he said. "Heave over the anchor, Harve, and we'll fish a piece till the thing lifts. Bend on your biggest lead. 3 pound ain't any too much in this water. See how she's tightened on her roding already." There was quite a little bubble at the bows, where some irresponsible bank current held the dory full stretch on her rope, but they could not see a boat's length in any direction. Harvey turned up his collar and bunched himself over his reel with the air of a wearied navigator. Fog had no special terrors for him now. They fished a while in silence, and found the cod struck on well. Then Dan drew the sheath knife and tested the edge of it on the gunwale. "That's a daisy," said Harvey. "How did you get it so cheap?" "On account of their blame Catholic superstitions," said Dan, jabbing with the bright blade. "They don't fancy takin' iron from off of a dead man, so to speak. See them Arichat Frenchmen step back when I bid?" "But an auction ain't takin' anything off a dead man. It's business." "We know it ain't, but there's no goin' in the teeth o' superstition. That's one of the advantages o' livin' in a progressive country." And Dan began whistling. "Oh, Double Thatcher, how are you? Now Eastern Point comes inter view. The girls and boys we soon shall see at anchor off Cape Ann." "Why didn't that Eastport man bid, then? He bought his boots. Ain't Maine progressive?" "Maine? Pshaw! They don't know enough, or they hain't got money enough, to paint their houses in Maine. I've seen 'em. The Eastport man he told me that the knife had been used, so the French captain told him, used up on the French coast last year." "Cut a man?" "He was the muckle." Harvey hauled in his fish, rebaited, and threw over. "Killed him. Course, when I heard that I was keener'n ever to get it." "Christmas! I didn't know it," said Harvey, turning round. "I'll give you $1 for it when I get my wages. Say, I'll give you $2." "Honest? Do you like it as much as all that?" said Dan, flushing. "Well, to tell the truth, I kinder got it for you to give, but I didn't let on till I saw how you'd take it. It's yours and welcome, Harve, because we're dory mates, and so on and so forth, and so followin'. Catch a holt." He held it out, belt and all. "But look at here, Dan, I don't see—" "Take it. 'Tain't no use to me. I wish you to hev it."
The temptation was irresistible. "Dan, you're a white man," said Harvey. "I'll keep it as long as I live." "That's good hearin'," said Dan, with a pleasant laugh; and then, anxious to change the subject, "Looks as if your line was fast to something." "Fouled, I guess," said Harve, tugging. Before he pulled up he fastened the belt round him, and with deep delight heard the tip of the sheath click on the thwart. "Concern the thing!" he cried. "She acts as though she was on strawberry bottom. It's all sand here, ain't it?" Dan reached over and gave a judgmatic tweak. "Hollabut'll act that way if he's sulky. That's no strawberry bottom. Yank her once or twice. She gives, sure. Guess we better haul up and make certain." They pulled together, making fast at each turn on the cleats, and the hidden weight rose sluggishly. "Prize! Oh, haul!" shouted Dan, but the shout ended in a shrill double shriek of horror, for out of the sea came the body of the dead Frenchman buried 2 days before. The hook had caught him under the right armpit, and he swayed, erect and horrible, head and shoulders above water. His arms were tied to his side, and he had no face. The boys fell over each other in a heap at the bottom of the dory, and there they lay while the thing bobbed alongside, held on the shortened line. The tide brought him," said Harvey, with quivering lips, as he fumbled at the clasp of the belt. "Oh, Lord! Oh, Harve!" groaned Dan. "Be quick! He's come for it! Let him have it! Take it off!" "I don't want it! I don't want it!" cried Harvey. "I can't find the buckle." "Quick, Harve! He's on your line!" Harvey sat up to unfasten the belt, facing the head that had no face under its streaming hair. "He's fast still," he whispered to Dan, who slipped out his knife and cut the line, as Harvey flung the belt far overside. The body shot down with a plop, and Dan cautiously rose to his knees, whiter than the fog. "He come for it. He come for it. I've seen a stale one hauled up on a trawl, and I didn't much care, but he come to us special. I wish I hadn't taken the knife. Then he'd have come on your line." "Dunno as that would have made any differ. We're both scared out of 10 years' growth. Oh, Harve, did you see his head?" "Did I? I'll never forget it. Oh, look at here, Dan. It couldn't have been meant. It was only the tide." "Tide? He come for it, Harve. Why, they sunk him 6 mile to southward of the fleet, and we're 2 miles from where she's lyin' now. They told me he was weighted with 1.5 fathoms of chain cable. Wonder what he did with the knife up on the French coast. Something bad. Guess he's bound to take it with him to the judgment, and so what are you doing with the fish?" "Heaving 'em overboard," said Harvey. "What for? We shan't eat 'em." "I don't care. I had to look at his face while I was taking the belt off. You can keep your catch if you like. I've no use for mine." Dan said nothing, but threw his fish over again. "Guess it's best to be on the safe side," he murmured at last. "I'd give a month's pay if this fog'd lift. Things go about in a fog that you don't see in clear weather. Yo-hos and hollerers and such like. I'm sort o' relieved he come the way he did, instead o' walkin'. He might 'a' walked." "Don't, Dan. We're right on top of him now. Wish I was safe aboard, bein' pounded by Uncle Salters." "They'll be lookin' for us in a little. Gimme the tooter." Dan took the tin dinner horn, but paused before he blew. "Go on," said Harvey. "I don't want to stay here all night." "Question is, how he'd take it. There was a man from down the coast told me once he was in a schooner where there darsn't ever blow a horn to the dories, because the skipper, not the man he was with, but a captain that had run her 5 years before, he'd drownded a boy alongside in a drunk fit, and ever after that boy he'd rowed alongside and shout 'Dory, Dory!' with the rest." "Dory, Dory!"
a muffled voice cried through the fog. They cowered again, and the horn dropped from Dan's hand. "Hold on!" cried Harvey. "It's the cook." "Dunno what made me think o' that fool tale, either," said Dan. "It's the doctor, sure enough."
Dan! Danny! Ooh, Dan! Harvey! Ooh, Harvey!"
"We're here!" sung both boys together. They heard oars, but could see nothing till the cook, shining and dripping, rowed into them.
"What is happened?" said he.
"You will be beaten at home." "That's what we want. That's what we're sufferin' for," said Dan. "Anything, homies, good enough for us. We've had kinder depressin' company." As the cook passed them a line, Dan told him the tale.
"Yes, he come for his knife,"
was all he said at the end. Never had the little rocking We're Here looked so deliciously homelike as when the cook, born and bred in fogs, rowed them back to her. There was a warm glow of light from the cabin and a satisfying smell of food forward, and it was heavenly to hear Disko and the others, all quite alive and solid, leaning over the rail and promising them a first-class pounding. But the cook was a black master of strategy. He did not get the dories aboard till he had given the more striking points of the tale, explaining as he backed and pumped round the counter how Harvey was the mascot to destroy any possible bad luck. So the boys came overside as rather uncanny heroes, and every one asked them questions instead of pounding them for making trouble. Little Penn delivered quite a speech on the folly of superstitions, but public opinion was against him and in favor of Long Jack, who told the most excruciating ghost stories to nearly midnight. Under that influence no one except Salters and Penn said anything about idolatry when the cook put a lighted candle, a cake of flour and water, and a pinch of salt on a shingle, and floated them out astern to keep the Frenchman quiet in case he was still restless. Dan lit the candle because he had bought the belt, and the cook grunted and muttered charms as long as he could see the ducking point of flame. Said Harvey to Dan, as they turned in after watch, "How about progress and Catholic superstitions?" "Huh! I guess I'm as enlightened and progressive as the next man, but when it comes to a dead St. Malo deckhand scarin' a couple of poor boys stiff for the sake of a 30-cent knife, why then, the cook can take hold for all o' me. I mistrust furriners, livin' or dead." Next morning all, except the cook, were rather ashamed of the ceremonies, and went to work double tides, speaking gruffly to one another. The We're Here was racing neck and neck for her last few loads against the Parry Norman, and so close was the struggle that the fleet took sides and betted tobacco. All hands worked at the lines or dressing down till they fell asleep where they stood, beginning before dawn and ending when it was too dark to see. They even used the cook as pitcher, and turned Harvey into the hold to pass salt, while Dan helped to dress down. Luckily a Parry Norman man sprained his ankle falling down the foc'sle, and the We're Heres gained. Harvey could not see how one more fish could be crammed into her, but Disko and Tom Platt stowed and stowed, and planked the mast down with big stones from the ballast, and there was always "just another day's work." Disko did not tell them when all the salt was wetted. He rolled to the lazarette aft the cabin and began hauling out the big mainsail. This was at 10 in the morning. The riding sail was down, and the main and topsail were up by noon, and dories came alongside with letters for home. The riding sail was down, and the main and topsail were up by noon, and dories came alongside with letters for home, envying their good fortune. At last she cleared decks, hoisted her flag, as is the right of the first boat off the Banks, up, anchored, and began to move. Disko pretended that he wished to accommodate folk who had not sent in their mail, and so worked her gracefully in and out among the schooners. In reality that was his little triumphant procession, and for the 5th year running it showed what kind of mariner he was. Dan's accordion and Tom Platt's fiddle supplied the music of the magic verse you must not sing till all the salt is wet. Hi-yi-yo-ho, send your letters round. All our salt is wetted and the anchor's off the ground. Bend, oh bend your mainsail, we're back to Yankee land. We're 1,500 quintal and 1,500 quintal, 1,500 topping quintal, twixt old Queeroo and Grand. The last letters pitched on deck wrapped round pieces of coal, and the Gloucester men shouted messages to their wives and womenfolk and owners, while the We're Here finished the musical ride through the fleet, her headsails quivering like a man's hand when he raises it to say good-bye. Harvey very soon discovered that the We're Here, with her riding sail, strolling from berth to berth, and the We're Here, headed west by south under home canvas, were two very different boats. There was a bite and kick to the wheel, even in boys' weather. He could feel the dead weight in the hold flung forward mightily across the surges, and the streaming line of bubbles overside made his eyes dizzy. Disko kept them busy fiddling with the sails, and when those were flattened like a racing yacht's, Dan had to wait on the big topsail, which was put over by hand every time she went about. In spare moments they pumped, for the packed fish dripped brine, which does not improve a cargo. But since there was no fishing, Harvey had time to look at the sea from another point of view. The low-sided schooner was naturally on most intimate terms with her surroundings. They saw little of the horizon save when she topped a swell, and usually she was elbowing, fidgeting, and coaxing her steadfast way through gray-blue, or black hollows laced across and across with streaks of shivering foam, or rubbing herself caressingly along the flank of some bigger water hill. It was as if she said, "You wouldn't hurt me, surely? I'm only the little We're Here." Then she would slide away chuckling softly to herself, till she was brought up by some fresh obstacle. The dullest of folk cannot see this kind of thing hour after hour through long days without noticing it, and Harvey, being anything but dull, began to comprehend and enjoy the dry chorus of wave-tops, turning over with a sound of incessant tearing, the hurry of the winds working across open spaces and herding the purple-blue cloud-shadows, the splendid upheaval of the red sunrise, the folding and packing away of the morning mists, wall after wall withdrawn across the white floors, the salty glare and blaze of noon, the kiss of rain falling over thousands of dead, flat, square miles, the chilly blackening of everything at the day's end, and the million wrinkles of the sea under the moonlight, when the jib-boom solemnly poked at the low stars, and Harvey went down to get a doughnut from the cook. But the best fun was when the boys were put on the wheel together, Tom Platt within hail, and she cuddled her lee rail down to the crashing blue, and kept a little home-bound rainbow arching unbroken over her windlass. Then the jaws of the booms whined against the masts, and the sheets creaked, and the sails filled with roaring, and when she slid into a hollow she trampled like a woman tripped in her own silk dress, and came out, her jib wet half-way up, yearning and peering for the tall twin lights of Thatcher's Island. They left the cold gray of the Bank Sea, saw the lumber ships making for Quebec by the Straits of St. Lawrence, with the Jersey salt brigs from Spain and Sicily, found a friendly northeaster off Artimon Bank that drove them within view of the east light of Sable Island, a sight Disko did not linger over, and stayed with them past Western and Le Havre to the northern fringe of Georges. From there they picked up the deeper water and let her go merrily.
"Hattie's pullin' on the string,"
Dan confided to Harvey.
"Hattie and Ma. Next Sunday you'll be hirin' a boy to throw water on the windows to make you go to sleep. Guess you'll keep with us till your folks come. Do you know the best of gettin' ashore again?"
"Hot bath?" said Harvey. His eyebrows were all white with dried spray.
"That's good, but a nightshirt's better. I've been dreamin' of nightshirts ever since we bent our mainsail. You can wiggle your toes then. Ma'll have a new one fer me, all washed soft. It's home, Harve. It's home. You can sense it in the air. We're runnin' into the edge of a hot wave now, and I can smell the bayberries. Wonder if we'll get in for supper. Port a trifle."
The hesitating sails flapped and lurched in the close air as the deep smoothed out, blue and oily, round them. When they whistled for a wind only the rain came in spiky rods, bubbling and drumming, and behind the rain the thunder and the lightning of mid-August. They lay on the deck with bare feet and arms, telling one another what they would order at their first meal ashore. For now the land was in plain sight. A Gloucester swordfish boat drifted alongside, a man in the little pulpit on the bowsprit flourishing his harpoon, his bare head plastered down with the wet. "And all's well," he sang cheerily, as though he were watch on a big liner. "Wouverman's waitin' for you, Disko. What's the news of the fleet?" Disko shouted it and passed on, while the wild summer storm pounded overhead, and the lightning flickered along the capes from 4 different quarters at once. It gave the low circle of hills round Gloucester Harbour, 10-Pound Island, the fish sheds, with a broken line of house roofs, and each spar and buoy on the water, in blinding photographs that came and went a dozen times to the minute as the We're Here crawled in on half flood, and the whistling buoy moaned and mourned behind her. Then the storm died out in long, separated, vicious dags of blue-white flame, followed by a single roar like the roar of a mortar battery, and the shaken air tingled under the stars as it got back to silence.
"The flag! The flag!"
said Disko suddenly, pointing upward.
"What is it?"
said Long Jack.
"Otto, half-mast. They can see us from shore now."
"I'd clean forgot. He's no folk to Gloucester, has he?"
"Girl he was goin' to be married to this fall."
"Marry pity her," said Long Jack, and lowered the little flag half-mast for the sake of Otto, swept overboard in a gale off Le Havre 3 months before. Disko wiped the wet from his eyes, and led the We're Here to Wouverman's wharf, giving his orders in whispers, while she swung round moored tugs and night watchmen hailed her from the ends of inky black piers. Over and above the darkness and the mystery of the procession, Harvey could feel the land close round him once more, with all its thousands of people asleep, and the smell of earth after rain, and the familiar noise of a switching engine coughing to herself in a freight yard. And all those things made his heart beat and his throat dry up as he stood by the foresheet. They heard the anchor watch snoring on a lighthouse tug, nosed into a pocket of darkness where a lantern glimmered on either side. Somebody waked with a grunt, threw them a rope, and they made fast to a silent wharf flanked with great iron-roofed sheds full of warm emptiness, and lay there without a sound. Then Harvey sat down by the wheel and sobbed as though his heart would break, and a tall woman who had been sitting on a weigh-scale dropped down into the schooner and kissed Dan once on the cheek, for she was his mother, and she had seen the We're Here by the lightning flashes. She took no notice of Harvey till he had recovered himself a little, and Disko had told her his story. Then they went to Disko's house together as the dawn was breaking, and until the telegraph office was open and he could wire to his folk, Harvey Cheyne was perhaps the loneliest boy in all America. But the curious thing was that Disko and Dan seemed to think none the worse of him for crying. Wouverman was not ready for Disko's prices till Disko, sure that the We're Here was at least a week ahead of any other Gloucester boat, had given him a few days to swallow them. So all hands played about the streets, and Long Jack stopped the rocky-necked trolley, on principle, as he said, till the conductor let him ride free. But Dan went about with his freckled nose in the air, bung full of mystery and most haughty to his family.
"Dan, I'll have to lay into you if you act this way," said Troop, pensively. "Since we come ashore this time, you've been a heap too fresh."
"I'd lay into him now if he was mine," said Uncle Salters sourly. He and Penn boarded with the troops. "Aw-haw!" said Dan, shuffling with the accordion round the back yard,
ready to leap the fence if the enemy advanced. "Dad, you're welcome to your own judgment, but remember I've warned you. Your own flesh and blood have warned you. 'Tain't any o' my fault if you're mistook, but I'll be on deck to watch you. And as for you, Uncle Salters, Pharaoh's chief butler ain't in it 'longside o' you. You watch out and wait. You'll be plowed under like your own blamed clover, but me, Dan Troop, I'll flourish like a green bay tree because I warn't stuck on my own opinion." Disko was smoking in all his shore dignity in a pair of beautiful carpet slippers.
"You're gettin' as crazy as poor Harve. You two go around gigglin' and squinchin' and kickin' each other under the table till there's no peace in the house," said he.
"There's goin' to be a heap less, for some folks," Dan replied. "You wait and see." He and Harvey went out on the trolley to East Gloucester, where they tramped through the bayberry bushes to the lighthouse, and lay down on the big red boulders and laughed themselves hungry. Harvey had shown Dan a telegram, and the two swore to keep silence till the shell burst. "Harve's folk?" said Dan, with an unruffled face after supper. "Well, I guess they don't amount to much o' anything, or we'd 'a' heard from 'em by now. His pop keeps a kind o' store out west. Maybe he'll give you as much as $5, Dad."
"What did I tell ye?" said Salters. "Don't sputter over your vittles, Dan."
End of chapter. Chapter 9 of Captains Courageous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Captains Courageous by Rudyard Kipling, Chapter 9. Whatever his private sorrows may be, a multimillionaire, like any other working man, should keep abreast of his business. Harvey Cheyne, Sr., had gone east late in June to meet a woman broken down, half mad, who dreamed day and night of her son drowning in the gray seas. He had surrounded her with doctors, trained nurses, massage women, and even faith cure companions, but they were useless. Mrs. Cheyne lay still and moaned, or talked of her boy by the hour together to any one who would listen. Hope she had none, and who could offer it? All she needed was assurance that drowning did not hurt, and her husband watched to guard lest she should make the experiment. Of his own sorrow he spoke little, hardly realized the depth of it till he caught himself asking the calendar on his writing desk, "What's the use of going on?" There had always lain a pleasant notion at the back of his head that, some day, when he had rounded off everything and the boy had left college, he would take his son to his heart and lead him into his possessions. Then that boy, he argued, as busy fathers do, would instantly become his companion, partner, and ally, and there would follow splendid years of great works carried out together, the old head backing the young fire. Now his boy was dead, lost at sea, as it might have been a Swede sailor from one of Cheyne's big tea ships. The wife was dying, or worse. He himself was trodden down by platoons of women and doctors and maids and attendants, worried almost beyond endurance by the shift and change of her poor restless whims, hopeless, with no heart to meet his many enemies. He had taken the wife to his raw new palace in San Diego, where she and her people occupied a wing of great price, and Cheyne in a veranda room between a secretary and a typewriter, who was also a telegraphist, toiled along wearily from day to day. There was a war of rates among 4 Western railroads in which he was supposed to be interested. A devastating strike had developed in his lumber camps in Oregon, and the legislature of the state of California, which has no love for its makers, was preparing open war against him.
Ordinarily he would have accepted battle ere it was offered, and have waged a pleasant and unscrupulous campaign. But now he sat limply, his soft black hat pushed forward on to his nose, his big body shrunk inside his loose clothes, staring at his boots or the Chinese junks in the bay, and assenting absently to the secretary's questions as he opened the Saturday mail. Cheyne was wondering how much it would cost to drop everything and pull out. He carried huge insurances, could buy himself royal annuities, and between one of his places in Colorado and a little society, that would do the wife good. Say, in Washington and the South Carolina islands, a man might forget plans that had come to nothing. On the other hand... The click of the typewriter stopped. The girl was looking at the secretary, who had turned white. He passed Cheyne a telegram repeated from San Francisco. Picked up by fishing schooner We're Here, having fallen off boat. Great times on banks fishing. All well. Waiting Gloucester, Mass. Care Disco Troop. For money or orders wire. What shall do, and how is Mama? Harvey N. Cheyne. The father let it fall, laid his head down on the roller top of the shut desk, and breathed heavily. The secretary ran for Mrs. Cheyne's doctor, who found Cheyne pacing to and fro. "What do you think of it? Is it possible? Is there any meaning to it? I can't quite make it out," he cried. "I can," said the doctor. "I lose $7,000 a year, that's all." He thought of the struggling New York practice he had dropped at Cheyne's imperious bidding, and returned the telegram with a sigh. "You mean you'd tell her? Maybe a fraud?" "What's the motive?" said the doctor coolly. "Detection's too certain. It's the boy, sure enough." Enter a French maid impudently, as an indispensable one who is kept on only by large wages. "Mrs. Cheyne, she say you must come at once. She think you are seek." The master of 30 millions bowed his head meekly and followed Suzanne, and a thin, high voice on the upper landing of the great white-wood square staircase cried, "What is it? What has happened?" No doors could keep out the shriek that rang through the echoing house a moment later, when her husband blurted out the news. "And that's all right," said the doctor serenely to the typewriter. "About the only medical statement in novels with any truth to it is that joy don't kill, Miss Kinsey." "I know it, but we've a heap to do first." Miss Kinsey was from Milwaukee, somewhat direct of speech, and as her fancy leaned towards the secretary, she divined there was work in hand. He was looking earnestly at the vast roller map of America on the wall. "Milsom, we're going right across. Private car straight through. Boston. Fix the connections," shouted Cheyne down the staircase. "I thought so." The secretary turned to the typewriter, and their eyes met. Out of that was born a story, nothing to do with this story. She looked inquiringly, doubtful of his resources. He signed to her to move to the Morse as a general brings brigades into action. Then he swept his hand, musician-wise, through his hair, regarded the ceiling, and set to work, while Miss Kinsey's white fingers called up the continent of America. "K. H. Wade, Los Angeles. The Constance is at Los Angeles, isn't she, Miss Kinsey?" "Yep." Miss Kinsey nodded between clicks as the secretary looked at his watch. "Ready? Send Constance, private car, here, and arrange for special to leave here Sunday in time to connect with New York Limited at 16th Street, Chicago, Tuesday next." Click, click, click. "Couldn't you better that?" "Not on those grades. That gives 'em 60 hours from here to Chicago. They won't gain anything by taking a special east of that. Ready? Also arrange with Lake Shore and Michigan Southern to take Constance on New York Central and Hudson River Buffalo to Albany, and B&A the same Albany to Boston.
Indispensable I should reach Boston Wednesday evening. Be sure nothing prevents. Have also wired Canniff, Toucey, and Barnes. Sign, Shane." Miss Kinsey nodded, and the secretary went on. "Now then, Canniff, Toucey, and Barnes, of course. Ready? Canniff, Chicago. Please take my private car, Constance, from Santa Fe at 16th Street next Tuesday p.m. on New York Limited through to Buffalo, and deliver New York Central for Albany. Ever been to New York, Miss Kinsey? We'll go some day. Ready? Take car Buffalo to Albany on Limited Tuesday p.m. That's for Toucey. Haven't been to New York, but I know that, with a toss of the head. Beg pardon. Now, Boston and Albany, Barnes. Same instructions from Albany through to Boston. Leave 3:05 p.m. You needn't wire that. Arrive 9:05 p.m. Wednesday. That covers everything Wade will do, but it pays to shake up the managers." "It's great," said Miss Kinsey, with a look of admiration. This was the kind of man she understood and appreciated. "'Tisn't bad," said Milsom, modestly. "Now, any one but me would have lost 30 hours and spent a week working out the run, instead of handing him over to the Santa Fe straight through to Chicago." "But see here, about that New York Limited. Chauncey Depew himself couldn't hitch his car to her," Miss Kinsey suggested, recovering herself. "Yes, but this isn't Chauncey. It's Shane Lightning. It goes." "Even so. Guess we'd better wire the boy. You'd forgotten that, anyhow." "I'll ask." When he returned with the father's message bidding Harvey meet them in Boston at an appointed hour, he found Miss Kinsey laughing over the keys. Then Milsom laughed too, for the frantic clicks from Los Angeles ran, "We want to know why. General uneasiness developed and spreading." 10 minutes later Chicago appealed to Miss Kinsey in these words: "If crime of century is maturing, please warn friends in time. We are all getting to cover here." This was capped by a message from Topeka, and wherein Topeka was concerned even Milsom could not guess. "Don't shoot, Colonel. We'll come down." Shane smiled grimly at the consternation of his enemies when the telegrams were laid before him. "They think we're on the war path. Tell 'em we don't feel like fighting just now, Milsom. Tell 'em what we're going for. I guess you and Miss Kinsey had better come along, though it isn't likely I shall do any business on the road. Tell 'em the truth. For once." So the truth was told. Miss Kinsey clicked in the sentiment while the secretary added the memorable quotation, "Let us have peace," and in board rooms 2,000 miles away the representatives of $63 million worth of variously manipulated railroad interests breathed more freely. Shane was flying to meet the only son so miraculously restored to him. The bear was seeking his cub, not the bulls. Hard men who had their knives drawn to fight for their financial lives put away the weapons and wished him Godspeed, while half a dozen panic-smitten tin-pot roads perked up their heads and spoke of the wonderful things they would have done had not Shane buried the hatchet. It was a busy week-end among the wires, for, now that their anxiety was removed, men and cities hastened to accommodate. Los Angeles called to San Diego and Barstow, that the Southern California engineers might know and be ready in their lonely roundhouses. Barstow passed the word to the Atlantic and Pacific. The Albuquerque flung it the whole length of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe management, even into Chicago. An engine, combination car with crew, and the great and gilded Constance private car were to be expedited over those 2,350 miles. The train would take precedence of 177 others meeting and passing. Dispatches and crews of every one of those said trains must be notified. 16 locomotives, 16 engineers, and 16 firemen would be needed, each and every one the best available. 2 1/2 minutes would be allowed for changing engines, 3 for watering, and 2 for coaling. Warn the men, and arrange tanks and chutes accordingly. for Harvey Cheyne is in a hurry. A hurry! A hurry!" sang the wires. "40 miles an hour will be expected, and division superintendents will accompany this special over their respective divisions. From San Diego to 16th Street, Chicago, let the magic carpet be laid down. Hurry! Oh, hurry!" "It will be hot," said Cheyne, as they rolled out of San Diego in the dawn of Sunday. "We're going to hurry, Mama, just as fast as ever we can. But I really don't think there's any good of your putting on your bonnet and gloves yet. You'd much better lie down and take your medicine. I'd play you a game of dominoes, but it's Sunday." "I'll be good. Oh, I will be good. Only taking off my bonnet makes me feel as if we'd never get there." "Try to sleep a little, Mama, and we'll be in Chicago before you know." "But it's Boston, Father. Tell them to hurry." The 6-foot drivers were hammering their way to San Bernardino and the Mojave Wastes, but this was no grade for speed. That would come later. The heat of the desert followed the heat of the hills as they turned east to the Needles and the Colorado River. The car cracked in the utter drought and glare, and they put crushed ice to Mrs. Cheyne's neck, and toiled up the long, long grades, past Ash Fork, towards Flagstaff, where the forests and quarries are, under the dry, remote skies. The needle of the speed indicator flicked and wagged to and fro, the cinders rattled on the roof, and a whirl of dust sucked after the whirring wheels. The crew of the combination sat on their bunks, panting in their shirt sleeves, and Cheyne found himself among them shouting old, old stories of the railroad that every trainman knows, above the roar of the car. He told them about his son, and how the sea had given up its dead, and they nodded and spat and rejoiced with him, asked after her back there, and whether she could stand it if the engineer let her out a piece. And Cheyne thought she could. Accordingly, the great fire horse was let out from Flagstaff to Winslow, till a division superintendent protested. But Mrs. Cheyne, in the boudoir stateroom, where the French maid, sallow white with fear, clung to the silver door-handle, only moaned a little and begged her husband to bid them hurry. And so they dropped the dry sands and moonstruck rocks of Arizona behind them, and grilled on till the crash of the couplings and the wheeze of the brake hose told them they were at Coolidge by the Continental Divide. 3 bold and experienced men, cool, confident, and dry when they began, white, quivering, and wet when they finished their trick at those terrible wheels, swung her over the great lift from Albuquerque to Glorietta and beyond Springer, up and up to the Raton Tunnel on the state line, whence they dropped rocking into La Junta, had sight of the Arkansas, and tore down the long slope to Dodge City, where Cheyne took comfort once again from setting his watch an hour ahead. There was very little talk in the car. The secretary and typewriter sat together on the stamped Spanish leather cushions by the plate glass observation window at the rear end, watching the surge and ripple of the ties crowded back behind them, and, it is believed, making notes of the scenery. Cheyne moved nervously between his own extravagant gorgeousness and the naked necessity of the combination, an unlit cigar in his teeth, till the pitying crews forgot that he was their tribal enemy, and did their best to entertain him. At night the bunched electrics lit up that distressful palace of all the luxuries, and they fared sumptuously, swinging on through the emptiness of abject desolation. Now they heard the swish of a water-tank and the guttural voice of a Chinaman, the clink-clink of hammers that tested the Krupp steel wheels, and the oath of a tramp chased off the rear platform. Now the solid crash of coal shot into the tender, and now a beating back of noises as they flew past a waiting train. Now they looked out into great abysses, a trestle purring beneath their tread, or up to rocks that barred out half the stars. Now scaur and ravine changed and rolled back to jagged mountains on the horizon's edge, and now broke into hills lower and lower, till at last came the true plains.
At Dodge City an unknown hand threw in a copy of a Kansas paper, containing some sort of an interview with Harvey, who had evidently fallen in with an enterprising reporter, telegraphed on from Boston. The joyful journalese revealed that it was beyond question their boy, and it soothed Mrs. Cheyne for a while. Her one word, "Hurry," was conveyed by the crews to the engineers at Nickerson, Topeka, and Marceline, where the grades are easy, and they brushed the continent behind them. Towns and villages were close together now, and a man could feel here that he moved among people. "I can't see the dial, and my eyes ache so. What are we doing?" "The very best we can, Mama. There's no sense in getting in before the limited. We'd only have to wait." "I don't care. I want to feel we're moving. Sit down and tell me the miles." Cheyne sat down and read the dial for her. There were some miles which stand for records to this day. But the 70-foot car never changed its long, steamer-like roll, moving through the heat with the hum of a giant bee. Yet the speed was not enough for Mrs. Cheyne, and the heat, the remorseless August heat, was making her giddy. The clock hands would not move, and when, oh when, would they be in Chicago? It is not true that, as they changed engines at Fort Madison, Cheyne passed over to the Amalgamated Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers an endowment sufficient to enable them to fight him and his fellows on equal terms forevermore. He paid his obligations to engineers and firemen as he believed they deserved, and only his bank knows what he gave the crews who had sympathized with him. It is on record that the last crew took entire charge of switching operations at 16th Street, because she was in a doze at last, and heaven was to help anyone who bumped her. Now the highly paid specialist who conveys the Lake Shore and Michigan Southern Limited from Chicago to Elkhart is something of an autocrat, and he does not approve of being told how to back up to a car. None the less he handled the Constance as she might have been a load of dynamite, and when the crew rebuked him, they did it in whispers and dumb show.
"Pshaw!" said the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe men, discussing life later. "We weren't running for a record. Harvey Cheyne's wife, she were sick back, and we didn't want to jounce her. Come to think of it, our running time from San Diego to Chicago was 57 hours 54 minutes. You can tell that to them eastern way trains. When we're trying for a record, we'll let you know." To the western man, though this would not please either city, Chicago and Boston are cheek by jowl, and some railroads encourage the delusion. The Limited whirled the Constance into Buffalo and the arms of the New York Central and Hudson River, illustrious magnates with white whiskers and gold charms on their watch chains boarded her here to talk a little business to Cheyne, who slid her gracefully into Albany, where the Boston and Albany completed the run from tidewater to tidewater. Total time 87 hours and 35 minutes, or 3 days, 15 hours and 1/2. Harvey was waiting for them. After violent emotion, most people and all boys demand food. They feasted the returned prodigal behind drawn curtains, cut off in their great happiness, while the trains roared in and out around them. Harvey ate, drank, and enlarged on his adventures all in one breath, and when he had a hand free his mother fondled it. His voice was thickened with living in the open, salt air, his palms were rough and hard, his wrists dotted with the marks of gurry sores, and a fine full flavour of codfish hung round rubber boots and blue jersey. The father, well used to judging men, looked at him keenly. He did not know what enduring harm the boy might have taken. Indeed, he caught himself thinking that he knew very little whatever of his son, but he distinctly remembered an unsatisfied, dough-faced youth who took delight in calling down the old man and reducing his mother to tears, such a person as adds to the gaiety of public rooms and hotel piazzas, where the ingenuous young of the wealthy play with or revile the bell-boys. But this well-set-up fisher youth did not wriggle, looked at him with eyes steady, clear, and unflinching,
and spoke in a tone distinctly, even startlingly, respectful. There was that in his voice, too, which seemed to promise that the change might be permanent, and that the new Harvey had come to stay. "Someone's been coercing him," thought Cheyne. "Now Constance would never have allowed that. Don't see as Europe could have done it any better." "But why didn't you tell this man Troop who you were?" the mother repeated, when Harvey had expanded his story at least twice. "Disko Troop, dear. The best man that ever walked a deck. I don't care who the next is." "Why didn't you tell him to put you ashore? You know papa would have made it up to him 10 times over." "I know it, but he thought I was crazy. I'm afraid I called him a thief because I couldn't find the bills in my pocket." "A sailor found them by the flagstaff that night," sobbed Mrs. Cheyne. "That explains it, then. I don't blame Troop any. I just said I wouldn't work on a banker, too. And of course he hit me on the nose, and oh, I bled like a stuck hog." "My poor darling! They must have abused you horribly." "Dunno quite. Well, after that I saw a light." Cheyne slapped his leg and chuckled. This was going to be a boy after his own hungry heart. He had never seen precisely that twinkle in Harvey's eye before. "And the old man gave me 10.5 a month. He's paid me half now, and I took hold with Dan and pitched right in. I can't do a man's work yet, but I can handle a dory most as well as Dan, and I don't get rattled in a fog much, and I can take my trick in light winds that's steering, dear and I can most bait up a trawl, and I know my ropes, of course, and I can pitch fish till the cows come home, and I'm great on old Josephus, and I'll show you how I can clear coffee with a piece of fish skin, and I think I'll have another cup, please. Say, you've no notion what a heap of work there is in 10.5 a month." "I began with 8.5, my son," said Cheyne. "That's so. You never told me, sir." "You never asked, Harve. I'll tell you about it some day, if you care to listen. Try a stuffed olive." "Troop says the most interesting thing in the world is to find out how the next man gets his victuals. It's great to have a trimmed up meal again. We were well fed, though. Best mug on the Banks. Disko fed us first class. He's a great man. And Dan, that's his son, Dan's my partner. And there's Uncle Salters and his manures, and he reads Josephus. He's sure I'm crazy yet. And there's poor little Penn, and he is crazy. You mustn't talk to him about Johnstown because you must know Tom Platt and Long Jack and Manuel. Manuel saved my life. I'm sorry he's a Portuguese. He can't talk much, but he's an everlasting musician. He found me stuck adrift and drifting, and hauled me in." "I wonder your nervous system isn't completely wrecked," said Mrs. Cheyne. "What for, Mama? I worked like a horse, and I ate like a hog, and I slept like a dead man." That was too much for Mrs. Cheyne, who began to think of her visions of a corpse rocking on the salty seas. She went to her stateroom, and Harvey curled up beside his father, explaining his indebtedness. "You can depend upon me to do everything I can for the crowd, Harve. They seem to be good men on your showing." "Best in the fleet, sir. Ask at Gloucester," said Harvey. "But Disko believes still. He's cured me of being crazy. Dan's the only one I've let on to about you, and our private cars and all the rest of it, and I'm not quite sure Dan believes. I want to paralyze him to-morrow. Say, can't we run the Constance over to Gloucester? Mama don't look fit to be moved, anyway, and we're bound to finish cleaning out by to-morrow. Wouverman takes our fish. You see, we're first off the Banks this season, and it's $4.25 a quintal. We held out till he paid it. They want it quick." "You mean you'll have to work to-morrow, then?" "I told Troop I would. I'm on the scales. I've brought the tallies with me." He looked at the greasy notebook with an air of importance that made his father choke. "There isn't but 3. No,
$2.94 or $5, quintal more by my reckoning. Hire a substitute, suggested Cheyne, to see what Harvey would say. Can't, sir. I'm tallyman for the schooner. Troop says I've a better head for figures than Dan. Troop's a mighty just man. Well, suppose I don't move the Constance tonight, how'll you fix it? Harvey looked at the clock, which marked 20 past 11. Then I'll sleep here till 3 and catch the 4 o'clock freight. They'll let us men from the fleet ride free, as a rule. That's a notion. But I think we can get the Constance around about as soon as your men's freight. Better go to bed now. Harvey spread himself on the sofa, kicked off his boots, and was asleep before his father could shade the electrics. Cheyne sat watching the young face under the shadow of the arm thrown over his forehead, and among many things that occurred to him was the notion that he might perhaps have been neglectful as a father. One never knows when one's taking one's biggest risks, he said. It might have been worse than drowning, but I don't think it has. If it hasn't, I haven't enough to pay Troop, that's all. And I don't think it has. Morning brought a fresh sea breeze through the windows. The Constance was sidetracked among freight cars at Gloucester, and Harvey had gone to his business. Then he'll fall overboard again and be drowned, the mother said bitterly. We'll go and look, ready to throw him a rope in case. You've never seen him working for his bread, said the father. What nonsense! As if anyone expected. Well, the man that hired him did. He's about right, too. They went down between the stores full of fishermen's oilskins to Wouverman's wharf, where the We're Here rode high, her bank flag still flying, all hands busy as beavers in the glorious morning light. Disko stood by the main hatch, superintending Manuel, Penn, and Uncle Salters at the tackle. Dan was swinging the loaded baskets inboard as Long Jack and Tom Platt filled them, and Harvey, with a notebook, represented the skipper's interest before the clerk of the scales on the salt-sprinkled wharf edge. "Ready!" cried the voices below. "Haul!" cried Disko. "Hi!" said Manuel. "Here!" said Dan, swinging the basket. Then they heard Harvey's voice, clear and fresh, checking the weights. The last of the fish had been whipped out, and Harvey leaped from the string piece 6 feet to a ratline, as the shortest way to hand Disko the tally, shouting, "$2.97 and an empty hold." "What's total, Harv?" said Disko. $8.65. $3,676.25. Wish I'd share as well as wage." "Well, I won't go so far as to say you haven't deserved it, Harv. Don't you want to slip up to Wouverman's office and take him our tallies?" "Who's that boy?" said Cheyne to Dan, well used to all manner of questions from those idle imbeciles called summer boarders. "Well, he's a kind of supercargo," was the answer. "We picked him up stuck adrift on the Banks. Fell overboard from a liner, he says. He was a passenger. He's by way of being a fisherman now." "Is he worth his keep?" "Yep. Dad, this man wants to know if Harve's worth his keep. Say, would you like to go aboard? We'll fix a ladder for her." "I should very much, indeed. 'Twon't hurt you, Mama, and you'll be able to see for yourself." The woman who could not lift her head a week ago scrambled down the ladder and stood aghast amid the mess and tangle aft. "Be you anyways interested in Harve?" said Disko. "Well, yes." "He's a good boy, and ketches right hold just as he's bid. You've heard how we found him. He was sufferin' from nervous prostration, I guess, or else his head had hit somethin' when we hauled him aboard. He's all over that now. Yes, this is the cabin. 'Tain't anyways in order, but you're quite welcome to look around. Those are his figures on the stovepipe where we keep the reckoning mostly." "Did he sleep here?" said Mrs. Cheyne, sitting on a yellow locker and surveying the disorderly bunks. "No. He berthed forward, madam, and only for him and my boy hookin' fried pies and muggin' up
when they ought to have been asleep. I dunno as I've had any special fault to find with him."
"There weren't nothin' wrong with Harve," said Uncle Salters, descending the steps. "He hung my boots on the main truck, an' he ain't over an' above respectful to such as knows more'n he do, 'specially about farmin', but he were mostly misled by Dan." Dan, in the meantime, profiting by dark hints from Harvey early that morning, was executing a war dance on deck. "Tom, Tom," he whispered down the hatch, "his folks has come, an' Dad hain't caught on yet, an' they're powwowin' in the cabin. She's a daisy, an' he's all Harve claimed he was, by the looks of him." "Holy smoke!" said Long Jack, climbing out covered with salt and fish skin. "D'ye believe his tale of the kid in the little 4-horse rig was true?" "I knew it all along," said Dan. "Come and see Dad mistooken his jedgments." They came delightedly, just in time to hear Cheyne say:
"I'm glad he has a good character, because he's my son." Disko's jaw fell. Long Jack always vowed that he heard the click of it, and he stared alternately at the man and the woman. "I got his telegram in San Diego 4 days ago, and we came over." "In a private car?" said Dan. "He said you might." "In a private car, of course." Dan looked at his father with a hurricane of irreverent winks.
"There was a tale he told us of drivin' 4 little ponies in a rig of his own," said Long Jack. "Was that true, now?"
"Very likely," said Cheyne. "Was it, Mama?"
"He had a little drag when we were in Toledo, I think," said the mother.
Long Jack whistled. "Oh, Disko!" said he, and that was all. I am mistook in my jedgments. Worse'n the men of Marblehead," said Disko, as though the words were being windlassed out of him. "I don't mind ownin' to you, Mr. Cheyne, as I mistrusted the boy to be crazy. He talked kinder odd about money." "So he told me."
"Did he tell you anything else? 'Cause I pounded him once."
This with a somewhat anxious glance at Mrs. Cheyne. "Oh, yes," Cheyne replied. "I should say it probably did him more good than anything else in the world."
"I judged 'twas necessary, or I wouldn't ha' done it. I don't want you to think we abuse our boys any on this packet."
"I don't think you do, Mr. Troop." Mrs. Cheyne had been looking at the faces. Disko's ivory yellow, hairless, iron countenance, Uncle Salters's, with its rim of agricultural hair, Penn's bewildered simplicity, Manuel's quiet smile, Long Jack's grin of delight, and Tom Platt's scar. Rough by her standards they certainly were, but she had a mother's wits in her eyes, and she rose with outstretched hands. "Oh, tell me, which is who?" said she, half sobbing. "I want to thank you and bless you, all of you."
"Faith, that pays me 100 times," said Long Jack.
Disko introduced them all in due form. The captain of an old-time Chinaman could have done no better, and Mrs. Cheyne babbled incoherently. She nearly threw herself into Manuel's arms when she understood that he had first found Harvey. "But how shall I leave him drift?" said poor Manuel. "What do you yourself if you find him so? Eh, what? We are in one good boy, and I am ever so pleased he come to be your son." "And he told me Dan was his partner," she cried. Dan was already sufficiently pink, but he turned a rich crimson when Mrs. Cheyne kissed him on both cheeks before the assembly. Then they led her forward to show her the foc'sle, at which she wept again, and must needs go down to see Harvey's identical bunk, and there she found the cook cleaning up the stove, and he nodded as though she were some one he had expected to meet for years. They tried, 2 at a time, to explain the boat's daily life to her, and she sat by the pawl post, her gloved hands on the greasy table, laughing with trembling lips and crying with dancing eyes.
"And who's ever to use the weir here after this?" said Long Jack to Tom Platt. "I feel it as if she'd made a cathedral of it all." "Cathedral!" sneered Tom Platt. "Oh, if it had ever been the Fish Commission boat instead of this ballyhoo of blazes! If we only had some decency and order and side boys when she goes over! She'll have to climb that ladder like a hen, and we ought to be manning the yards." "Then Harvey was not mad," said Penn slowly to Cheyne. "No, indeed, thank God," the big millionaire replied, stooping down tenderly. "It must be terrible to be mad. Except to lose your child, I do not know anything more terrible. But your child has come back? Let us thank God for that." "Hello," said Harvey, looking down upon them benignly from the wharf.
"I was mistook, Harve. I was mistook," said Disko swiftly, holding up a hand. "I was mistook in my judgments. You needn't rub it in any more."
"Guess I'll take care of that," said Dan under his breath.
"You'll be goin' off now, won't you?"
"Well, not without the balance of my wages, 'less you want to have the We're Here attached."
"That's so. I'd clean forgot."
And he counted out the remaining dollars.
"You done all you contracted to do, Harve, and you done it 'baout as well as if you'd been brought up."
Here Disko brought himself up. He did not quite see where the sentence was going to end. "Outside of a private car?" suggested Dan wickedly. "Come on, and I'll show her to you," said Harvey. Cheyne stayed to talk to Disko, but the others made a procession to the depot, with Mrs. Cheyne at the head. The French maid shrieked at the invasion, and Harvey laid the glories of the Constance before them without a word. They took them in equal silence. Stamped leather, silver door handles and rails, cut velvet, plate glass, nickel, bronze, hammered iron, and the rare woods of the continent inlaid. "I told you," said Harvey. "I told you." This was his crowning revenge, and a most ample one.
Mrs. Cheyne decreed a meal, and that nothing might be lacking to the tale Long Jack told afterwards in his boarding house, she waited on them herself.
Men who are accustomed to eat at tiny tables in howling gales have curiously neat and finished table manners, but Mrs. Cheyne, who did not know this, was surprised. She longed to have Manuel for a butler, so silently and easily did he comport himself among the frail glassware and dainty silver. Tom Platt remembered great days on the Ohio, and the manners of foreign potentates who dined with the officers, and Long Jack, being Irish, supplied the small talk till all were at their ease. In the We're Here's cabin the fathers took stock of each other behind their cigars. Cheyne knew well enough when he dealt with a man to whom he could not offer money. Equally well he knew that no money could pay for what Disko had done. He kept his own counsel, and waited for an opening.
"I haven't done anything to your boy or for your boy except make him work a piece and learn him how to handle the hog yoke," said Disko. "He is twice my boy's head for figures."
"By the way," Cheyne answered casually, "what do you calculate to make of your boy?" Disko removed his cigar and waved it comprehensively round the cabin.
"Dan's just plain boy, and he don't allow me to do any of his thinkin'. He'll have this able little packet when I'm laid by. He ain't nowise anxious to quit the business. I know that."
Ever been west, Mr. Troop?"
"Been as far as New York once in a boat. I've no use for railroads. No more has Dan. Salt water's good enough for the troops. I've been most everywhere, in the natural way, of course."
"I can give him all the salt water he's likely to need, till he's a skipper."
"How's that? I thought you was a kinder railroad king. Harve told me so when I was mistook in my judgments."
"We're all apt to be mistaken. I fancied perhaps you might know I own a line of tea clippers, San Francisco to Yokohama. 6 of 'em, iron built,
about 1,780 tons apiece.
Blame that boy! He never told. I'd 'a' listened to that, instead of his truck about railroads and pony carriages.
He didn't know.
Little thing like that slipped his mind, I guess.
No, I only took hold of the Blue M freighters, Morgan and McQuade's old line, this summer." Disko collapsed where he sat, beside the stove.
Great Caesar Almighty! I mistrust I've been fooled from one end to the other. Why, Phil Earhart he went from this very town 6 year back. No, 7. And he's mate on the San Jose now. 26 days was her time out. His sister she's livin' here yet, and she reads his letters to my woman. And you own the Blue M freighters?
Cheyne nodded.
If I'd 'a' known that, I'd 'a' jerked the We're Here back to port all standin' on the word.
Perhaps that wouldn't have been so good for Harvey.
If I'd only known. If he'd only said about the cussed line, I'd have understood. I'd never stand on my own judgments again. Never. They're well-found packets. Phil Earhart, he says so.
I'm glad to have a recommend from that quarter. Earhart's skipper of the San Jose now. What I was getting at is to know whether you'd lend me Dan for a year or two, and we'll see if we can't make a mate of him. Would you trust him to Earhart?
It's a risk taking a raw boy.
I know a man who did more for me.
That's different. Look at here now. I ain't recommendin' Dan special because he's my own flesh and blood. I know bank ways ain't clipper ways, but he ain't much to learn. Steer he can, no boy better, if I say it, and the rest is in our blood and get. But I wish he weren't so cussed weak on navigation.
Earhart will attend to that. He'll ship as a boy for a voyage or two, and then we can put him in the way of doing better. Suppose you take him in hand this winter, and I'll send for him early in the spring. I know the Pacific's a long ways off.
Pshaw! We troops, livin' and dead, are all around the earth and the seas thereof.
But I want you to understand, and I mean this. Any time you think you'd like to see him, tell me, and I'll attend to the transportation. 'Twon't cost you a cent.
If you'll walk a piece with me, we'll go to my house and talk this to my woman. I've been so crazy mistook in all my judgments, it don't seem to me this was like to be real.
They went over to Troop's $1,800 blue-trimmed white house, with a retired dory full of nasturtiums in the front yard, and a shuttered parlor that was a museum of oversea plunder. There sat a large woman, silent and grave, with the dim eyes of those who look long to sea for the return of their beloved. Cheyne addressed himself to her, and she gave consent wearily. "We lose 100 a year from Gloucester only, Mr. Cheyne," she said. "100 boys and men, and I've come so as to hate the sea, as if 'twas alive and listenin'. God never made it for humans to anchor on. These packets o' yours, they go straight out, I take it, and straight home again?" "As straight as the winds let 'em, and I give a bonus for record passages. Tea don't improve by being at sea." "When he was little he used to play at keeping store, and I had hopes he might follow that up. But soon as he could paddle a dory I knew that were going to be denied me."
"They're square riggers, mother, iron built and well found. Remember what Phil's sister reads you when she gets his letters?"
"I've never known as Phil told lies, but he's too venturesome, like most of 'em that use the sea. If Dan sees fit, Mr. Cheyne, he can go, for all of me."
"She just despises the ocean," Disko explained. "And I don't know how to act polite, I guess, or I'd thank you better."
"My father, my own eldest brother, 2 nephews, and my second sister's man," she said, dropping her head on her hand. "Would you care for any one that took all those?" Cheyne was relieved when Dan turned up, and accepted with more delight than he was able to put into words.
Indeed, the offer meant a plain and sure road to all desirable things; but Dan thought most of commanding watch on broad decks and looking into far-away harbours. Mrs. Cheyne had spoken privately to the unaccountable Manuel in the matter of Harvey's rescue. He seemed to have no desire for money. Pressed hard, he said that he would take $5, because he wanted to buy something for a girl. Otherwise, "How shall I take money when I make so easy my eats and smokes? You will give a some if I like or no. Eh, what? Then you shall give a me money, but not that way. You shall give all you can think." He introduced her to a snuffy Portuguese priest with a list of semi-destitute widows as long as his cassock. As a strict Unitarian, Mrs. Cheyne could not sympathize with the creed, but she ended by respecting the brown, voluble little man. Manuel, faithful son of the Church, appropriated all the blessings showered on her for her charity. "That letta me out," said he. "I have now ver' good absolutions for 6 months." And he strolled forth to get a handkerchief for the girl of the hour and to break the hearts of all the others. Salters went west for a season with Penn, and left no address behind. He had a dread that these millionairy people, with wasteful private cars, might take undue interest in his companion. It was better to visit inland relatives till the coast was clear. "Never you'll be adopted by rich folk, Penn," he said in the cars, "or I'll take and break this checkerboard o'er your head. If you forget your name again, which is Pratt, you remember you belong with Salter's troop, and set down right where you are till I come fer you. Don't go taggin' around after them whose eyes bung out with fatness accordin' to Scripture." End of chapter. Chapter 10 of Captains Courageous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Captains Courageous by Rudyard Kipling, Chapter 10. But it was otherwise with the We're Here's silent cook, for he came up, his kit in a handkerchief, and boarded the Constance. Pay was no particular object, and he did not in the least care where he slept. His business, as revealed to him in dreams, was to follow Harvey for the rest of his days. They tried argument and, at last, persuasion, but there is a difference between one Cape Breton and 2 Alabama negroes, and the matter was referred to Cheyne by the cook and porter. The millionaire only laughed. He presumed Harvey might need a body servant some day or other, and was sure that one volunteer was worth 5 hirelings. Let the man stay, therefore, even though he called himself MacDonald and swore in Gaelic. The car could go back to Boston, where, if he were still of the same mind, they would take him west. With the Constance, which in his heart of hearts he loathed, departed the last remnant of Cheyne's millionairedom, and he gave himself up to an energetic idleness. This Gloucester was a new town in a new land, and he purposed to take it in, as of old he had taken in all the cities from Snohomish to San Diego of that world whence he hailed. They made money along the crooked street which was half wharf and half ship's store. As a leading professional he wished to learn how the noble game was played. Men said that 4 out of every 5 fish balls served at New England's Sunday breakfast came from Gloucester, and overwhelmed him with figures in proof: statistics of boats, gear, wharf frontage, capital invested, salting, packing, factories, insurance, wages, repairs, and profits. He talked with the owners of the large fleets, whose skippers were little more than hired men, and whose crews were almost all Swedes or Portuguese. Then he conferred with Disko, one of the few who owned their craft, and compared notes in his vast head. He coiled himself away on chain cables in marine junk shops, asking questions with cheerful, unslaked Western curiosity, till all the water front wanted to know what in thunder that man was after, anyhow. He prowled into the mutual insurance rooms, and demanded explanations of the mysterious remarks chalked up on the blackboard day by day, and that brought down upon him secretaries of every fisherman's widow and orphan aid society within the city limits. They begged shamelessly, each man anxious to beat the other institution's record, and Cheyne tugged at his beard and handed them all over to Mrs. Cheyne. She was resting in a boarding house near Eastern Point, a strange establishment, managed apparently by the boarders, where the tablecloths were red and white checkered, and the population, who seemed to have known one another intimately for years, rose up at midnight to make Welsh rarebits if it felt hungry. On the second morning of her stay, Mrs. Cheyne put away her diamond solitaires before she came down to breakfast. "They're most delightful people," she confided to her husband. "So friendly and simple, too, though they are all Boston, nearly." "That isn't simpleness, Mama," he said, looking across the boulders behind the apple trees where the hammocks were slung. "It's the other thing that I haven't got." "It can't be," said Mrs. Cheyne quietly. "There isn't a woman here owns a dress that cost $100. Why, I know it, dear. We have of course we have. I guess it's only the style they wear East. Are you having a good time?" "I don't see very much of Harvey. He's always with you. But I ain't near as nervous as I was." "I haven't had such a good time since Willie died. I never rightly understood that I had a son before this. Harve's got to be a great boy. Anything I can fetch you, dear? Cushion under your head? Well, we'll go down to the wharf again and look around." Harvey was his father's shadow in those days, and the two strolled along side by side, Cheyne using the grades as an excuse for laying his hand on the boy's square shoulder. It was then that Harvey noticed and admired what had never struck him before, his father's curious power of getting at the heart of new matters as learned from men in the street. "How do you make 'em tell you everything without opening your head?" demanded the son as they came out of a rigger's loft. "I've dealt with quite a few men in my time, Harve, and one sizes 'em up somehow, I guess. I know something about myself, too." Then, after a pause, as they sat down on a wharf edge, "Men can most always tell when a man has handled things for himself, and then they treat him as one of themselves." "Same as they treat me down at Wouverman's wharf. I'm one of the crowd now. Disko has told every one I've earned my pay." Harvey spread out his hands and rubbed the palms together. "They're all soft again," he said dolefully. "Keep 'em that way for the next few years, while you're getting your education. You can harden 'em up after." "Yes, I s'pose so," was the reply, in no delighted voice. "It rests with you, Harve. You can take cover behind your mamma, of course, and put her on to fussing about your nerves and your high-strungness and all that kind of poppycock." "Have I ever done that?" said Harvey uneasily. His father turned where he sat and thrust out a long hand. "You know as well as I do that I can't make anything of you if you don't act straight by me. I can handle you alone if you'll stay alone, but I don't pretend to manage both you and Mama. Life's too short, anyway." "Don't make me out much of a fellow, does it?" "I guess it was my fault a good deal, but if you want the truth, you haven't been much of anything up to date. Now have you?" Disko thinks. Say, what do you reckon it's cost you to raise me from the start, first, last, and all over?" Cheyne smiled. "I've never kept track, but I should estimate, in dollars and cents, nearer 50 than 40,000, maybe 60. The young generation comes high. It has to have things, and it tires of 'em, and the old man foots the bill." Harvey whistled, but at heart he was rather pleased to think that his upbringing had cost so much. "And all that's sunk capital, isn't it?" "Invested, Harve. Invested, I hope." "Making it only 30,000, the 30 I've earned is about 10 cents on the hundred. That's a mighty poor catch." Harvey wagged his head solemnly. Cheyne laughed till he nearly fell off the pile into the water. "Disko has got a heap more than that out of Dan since he was 10, and Dan's at school half the year, too." "Oh, that's what you're after, is it?" "No, I'm not after anything. I'm not stuck on myself any just now. That's all. I ought to be kicked."
"I can't do it, old man. Or I would, I presume, if I'd been made that way."
"Then I'd have remembered it to the last day I lived, and never forgiven you," said Harvey, his chin on his doubled fists.
"Exactly. That's about what I'd do. You see?"
"I see. The fault's with me and no one else. All the same, something's got to be done about it."
Cheyne drew a cigar from his vest pocket, bit off the end, and fell to smoking. Father and son were very much alike, for the beard hid Cheyne's mouth, and Harvey had his father's slightly aquiline nose, close-set black eyes, and narrow, high cheek-bones. With a touch of brown paint he would have made up very picturesquely as a Red Indian of the story books.
"Now you can go on from here," said Cheyne slowly, "costing me between 6,000 or 8,000 a year till you're a voter. Well, we'll call you a man then. You can go right on from that, living on me to the tune of 40,000 or 50,000, besides what your mother will give you, with a valet and a yacht, or a fancy ranch where you can pretend to raise trotting stock and play cards with your own crowd."
"Like Lorry Tuck?" Harvey put in.
"Yep. Or the two De Vitre boys, or old man McQuade's son. California's full of 'em, and here's an Eastern sample while we're talking."
A shiny black steam yacht, with mahogany deck-house, nickel-plated binnacles, and pink and white striped awnings, puffed up the harbor, flying the burgee of some New York club. Two young men in what they conceived to be sea costumes were playing cards by the saloon skylight, and a couple of women with red and blue parasols looked on and laughed noisily. "Shouldn't care to be caught out in her in any sort of a breeze. No beam," said Harvey critically, as the yacht slowed to pick up her mooring buoy.
"They're having what stands them for a good time. I can give you that, and twice as much as that, Harve. How'd you like it?"
"Caesar! There's no way to get a dinghy overside," said Harvey, still intent on the yacht. "If I couldn't slip a tackle better than that, I'd stay ashore. What if I don't?"
"Stay ashore, or what?"
"Yacht and ranch, and live on the old man, and get behind Mama when there's trouble," said Harvey, with a twinkle in his eye.
"Why, in that case, you come right in with me, my son."
$10 a month?" Another twinkle.
"Not a cent more until you're worth it, and you won't begin to touch that for a few years."
"I'd sooner begin sweeping out the office isn't that how the big bugs start? And touch something now than—"
"I know it. We all feel that way. But I guess we can hire any sweeping we need. I made the same mistake myself of starting in too soon."
$30 million worth of mistake, wasn't it? I'd risk it for that."
"I lost some, and I gained some, I'll tell you."
Cheyne pulled his beard and smiled as he looked over the still water, and spoke away from Harvey, who presently began to be aware that his father was telling the story of his life. He talked in a low, even voice, without gesture and without expression, and it was a history for which a dozen leading journals would cheerfully have paid many dollars, the story of 40 years that was at the same time the story of the New West,
whose story is yet to be written. It began with a kinless boy turned loose in Texas, and went on fantastically through 100 changes and chops of life, the scenes shifting from state after western state, from cities that sprang up in a month and in a season utterly withered away, to wild ventures in wilder camps that are now laborious paved municipalities. It covered the building of 3 railroads and the deliberate wreck of a 4th. It told of steamers, townships, forests, and mines, and the men of every nation under heaven, manning, creating, hewing, and digging these. It touched on chances of gigantic wealth flung before eyes that could not see, or missed by the merest accident of time and travel, and through the mad shift of things, sometimes on horseback, more often afoot, now rich, now poor, in and out, and back and forth, deckhand, train hand, contractor, boarding-house keeper, journalist, engineer, drummer, real estate agent, politician, dead-beat, rumseller, mine owner, speculator, cattleman or tramp, moved Harvey Cheyne, alert and quiet, seeking his own ends, and so he said, the glory and advancement of his country. He told of the faith that never deserted him even when he hung on the ragged edge of despair, the faith that comes of knowing men and things. He enlarged, as though he were talking to himself, on his very great courage and resource at all times. The thing was so evident in the man's mind that he never even changed his tone. He described how he had bested his enemies, or forgiven them, exactly as they had bested or forgiven him in those careless days, how he had entreated, cajoled, and bullied towns, companies, and syndicates, all for their enduring good. Crawled round, through, or over mountains and ravines, dragging a string and hoop-iron railroad after him, and in the end how he had sat still while promiscuous communities tore the last fragments of his character to shreds. The tale held Harvey almost breathless, his head a little cocked to one side, his eyes fixed on his father's face, as the twilight deepened and the red cigar end lit up the furrowed cheeks and heavy eyebrows. It seemed to him like watching a locomotive storming across country in the dark, a mile between each glare of the opened fire door. But this locomotive could talk, and the words shook and stirred the boy to the core of his soul. At last Cheyne pitched away the cigar butt, and the two sat in the dark over the lapping water. "I've never told that to any one before," said the father. Harvey gasped. "It's just the greatest thing that ever was," said he. "That's what I got. Now I'm comin' to what I didn't get. It won't sound much of anything to you, but I don't wish you to be as old as I am before you find out. I can handle men, of course, and I'm no fool along my own lines, but I can't compete with the man who has been taught. I've picked up as I went along, and I guess it sticks out all over me." "I've never seen it," said the son indignantly. "You will, though, Harve. You will, just as soon as you're through college. Don't I know it? Don't I know the look on men's faces when they think me a mucker, as they call it out here? I can break them to little pieces, yes, but I can't get back at 'em to hurt 'em where they live. I don't say they're way, way up, but I feel I'm way, way, way off, somehow. Now you've got your chance. You've got to soak up all the learning that's around, and you'll live with a crowd that are doing the same thing. They'll be doing it for a few $1,000s a year at most, but remember, you'll be doing it for millions. You'll learn law enough to look after your own property when I'm out of the light, and you'll have to be solid with the best men in the market. They are useful later. And above all, you'll have to stow away the plain, common, sit down with your chin on your elbows, book learning. Nothing pays like that, Harve, and it's bound to pay more and more each year in our country, in business and in politics. You'll see."
There's no sugar my end of the deal," said Harvey. "4 years at college. Wish I'd chosen the valet and the yacht."
"Never mind, my son," Cheyne insisted. "You're investing your capital where it'll bring in the best returns, and I guess you won't find our property shrunk any when you're ready to take hold. Think it over, and let me know in the morning. Hurry, we'll be late for supper." As this was a business talk, there was no need for Harvey to tell his mother about it, and Cheyne naturally took the same point of view. But Mrs. Cheyne saw and feared, and was a little jealous. Her boy, who rode roughshod over her, was gone, and in his stead reigned a keen-faced youth, abnormally silent, who addressed most of his conversation to his father. She understood it was business, and therefore a matter beyond her premises. If she had any doubts, they were resolved when Cheyne went to Boston and brought back a new diamond marquise ring.
"What have you two men been doing now?" she said with a weak little smile, as she turned it in the light.
"Talking. Just talking, Mama. There's nothing mean about Harvey." There was not. The boy had made a treaty on his own account. Railroads, he explained gravely, interested him as little as lumber, real estate, or mining. What his soul yearned after was control of his father's newly purchased sailing ships. If that could be promised him within what he conceived to be a reasonable time, he, for his part, guaranteed diligence and sobriety at college for 4 or 5 years. In vacation he was to be allowed full access to all details connected with the line. He had asked not more than 2,000 questions about it, from his father's most private papers in the safe to the tug in San Francisco harbor. "It's a deal," said Cheyne at the last. "You'll alter your mind 20 times before you leave college, of course, but if you take hold of it in proper shape, and if you don't tie it up before you're 23, I'll make the thing over to you. How's that, Harve?"
"Nope. Never pays to split up a going concern. There's too much competition in the world anyway, and Disko says blood kin hev to stick together. His crowd never go back on him. That's one reason, he says, why they make such big fairs. Say, the We're Here goes off to the Georges on Monday. They don't stay long ashore, do they?"
"Well, we ought to be going too, I guess. I've left my business hung up at loose ends between two oceans, and it's time to connect again. I just hate to do it, though. Haven't had a holiday like this for 20 years."
"We can't go without seeing Disko off," said Harvey. "And Monday's Memorial Day. Let's stay over that, anyway."
"What is this memorial business? They were talking about it at the boarding house," said Cheyne weakly. He, too, was not anxious to spoil the golden days.
"Well, as far as I can make out, this business is a sort of song and dance act, whacked up for the summer boarders. Disko don't think much of it, he says, because they take up a collection for the widows and orphans. Disko's independent. Haven't you noticed that?"
"Well, yes, a little. In spots. Is it a town show, then?"
"The summer convention is. They read out the names of the fellows drowned or gone astray since last time, and they make speeches and recite and all. Then, Disko says, the secretaries of the aid societies go into the back yard and fight over the catch. The real show, he says, is in the spring. The ministers all take a hand then, and there aren't any summer boarders around."
"I see," said Cheyne, with the brilliant and perfect comprehension of one born into and bred up to city pride. "We'll stay over for Memorial Day, and get off in the afternoon."
"Guess I'll go down to Disko's and make him bring his crowd up before they sail. I'll have to stand with them, of course."
"Oh, that's it, is it?" said Cheyne. "I'm only a poor summer boarder, and you're—"
"A banker. Full-blooded banker,"
Harvey called back as he boarded a trolley, and Cheyne went on with his blissful dreams for the future. Disko had no use for public functions where appeals were made for charity, but Harvey pleaded that the glory of the day would be lost, so far as he was concerned,
if the We're Heres absented themselves. Then Disko made conditions. He had heard it was astonishing how all the world knew all the world's business along the water front he had heard that a Philadelphia actress woman was going to take part in the exercises, and he mistrusted that she would deliver Skipper Ireson's ride. Personally, he had as little use for actresses as for summer boarders, but justice was justice, and though he himself here Dan giggled had once slipped up on a matter of judgment, this thing must not be. So Harvey came back to East Gloucester, and spent half a day explaining to an amused actress with a royal reputation on 2 seaboards the inwardness of the mistake she contemplated, and she admitted that it was justice, even as Disko had said. Cheyne knew by old experience what would happen, but anything of the nature of a public palaver was meat and drink to the man's soul. He saw the trolleys hurrying west in the hot, hazy morning, full of women in light summer dresses, and white-faced, straw-hatted men fresh from Boston desks, the stack of bicycles outside the post office, the come and go of busy officials greeting one another, the slow flick and swash of bunting in the heavy air, and the important man with a hose sluicing the brick sidewalk. "Mother," he said suddenly, "don't you remember, after Seattle was burned out, and they got her going again?" Mrs. Cheyne nodded, and looked critically down the crooked street. Like her husband, she understood these gatherings, all the West over, and compared them one against another. The fishermen began to mingle with the crowd about the town hall doors, blue-jowled Portuguese, their women bareheaded or shawled for the most part, clear-eyed Nova Scotians, and men of the maritime provinces, French, Italians, Swedes and Danes, with outside crews of coasting schooners, and everywhere women in black, who saluted one another with a gloomy pride, for this was their day of great days. And there were ministers of many creeds, pastors of great gilt-edged congregations, at the seaside for a rest, with shepherds of the regular work, from the priests of the church on the hill to bush-bearded ex-sailor Lutherans, hail fellow with the men of a score of boats. There were owners of lines of schooners, large contributors to the societies, and small men with their few craft pawned to the mastheads, with bankers and marine insurance agents, captains of tugs and water boats, riggers, fitters, lumpers, salters, boat builders, and coopers, and all the mixed population of the waterfront. They drifted along the line of seats made gay with the dresses of the summer boarders, and one of the town officials patrolled and perspired till he shone all over with pure civic pride. Cheyne had met him for 5 minutes a few days before, and between the two there was entire understanding.
"Well, Mr. Cheyne, and what do you think of our city? Yes, madam, you can sit anywhere you please. You have this thing out west, I presume?"
"Yes, but we aren't as old as you."
"That's so, of course. You ought to have been at the exercises when we celebrated our 250th birthday. I tell you, Mr. Cheyne, the old city did herself credit."
"So I heard. It pays, too. What's the matter with the town that it don't have a first-class hotel, though?"
"Right over there to the left, Pedro. Heaps of room for you and your crowd."
"Why, that's what I tell 'em all the time, Mr. Cheyne. There's big money in it, but I presume that don't affect you any. What we want is—" A heavy hand fell on his broadcloth shoulder, and the flushed skipper of a Portland coal and ice coaster spun him half round.
"What in thunder do you fellows mean by clappin' the law on the town when all decent men are at sea this way? Heh? Town's dry as a bone, and smells a sight worse'n since I quit. Might ha' left us one saloon for soft drinks, anyway."
"Don't seem to have hindered your nourishment this morning, Carson. I'll go into the politics of it later. Sit down by the door, and think over your arguments till I come back."
"What good's arguments to me? In Miquelon, champagne's $18 a case, and—"
The skipper lurched into his seat as an organ prelude silenced him. Our new organ," said the official proudly to Cheyne, "cost us $4,000, too. We'll have to get back to high license next year to pay for it. I wasn't going to let the ministers have all the religion at their convention. Those are some of our orphans standing up to sing. My wife taught 'em. See you again later, Mr. Cheyne. I'm wanted on the platform." High, clear, and true, children's voices bore down the last noise of those settling into their places. O ye works of the Lord, bless ye the Lord, praise him, and magnify him forever. The women throughout the hall leaned forward to look as the reiterated cadences filled the air. Mrs. Cheyne, with some others, began to breathe short. She had hardly imagined there were so many widows in the world, and instinctively searched for Harvey. He had found the We're Heres at the back of the audience, and was standing, as by right, between Dan and Disko. Uncle Salters, returned the night before with Penn, from Pamlico Sound, received him suspiciously. "Hain't your folk gone yet?" he grunted. "What are you doin' here, young feller?" O ye seas and floods, bless ye the Lord, praise him, and magnify him forever. "Hain't he good right?" said Dan. "He's been there, same as the rest of us." "Not in them clothes," Salters snarled. "Shut your head, Salters," said Disko. "Your bile's gone back on you. Stay right where you are, Harve." Then up and spoke the orator of the occasion, another pillar of the municipality, bidding the world welcome to Gloucester, and incidentally pointing out wherein Gloucester excelled the rest of the world. Then he turned to the sea wealth of the city, and spoke of the price that must be paid for the yearly harvest. They would hear later the names of their lost dead, 117 of them. The widows stared a little, and looked at one another here. Gloucester could not boast any overwhelming mills or factories. Her sons worked for such wage as the sea gave, and they all knew that neither George's nor the Banks were cow pastures. The utmost that folk ashore could accomplish was to help the widows and the orphans, and after a few general remarks, he took this opportunity of thanking, in the name of the city, those who had so public-spiritedly consented to participate in the exercises of the occasion. "I jest despise the beggin' pieces in it," growled Disko. "It don't give folk a fair notion of us." "Ef folk won't be forehanded and put by when they've the chance," returned Salters, "it stands in the nature of things they hev to be shamed. You take warnin' by that, young feller. Riches endureth but for a season, ef you scatter them around on luxuries." "But to lose everything, everything," said Penn. "What can you do then? Once I—" The watery blue eyes stared up and down, as looking for something to steady them. "Once I read, in a book, I think, of a boat where every one was run down, except some one, and he said to me—" "Shucks!" said Salter, cutting in. "You read a little less an' take more interest in your vittles, and you'll come nearer earnin' your keep, Penn." Harvey, jammed among the fishermen, felt a creepy, crawly, tingling thrill that began in the back of his neck and ended at his boots. He was cold, too, though it was a stifling day. "That the actress from Philadelphia?" said Disko Troop, scowling at the platform. "You've fixed it about old man Ireson, hain't you, Harve? You know why, now." It was not Ireson's Ride that the woman delivered, but some sort of poem about a fishing port called Brixham, and a fleet of trawlers beating in against storm by night, while the women made a guiding fire at the head of the quay with everything they could lay hands on. "They took the grandam's blanket, who shivered and bade them go. They took the baby's cradle, who could not say them no." "Whew!" said Dan, peering over Long Jack's shoulder. "That's great. Must have been expensive, though." "Ground hog case," said the Galway man. "Badly lighted port, Danny." "And knew not all the while if they were lighting a bonfire or only a funeral pile." The wonderful voice took hold of people by their heart-strings, and when she told how the drenched crews were flung ashore, living and dead, and they carried the bodies to the glare of the fires, asking, "Child, is this your father?" or "Wife, is this your man?" you could hear hard breathing all over the benches. And when the boats of Brixham go out to face the gales, think of the love that travels like light upon their sails. There was very little applause when she finished. The women were looking for their handkerchiefs, and many of the men stared at the ceiling with shiny eyes. Said Salters. "That'd cost ye $1 to hear at any theatre, maybe $2. Some folk, I presume, can afford it. Seems downright waste to me. Now, how in Jerusalem did Cap Bart Edwards strike adrift here?" "No keepin' him under," said an Eastport man behind. "He's a poet, and he's bound to say his piece. Comes from down our way, too." He did not say that Captain B. Edwards had striven for 5 consecutive years to be allowed to recite a piece of his own composition on Gloucester Memorial Day. An amused and exhausted committee had at last given him his desire. The simplicity and utter happiness of the old man, as he stood up in his very best Sunday clothes, won the audience ere he opened his mouth. They sat unmurmuring through 37 hatchet-made verses, describing at fullest length the loss of the schooner Joan Haskin off the Georges in the gale of 1867, and when he came to an end, they shouted with one kindly throat. A far-sighted Boston reporter slid away for a full copy of the epic and an interview with the author, so that earth had nothing more to offer Captain Bart Edwards, ex-whaler, shipwright, master fisherman, and poet, in the 73rd year of his age. "Now I call that sensible," said an Eastport man. "I've been over that ground with his writing, just as he read it, in my 2 hands, and I can testify that he's got it all in." "If Dan here couldn't do better'n that with one hand before breakfast, he ought to be switched," said Salters, upholding the honor of Massachusetts on general principles. "Not but what I'm free to own he's considerable litt'ery for Maine. Still—"
"Guess Uncle Salters's goin' to die this trip. First compliment he's ever paid me," Dan sniggered. "What's wrong with you, Harve? You act all quiet, and you look greenish. Feelin' sick?"
"Don't know what's the matter with me," Harvey replied.
"Seems as if my insides were too big for my outsides. I'm all crowded up and shivery." "Dyspepsy? Pshaw! Too bad. We'll wait for the readin', and then we'll quit and catch the tide."
The widows, they were nearly all of that season's making, braced themselves rigidly like people going to be shot in cold blood, for they knew what was coming. The summer boarder girls in pink and blue shirt-waists stopped tittering over Captain Edwards' wonderful poem, and looked back to see why all was silent. The fishermen pressed forward as that town official who had talked with Cheyne bobbed up on the platform and began to read the year's list of losses, dividing them into months. Last September's casualties were mostly single men and strangers, but his voice rang very loud in the stillness of the hall. "September 9th. Schooner Florrie Anderson lost, with all aboard, off the Georges. Reuben Pittman, master, 50, single, Main Street, City. Emil Olsen, 19, single, 329 Hammond Street, City, Denmark. Oscar Stanborg, single, 25, Sweden. Carl Stanborg, single, 28, Main Street, City. Pedro, supposed Madeira, single, Kane's Boarding House, City. Joseph Welsh, alias Joseph Wright, 30, St. John's, Newfoundland.
"No! Augusty, Maine!" a voice cried from the body of the hall.
"He shipped from St. John's," said the reader, looking to see.
"I know it. He belongs in Augusty. My nevvy."
The reader made a penciled correction on the margin of the list, and resumed. Same schooner, Charlie Ritchie, Liverpool, Nova Scotia, 33, single. Albert May, 267 Rogers Street, City, 27, single. September 27th. Orvin Dollard, 30, married, drowned in dory off Eastern Point. That shot went home, for one of the widows flinched where she sat, clasping and unclasping her hands. Mrs. Cheyne, who had been listening with wide-opened eyes, threw up her head and choked. Dan's mother, a few seats to the right, saw and heard and quickly moved to her side. The reading went on. By the time they reached the January and February wrecks, the shots were falling thick and fast, and the widows drew breath between their teeth. February 14th. Schooner Harry Randolph, dismasted on the way home from Newfoundland, Asa Musey, married, 32, Main Street, City, lost overboard. February 3rd. Schooner Gilbert Hope, went astray in dory. Robert Bevan, 29, married, native of Pubnico, Nova Scotia. But his wife was in the hall. They heard a low cry, as though a little animal had been hit. It was stifled at once, and a girl staggered out of the hall. She had been hoping against hope for months, because some who have gone adrift in dories have been miraculously picked up by deep-sea sailing ships. Now she had her certainty, and Harvey could see the policeman on the sidewalk hailing a hack for her. "It's 50 cents to the depot," the driver began, but the policeman held up his hand. "But I'm going there anyway. Jump right in. Look at here, Alf. You don't pull me next time my lamps ain't lit, see?" The side door closed on the patch of bright sunshine, and Harvey's eyes turned again to the reader and his endless list. April 19th. Schooner Mamie Douglas, lost on the Banks with all hands. Edward Canton, 43, master, married, City. D. Hawkins, alias Williams, 34, married, Shelburne, Nova Scotia. G. W. Clay, colored, 28, married, City. And so on, and so on. Great lumps were rising in Harvey's throat, and his stomach reminded him of the day when he fell from the liner. May 10th. Schooner We're Here. The blood tingled all over him. Otto Svensson, 20, single, City, lost overboard. Once more a low, tearing cry from somewhere at the back of the hall. "She shouldn't ha' come. She shouldn't ha' come," said Long Jack, with a cluck of pity. "Don't scrouge, Harve," grunted Dan. Harvey heard that much, but the rest was all darkness spotted with fiery wheels. Disko leaned forward and spoke to his wife, where she sat with one arm round Mrs. Cheyne, and the other holding down the snatching, catching, ringed hands. "Lean your head down, right down," she whispered. "It'll go off in a minute." "I can't. I don't. Oh, let me." Mrs. Cheyne did not at all know what she said. "You must," Mrs. Troop repeated. "Your boy's just fainted dead away. They do that some when they're gettin' their growth. Wish to tend to him? We can get out this side. Quite quiet. You come right along with me. Pshaw, my dear, we're both women, I guess. We must tend to our menfolk. Come." The We're Heres promptly went through the crowd as a bodyguard, and it was a very white and shaken Harvey that they propped up on a bench in an anteroom. "Favours his ma," was Mrs. Troop's only comment, as the mother bent over her boy. "How do you suppose he could ever stand it?" she cried indignantly to Cheyne, who had said nothing at all. "It was horrible, horrible. We shouldn't have come. It's wrong and wicked. It isn't right. Why couldn't they put these things in the papers where they belong? Are you better, darling?" That made Harvey very properly ashamed. "Oh, I'm all right, I guess," he said, struggling to his feet.
with a broken giggle. "Must have been something I ate for breakfast." "Coffee, perhaps," said Cheyne, whose face was all in hard lines, as though it had been cut out of bronze. "We won't go back again."
"Guess 'twould be 'baout as well to get down to the wharf," said Disko. "It's close in among with them Dagos, and the fresh air will fresh Mrs. Cheyne up."
Harvey announced that he never felt better in his life, but it was not till he saw the We're Here, fresh from the lumper's hands, at Wouverman's wharf, that he lost his all-overish feelings in a queer mixture of pride and sorrowfulness. Other people, summer boarders and such like, played about in cat-boats or looked at the sea from pier-heads, but he understood things from the inside, more things than he could begin to think about. None the less, he could have sat down and howled because the little schooner was going off. Mrs. Cheyne simply cried, and cried every step of the way, and said most extraordinary things to Mrs. Troop, who babied her till Dan, who had not been babied since he was 6, whistled aloud. And so the old crowd, Harvey felt like the most ancient of mariners, dropped into the old schooner among the battered dories, while Harvey slipped the stern-fast from the pier-head, and they slid her along the wharf-side with their hands. Every one wanted to say so much that no one said anything in particular. Harvey bade Dan take care of Uncle Salters's sea-boots and Penn's dory anchor, and Long Jack entreated Harvey to remember his lessons in seamanship. But the jokes fell flat in the presence of the two women, and it is hard to be funny with Green Harbor water widening between good friends.
"Up jibs and foresail!"
shouted Disko, getting to the wheel as the wind took her.
"See you later, Harve. Dunno but I come near thinkin' a heap o' you and your folks."
Then she glided beyond earshot, and they sat down to watch her up the harbor, and still Mrs. Cheyne wept. "Pshaw, my dear," said Mrs. Troop. "We're both women, I guess. Like as not it'll ease your heart to hev you cry out. God, he knows it never done me a mite of good, but then he knows I've had something to cry fer." Now it was a few years later, and upon the other edge of America, that a young man came through the clammy sea fog up a windy street which is flanked with most expensive houses built of wood to imitate stone. To him, as he was standing by a hammered iron gate, entered on horseback, and the horse would have been cheap at $1,000, another young man. And this is what they said: "Hello, Dan." "Hello, Harve." "What's the best with you?" "Well, I'm so's to be that kind of animal called second mate this trip. Ain't you most through with that triple invoice college o' yours?" "Gettin' that way. I tell you, the Leland Stanford Junior isn't a circumstance to the old We're Here, but I'm comin' into the business for keeps next fall." "Meanin' our packets?" "Nothin' else. You just wait till I get my knife into you, Dan. I'm goin' to make the old line lie down and cry when I take hold." "I'll risk it," said Dan, with a brotherly grin, as Harvey dismounted and asked whether he was coming in. "That's what I took the cable fer. But say, is the doctor anywheres around? I'll her some day, his one cussed joke an' all." There was a low, triumphant chuckle as the ex-cook of the We're Here came out of the fog to take the horse's bridle. He allowed no one but himself to attend to any of Harvey's wants. "Thick as the Banks, ain't it, doctor?" said Dan propitiatingly. But the coal-black Celt with the second sight did not see fit to reply till he had tapped Dan on the shoulder, and for the 20th time croaked the old prophecy in his ear.
"Master, man. Man, master," said he. "You remember, Dan Troop, what I said on the We're Here?"
"Well, I won't go so far as to deny that it do look like it as things stand at present," said Dan. "She was an able packet, an' one way an' another I owe her a heap her an' Dad." "Me, too," quoth Harvey Cheyne. End of chapter. End of book. Thank you for listening.